At long last, draft day is here as we sit roughly 20 minutes away from the Chicago Bears being on the clock. I know you're fired up, Jets fans. I am. Dylan is. Chris is. They will be here sometime in the next 15, 20 minutes. And we're just going to cover a few things before the draft kicks off. Talk about a couple of notes that popped into my head. Some that I've touched on briefly during our shows recently, and some that haven't. If you missed it, the Jets report. This is according to Ian Rappaport, NFL insider Ian Rappaport. The Jets have trade offers for pick number 10 on the table, so the opportunity to move down will be there if the Jets choose to do so. I know I've said many times that would be my preference, move down, add picks. Ideal world, you move down to 14, 15, 13, somewhere in that range, add a pick and get Brock Bowers. But the problem is, if you're moving down to 13, 14, you're probably not getting a whole lot. Ideally, you want to try to recoup a second rounder, the one that you lost in the Aaron Rodgers trade. But as it stands now, again, per Ian Rappaport, there are offers on the table that the Jets have had the opportunity to look at. Oftentimes, these deals will wait until the Jets are on the clock, till they know who's there. If there's a guy they want that they know they won't trade, where they won't trade the pick if he's sitting there, and they won't know that till they're at pick 10. So there's been talk of Rome Odunze. There has been, of course, talk of Brock Bowers. Me, happy with either guy. If you've been watching this show, you know that if the Jets are staying at 10 and picking, my preference is Brock Bowers. I'm feeling a little betrayed at the moment. This is one of the notes. I thought this was interesting. In recent weeks, and I've talked about the With the First Pick podcast, great show on CBS Radio. Ryan Wilson, Rick Spielman, former Minnesota Vikings GM. For weeks now, every time the Jets pick comes up when they're doing a mock or just having a conversation, and Rick Spielman starts to speak, he's speaking my language. He's saying, it may as well be me talking with the things I've heard Rick Spielman say. The Jets are built to win now. They've added the tackles. They fortified the line. Go with Brock Bowers. Right, Brock Bowers. And I'm like, yeah, Rick, there you go. Rick knows what he's talking. Rick's a former GM. He drafted Justin Jefferson. He knows what he's doing. Last night, they did their final mock. Rick Spielman says, I know they're built to win now, but I'm going with Talis Fuaga. Curveball, big-time curveball. Threw me off kilter a little. Then I thought, oh, Mel Kiper. Well, at least Kiper had Bowers in his last mock, and he put his final mock out today. I'm sure there was no reason for him to change that. Check it out. And Mel Kiper has them going with Troy Fashanu. And he bails on Bowers. I'm not bailing on Bowers. Again, happy with Odunze. The Fuaga thing is really interesting to me because, and I brought this up yesterday, but for those of you who missed it, Talis Fuaga, Andrew, no calling. I'm in the UK. I'm not going to ask people to call England, and we're gonna have a lot going on. We're gonna have a couple, like I said, Dylan and Chris will be in. We're probably gonna have Scott Mason from Play Like a Jet join us at some point. We'll see if we can set that up at some point. We haven't done that before, but see if it's a little easier for them. But basically, the Fuaga thing. Here's what confuses the hell out of me. The whole idea, and Spielman said this, which it kind of blew me away. The whole idea behind taking an offensive tackle is this fear that the Jets will lose Tyron Smith. And I mean, he's going to be out week 2. He's not going to last halftime week 3. Smith's going to be out for the season. Okay, maybe he will. But you're then going to draft a guy who's only played right tackle, and he's going to have a training camp and a week and a half, 2 weeks to get ready to play left tackle and protect Aaron Rodgers' blind side? Like, wouldn't you be better off with what I've suggested a million times over and go get a veteran left tackle who's on the market, who has played the position? Again, my hope, I don't know that he would, but as I said a few weeks ago, if the offers aren't there, if he doesn't have a lot of options, if he doesn't have a lot of choices, is it possible that David Bakhtiari is willing to come? And look, I get it. You don't want him because he's been so injured too. But if you can duct tape and staple and glue Bakhtiari and Smith together to the point that they can combine to give you 17 games, you'll be all right. Even if they gave you 15 and you had to start Carter Warren for a few games, 13, that would work. That would work. So there are other guys out there. And anybody should. If you're sitting here telling me you're worried about Aaron Rodgers' well-being, and your solution is to draft a right tackle to play on the left side to learn on the fly, again, according to the doomsdayers and the naysayers, they're going to need this rookie tackle they're drafting. They're going to need him by week 3. That's what everybody's telling me. That's why it's got to be done, because you can't count on him past week 2 or 3. So week 3, you're going to start a rookie right tackle learning to play the other side, and that's your solution. But not David Bakhtiari, not Cam Fleming, not Charles Leno, not all of these guys who have played left tackle in the NFL. I don't know. Let's see. Andrew's asking, who would you want to go if O-line and wide receiver favorites are off the board? Brock Bowers. I want Bowers. If Bowers is gone and Rome is there, I did see a tweet earlier. Forget who it was from. Looked like a legit account. He had like 100,000, 50,000 followers or something, saying that he was being told, if you want Brock Bowers in this draft, you must trade up ahead of the Jets. I believe it. And it looks like my good friend Dylan Terraman is here. Dylan, how we doing? You're on mute.
I'm so happy I'm on mute still. It's what an oh my gosh, I couldn't wait to get out of work today. I kept looking over my shoulder at the clock every like 10 minutes. It felt like. I'm just so excited. I know we got to wait a little bit of a ways to go until pick 10. Maybe they trade up. I know the rap sheet that you just sent in the group chat said we could be trading back, so we could be waiting a little bit, but I'm here for the long haul. I'm ready to hang out.
Picks. I don't care how long I got to wait.
Yep.
I look at the Rams and I'm like, you're going to give me 3 picks in the top 100? I'll move down to 19. In a heartbeat. But listen, we don't know what the offers are. We don't know how far down. Like I said, my gut says Raiders, Saints, Colts in that range.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like, and look, I could be wrong. We're all just guessing and having fun because we're insane and we love this stuff. And I said it yesterday, I think if you're talking Broncos, Raiders, and they want a quarterback, and there's a quarterback falling, or they feel like someone's going to jump them, I feel like they're going to try to move up to 7 or 8.
Mm-hmm.
Why 10 when there's a 3-team gap in there of teams that don't need quarterbacks? If you're the Raiders, you're going to trade up to 10 and then just have the Broncos jump up to 9? I mean, it's if a quarterback's falling and you want him and you think the other team does too, you're not going to say, oh, damn, that guy's at 6. We better trade up to 10. No, you're going to go up to 7 or 8. So we'll see. Listen, maybe sometimes you think that, and sometimes teams are like, look, for what we're willing to pay, we're just going to wait. And if it's 10, we'll make a move. So we'll see. Rob says, I think someone makes a reasonable offer for them to draft down, but not beyond 20. Yeah, listen, it's going to depend on who offers what. And I mentioned it yesterday, Dylan. If you remember, a couple of weeks ago, I sent you and Chris that message. And it was just sort of something I toyed around with on a mock that I did. And it was like the Redskins, and the Commanders. And they had like 34, 40, and 60 something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And I did it just for the hell of it, in my mind, thinking, I don't want to go to 34. But then I run the mock, and I'm like, I got 3 really good players. Like, I would actually do this. It was like McConkey. It was pre-DUI Tavondre Sweat and someone else, another starting caliber guy.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, I would 100% make this deal. Like, I feel like these are 3 legitimate potential starters. 3 quality starters is better than any 1 starter, as far as I'm concerned.
I think for me personally, I think the furthest I would like to see them go down, and that's just based on the way that I like the board. I think the furthest is like 18 to the Bengals or 19 to the Rams. I've been
saying Bengals for a while. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you're fine. I kind of agree with Rob there. Not really beyond 20, maybe the Steelers at 20, but I don't know. I think you start losing the value of the first round, and you're not going to get a blue chip player. So
I think if you still have,
what's that?
No, so I was going to say, it depends on the plan, right? Like if they went to 20 and they took Graham Barton or JPJ and they pushed and they won the left guard job, and they added a second where they could grab a receiver later, I would have no problem with that. Because you're getting, in my mind, a potential all-pro interior lineman at 20 and adding another player. But I see what you're saying. I keep saying, 20, to me, ideally, and I've said many times, the Bengals at 18 feels like the lowest I'd want to go.
Mm-hmm.
But when you start talking about Well, what if you go to early 30s and you get 3 top hundreds and you have 73, suddenly you have 4 picks in the top 100. I'm like, that's pretty damn good. I'd take that.
Yeah, yeah, and he follows up and says, Rob in the chat says, if their second or third isn't included in terms of the Jets getting it back, I personally wouldn't trade the 10th pick. And I agree. If you're not
Yeah.
getting a mid to late second or at worst an early third, like I don't want like a compensatory third that's like pick
No.
105 or
I
whatever it
mean,
is. I want like a top end of
y-
the third, like before we pick at 72 type of
I was
third
going to say,
round pick.
I would, yes and no. I agree. But at the same time, it's how, like, am I moving down 2 spots? And I still feel like I'm going to
Right.
get the guy I want. And okay, fine.
Yeah,
You're only
if
giving
you
me a
move down with
4.
the Raiders and you get
What
there like
Belichick did to the Jets last year, right? For anyone
yeah.
who watched McAfee. Like, hey, coach, why did you make that deal? Well, the Jets just took Sauce, so we knew they weren't taking the guy we wanted. And we knew the
Mhm.
Steelers wanted a tackle, and we get a free pick. So why not? So
Yep.
if it's that type, but no, I'm not moving down 4, 5, 6 slots for a third or fourth rounder. Just keep your picks if
Right.
that's the case. It's got to be, there's got to be a 2 in there somewhere if I'm moving down more than 2 or 3 spots.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's see. Glenn Tucker, I'm convinced they trade up to 8 for Rome. I can see it happening. A lot of people have mocked it. I wouldn't have a problem with it. I would hope it's a pick next year. But it's just I get the drop off, like, oh, you have the top 3 receivers, and then beyond that, there's a drop off to the next tier. But I hate the idea of giving up picks. They just don't have a ton. As I've
Mhm.
said before, if you're giving up picks to get Marvin Harrison Jr., you're not going to hear a peep out of me in terms of complaining.
Right.
But
I think if
again,
they're
it's
gonna move up
price.
to 8, I think if they're gonna move up to 8, you're probably gonna have to consider future assets. If you wanna move up any further, you would definitely consider future assets. And
Yeah,
at that point, if you're gonna move up to 8, just move up to 6 and get Malik Neighbors. That's my kind of theory about it. I don't know. I have like this strange
the
conspiracy
Giants
theory that
though. You think the Giants are going to deal with the
I
Jets?
see, that's the thing, but I think Woody's like pushing for, all right, let's go get a big time playmaker. Maybe Rome is the guy, and like he'll fall into his lap at 8, 9, or 10 or whatever. But I don't know. I could just see Woody being like, nope, let's just go get like the top dog in Marvin Harrison or Malik Neighbors, and that would just be awesome. But yeah, I think if you're willing to part with future assets, why not? The Giants probably won't be dealers. They seem like they want to move up more than they want to move
Yeah,
back.
Connor Hughes said they're trying to move up for a quarterback. David
Everybody's been
O'Rourke, how
saying
we
it,
doing,
yeah.
David? Good to see you, buddy.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting, but I mean, I'm for it if they move up a couple spots to secure Rome, just to make sure the Bears don't get them at 9.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I've thought all along. Because when people have said to me, if Brock is so good, why aren't the Bears taking him at 9? It's like, well, they just gave Komet a ton of money, and I think they like
Hmm.
the idea of getting a big playmaking wide receiver to pair with their new quarterback. I don't know. I could live with it, but it would sting to me that I'm like, you could keep all your picks and get Bowers at 10. Why
Hmm.
trade up to get Rome at 8? And I see, this is the thing. I've got the NFL Network feed on.
Hmm.
Um, I don't know. I know Nick Saban is joining the ESPN crew, and I just saw Damian Woody tweet like Nick Saban is all in, like all caps, all in on Brock Bowers. So I assume Saban. And I don't know if you heard. I was looking up some Bauer stuff recently and saw the Saban quotes about Bowers after they faced him.
Hmm.
And this is
I
as
didn't
a
see that.
freshman. Bauer's freshman year, Saban is like, this guy's one of the top players in the country. He can do this, he can do this, and he didn't get worse. He got better.
Right.
So apparently Saban was just gushing about him again on ESPN. Rob says he'll be interested to see what New England does first year without Belichick. Well, they're already very un-Belichick like, Dylan. Go ahead and talk about that tweet you just sent us a minute ago.
In the group chat?
Yeah, the New
Um,
England tweet.
is that about trading back in?
Yeah, because
Oh
how
yeah, so
un-Belichick like is
Gerard
that?
Gerard Mayo, yeah, he's at the draft party, I guess, for the Patriots, and he's addressing the fans. And the quote from Mike Reese was, "I hope you are as excited as I am to start putting the team together and getting out there on the field. We're going to get a great player at 3. It's going to be early, and we can always sneak back into the first round." And then I immediately followed that up and said Schrader's final mock they had the Rams flipping with Kansas City, so the Chiefs went up to 19 to get Mims. So the Rams were sitting at 32, and then they traded out with New England. So New England was able to come back in at the end of the first round. And I think they took Xavier Legette, if I'm not mistaken. So they were targeting a
Yeah,
pass catcher. So obviously they went quarterback at 3 and then pass catcher at 32. So I thought it was interesting that Peter mocked that. He's been pretty on the nose with a lot of these final mocks of the draft cycle. So that is interesting that he said that. But yeah, New England is the one where like the draft kind of starts at 3. It seems. I know it's most likely they take a quarterback. It just depends on, I guess, who or who comes up into that spot potentially and takes a quarterback. So I think it's going to be quarterback, quarterback, quarterback. If we can get 4 in a row, that'd be amazing.
Yeah, breaking news, not Jets related, but AJ Brown just got 3 years and $96 million from the Eagles.
Good
So
for
he
him.
is the new highest paid receiver in the NFL. So as Rich Eisen said, Amon-Ra St. Brown had a nice run, lasted about 19 hours, and now he's been surpassed, and
that's how it goes.
it's been and it's been
And then Brandon
reported a couple
Ayuk's going to get
times.
traded when the Jets are on the clock at 10, and
What's that?
Brandon Ayuk is going to get traded to the Jets at 10, and he's going to become the next highest paid in like an hour and a half. So
That'd be
it's
funny.
always going to be.
As I mentioned to you in the group chat, that was something weeks ago when the when the Ayuk stuff started. When I was doing a mailbag with Scott Mason, Play Like a Jet, that was something he jumped on right away. He's like, "Why not 10 for 31 in Ayuk?" And that was a while ago. And then so when I saw that tweet earlier that the Niners were trying to move up to the top 10 and they were shopping Ayuk. Yeah, and it sounds as if the Giants tried to move again. This is according to Rap Sheet. Giants tried to move up with the Pats, and the Pats are standing pat.
Oh my God.
And they're I'll tell you what, man. I hope, and I didn't know about this till today. Apparently, Drake May. I love Drake May as a prospect. Apparently, the past few weeks, former Steelers fullback Merrill Hoge, who is kind of taken to be quite the draft, he has been trashing Drake May. Like anyone who takes this kid is setting their franchise back 5 years. He's no good.
Wow.
You don't
That's
hear
a
that
lot.
kind of stuff about these guys pre-draft, man. But I'll tell you what, that was one of the thoughts I had. I know there's nothing anyone can do about it. But when the Jets won that game against the Pats, I thought they're getting Drake May or Marvin Harrison, and it's going to terrorize us for years.
Yeah.
Because I love Drake, and I think Harrison, as I said, and I've heard a couple people say it now. I've heard Rick Spielman say it. I've heard there's another pod I was listening to with a former scout or former exec, and both of them have said Marvin Harrison is the closest. Like in this class, he's the one guy you look at and say he's a future Hall of Famer. And the fact that I think it'll be either Harrison, I think it's going to be May to the Pats, and I hope Merrill Hoge is right, and I hope I'm wrong because I think May is a really good player. Where's the QB of the future? Asks Richard. It's going to be middle rounds. We're hoping it's either Pratt, Jordan Travis, someone like that. But a guy we talked about the other day, Dylan, and then was brought up by Daniel Jeremiah, Devin Leary of the University of Kentucky.
Yeah, funny, right? As soon as we start talking about Devin Leary, somebody big mentions him, and usually it's Jim Nagy when we do that. We post about him, and then Jim Nagy comments about him. But yeah, this time it was DJ, and he said that of his day 3 developmental guys, he would take for the Jets Rattler, Leary, and then Pratt in that order. So I thought that was interesting. One, that he put
I
Rattler in the day 3, and that 2, that he put Leary over Pratt, because it seems like the consensus is Pratt over Leary by quite a bit. It seems like it doesn't seem like a lot of people are that high on Leary. Maybe he's not that high on him. Maybe he just likes him as a fit for the Jets. But I think
I did wonder if sometimes they're throwing out names and it might just be the first. I mean, generally, human nature, the way our minds work, you're ranking them in your head as you're saying them. But he didn't say I have them ranked this way, but he fired off a few names. But as I said, the fact that he did mention him first, I was surprised by that.
Yeah.
Andrew says, say everyone is home at 10. Would you trade back and pick up the kid from South Carolina? We've talked about this a few times. We would gladly. I'm assuming you mean.
He could be saying Leggett, maybe.
That's what I was going to say, because I think he means gone at 10. Say everyone's gone at 10.
Yeah.
That would mean, would I take Leggett at 10? Trade back and take him. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
As it stands right now, I would gladly go Bowers 10, and then if you had a second, Leggett there. Or I love the idea of Bowers and Malachi Corley. 2 guys
Sign me up.
Yak monsters,
Yeah. Here we go. Gus Toon, 2 questions in the chat. Someone big is going to fall. Maybe all. I mean, I have a couple draft bets in there. I put $1
Trader had him falling.
I put $1 on Joe Alt to be the second offensive lineman drafted. It's like
That
plus
could that
600.
very possible.
Yeah, so it's small bet with $1, but I mean plus 600. I feel like if the Latham buzz is real at 5, I think you could definitely see Alt falling as the second OT. And then Gus Tune follows up. How many live trades in round 1 feels like it could get wild? Somebody said up to even like 4 trades could
Well,
be like.
Schrager said up to 10.
I
Peter
mean, that
Schrager
would
said on
just
McAfee the other day, this draft could set the record. The record is 9, and he said he thinks this draft could set the record. I saw
that's
Kuiper tweet
crazy.
earlier 5 teams that could trade. One of them was the Jets. Andrew says, "Oh, no problem, Andrew. Typos. We all do them. We all it gets all of us from time to time. But this is
Yeah.
it's
9 trades is the record though. That's
what he said. Yeah, they
holy shit.
said he said he could see 10 trades, which would break the record of 9, which I think was a year or 2 ago.
Wow. It doesn't seem like that when you're watching it real time, but I guess yeah,
Because it
that's
happens so quickly, you know.
yeah. I mean, you only have 10 minutes. It just boom, boom, boom.
Yep. Watch
So
draft day today. I think
did you?
yeah, but I've done this. I only watched it for the first time 2 years ago, so this is the third time I watched it.
Oh, okay, yeah,
And 2 of the 3 times I fall asleep halfway through and wake up and rewind to where I fell asleep and watch the rest of it. So it's a good way to knock about 4 hours out of my day.
yeah,
But
right. I
I'm
was
up
gonna
till
say
4 or 5 in the morning doing whatever the hell I'm doing. So
mhm.
you
Is that
know,
your new
it's
like draft day routine? You do that every draft day?
well, just by chance I did it this year, and last year I think I watched it all the way through. But the first time, laid down,
Mhm.
let me watch this. Everyone says how good it is, and it is silly. I mean, it's good.
Yeah,
It's a movie you can enjoy. But
yeah.
some of the stuff in that, like, and I get they're trying to make it relatable to non-football fans. You know, they have to like
They
I
have to
laughed.
cater to the yeah,
There's a
yeah.
scene in the beginning where Rich Eisen is like, the Browns are on the clock. And if they don't get their pick in within 10 minutes, the team behind them can come up. I'm like, oh, they're explaining this to people who don't watch the draft. Like,
That's funny, yeah.
duh. Like,
Yeah.
and there were a couple of moments where you thought, yeah, this is being catered to people who are watching this movie but don't like football.
Mhm.
Which you got to do. I understand.
Of course. Yeah.
Yeah,
I
but
don't really have a draft day routine or anything I do specific, but the first song I have to listen to is Draft Day by Drake. I have to just start my morning like that. As soon as that song's done,
I don't know a Drake song. I don't know any Drake
well,
songs.
now you do. Draft Day. It's a good one. He talks
Yeah.
about Johnny Manziel. So
Oh,
that's how long
Jesus.
ago the song was written. So I listened to
That song
ever
should
since
be
that came out. That's been the
unwritten
thing.
if there's a way to unwrite a song.
Yeah, right.
Writing songs about Johnny Manziel.
Yeah.
See, the only thing I know about Drake is he's a jinx, and if that doesn't prove it, I don't know what does. Guy writes a song about Johnny Manziel. I'm not sure Johnny Manziel ever won a game, did he?
I'm sure he's got a couple wins under his belt at the
Yeah, you think
NFL
so?
level. I don't know. I'm gonna put the over under at 3.5 and say he went under.
I'm gonna say under.
Yeah, under three. Under 3. Let's see. College, NFL. Jonathan Paul Manziel. He has a quarterback record of 2-6.
There you go.
Crazy.
What do we win? But yeah, see, this aggravates me. We got to wait all damn year for the draft. They should not be 1 second late kicking this thing off. But here we
Oh,
are.
they're not going to get to the podium until 10 after 8.
102, and nobody's unless, well, maybe I had my head
102 your
I
time.
got a draft headphone and a JetNation headphone in.
Oh, that's
So
funny.
they may have said something while I didn't have the headphone in, but I don't see a clock for the Bears.
Nope. No, the who is it? Goodell will go to the podium and
Yeah, I
open the
saw
draft,
some
and then
people out there singing. I'm guessing they were doing the anthem or something.
mhm.
Draft is so much fun. We're all 0-0 and have so much hope until week 3. Let's change. Listen, Andrew, I say it all the time. I've said it many times. The worst part of the year for Jets fans is football season. Everything else is a blast. Everything else is fun. Once football season starts, it all falls apart. So let's enjoy it while we can. But in all seriousness, though, Dylan, and I was thinking about this again today, and people may not want to hear it, and I believe me, we all understand very well that this is all about, well, health and coaching. And you weren't with us the other night when I said with Saleh. Yes, I've been pissed off with the way things have gone with Saleh. He's not my favorite guy, but I'm not going to let it ruin my offseason. Like, I've wiped the slate clean. Hopefully he sits down this offseason, looks in the mirror, realizes he needs to hold his players more accountable, thing. I mean, every coach should. Bill Belichick should do it. Every coach sit down at the end of every year and say, what can I do better? And I'm going to it's all I can do is hope that that's what Robert Saleh does. I'm not going to spend all damn offseason ripping the guy. Like, over what? It's done. What's done is done.
Mm-hmm.
He did some dumb things that he may do again and that's the thing. Like, the leash is short. Like, if it happens week 1, that's it. I'm done again. Mm-hmm. But for right now, it's like, all right, just wipe the slate clean. He is what he is. Let's see. Yeah. And here is hang on a second. Is Chris ready? Is he giving us the weight? Okay, that's the thumbs up. All right.
The double thumbs.
Yeah.
Boys. He's more than ready.
Boys.
Chris.
He's here
tonight. Any plans?
Guys, I drove the speed limit all the way home from work. Got done doing 3 hours.
And you didn't miss anything.
Didn't miss a thing. I will tell you, I'm scrambling because I haven't been using the setup for the show, and hopefully I sound good. If I don't, I'll fix it. But I got to get the TV on here.
Yeah, you're on it. You're in and out. You're cutting in and out.
Your mic is very sensitive.
I will work on it.
That we didn't hear at all.
I will work on it.
Okay. That we heard.
Yeah, that was good. Not sure if you heard, Chris, the most significant piece of Jets news lately is Rappaport saying that the Jets definitely have offers on the table for pick 10 if they want to move down. The opportunity is there, which I think we kind of all expected, but you hear it from him and you're like, all right, we knew the chance was going to be there. Now we know it's there.
Yeah, I feel like at this point it's like 80% chance they trade in a direction.
Yeah,
up or back.
That's
probably more so back. But
and I'm leaning toward down because I've been saying, even during the season when I would think about the draft, I would just think Joe Douglas cannot pick at 1 and 72. Like he's got to have something more than that in between. So we'll see.
Do I sound better now?
Yes,
you do.
Okay.
For now. See, now if you just said okay, then I didn't hear it. I saw your mouth move, but I didn't hear okay.
Sometimes we have success with these things, sometimes we don't.
So,
yeah, the official Jets podcast, it was Caroline Hendershot and Joe Douglas. The first thing she asked was having 7 total picks, how he felt, and it did not look like he was very happy to answer that. He only
punched her in the face.
No,
sorry, Caroline, it's a sore subject. The 7 picks thing. Let me help you off the floor. Let's start this interview over again.
Considering you have 7 with no second, like you said, you can't go from 10 to 72. That's such a lull of like you're losing all the talent in this draft.
This is the thing. It's such a
30
deep
to
draft.
60.
You got to if there's a chance, of course, not to get fleeced. I'm duh. Like if someone's trying to rip you off, you don't do it. But if there's a fair anything close to market value trade, you have to take it. You need more picks. There's too much talent in this draft to only pick at 10 and 72.
Yeah, or at least package some of your day 3 picks.
Yeah,
and
that's
make
another
them
thing.
Into day 2
you got a couple of 4s,
Yeah, do something like that where you come out with like the top tier talent or top end talent as opposed to
or package a 3 and a 4 to move up to the second round, something like that.
Like he talked about being excited about having Mr. Irrelevant. I'm like, no, just use that to move up. No,
I think that is fun because you want to get a guy who makes it. That's like it's a good story for the fans are gonna love him right away. Before the guy takes a snap, everyone's like, "Oh, Mr. Irrelevant." They love him. It generates coverage. I get like when they made that trade, the Zach trade, I was like, there's no way they're giving Denver Mr. Irrelevant. They're going to give him 256. They're not giving him 257. And sure enough, they did. Yeah. Rob says if things go south, does Johnson let both Douglas and Saleh go or just Saleh? Thank you for saying that, Rob. What's up, Chris?
Oh, we've got so much time between now and then. What are we doing? This is we're gonna be here for 5 hours, guys. Can we wait? Do I sound better now? Do I sound better?
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
I don't always take my ADD meds, so I get sidetracked. But what I was saying a minute ago, Dylan, how and we've all talked about this. This season is going to come down to injuries and coaching. If they stay healthy, if the coaching is good, right now this team, especially when you look at premium positions, I don't know that there's a better team in the NFL.
No, especially
you've got, again, I get injuries and I get people will get hurt, but you've got probably a top 3 left tackle. You've probably got the best corner tandem in the NFL. You've got a top 10, 12 quarterback. You've got, in terms of receivers, I don't like saying top 10, because there are so many good receivers right now. The 18th best receiver is an awesome receiver. You've got Garrett Wilson, who is elite. You've got Mike Williams, again, health questions, but best yards per catch guy in the NFL over the past 5-6 years. So, who has more pass rushers? Quinnen Williams, Jermaine Johnson, Hassan Reddick, Will McDonald. Like, at the premium positions, tackles, edge, corner, quarterback, who's better?
No.
They got to stay healthy, and the coach has to coach. Yeah, so I'm not firing Joe Douglas is my answer.
Yeah, I think those are the 2 points of emphasis this year is health and coaching.
We got Eminem.
Yeah, Eminem and Goodell at the podium, yep.
He is not afraid.
Have we figured out how bad the delay is between the three of us? Have we figured that out yet?
No, what are you guys seeing right now? I just got Eminem pounding his chest.
Oh, yeah, Eminem's not pounding his chest for me yet. Hold on.
He's clapping on stage now.
No, he's at the podium. You're Goff. Jared Goff's not even on my screen.
Jared Goff wasn't even a thought on my screen.
Jared Goff? It's Eminem up there, not Jared Goff. Jared Goff's not up there yet for me.
Yeah, 3 Lions are about to come out.
So here's what we know, Glenn. You're going to see the pick first.
Yep. Which is reverse from last year. Glenn
Which is not what I expected at all.
Behind.
Now there's Jared Goff. There he is.
Eminem's still talking on the podium, you guys. So it says this is live too. Damn.
I'm using YouTube TV, so I knew I was going to be behind somebody tonight.
I'm on NFL Plus. Oh, here comes.
I will do this when the pick is being announced.
Yeah, please, just hide it. Now I will tell you guys.
Then you see this.
I did my. I tweeted out. This was fun. I don't know if you guys saw this, but I tweeted out my mock draft, right? And then I had somebody point out to me, they're like, "Hey, dude, you had Minnesota and Chicago making a trade where Minnesota gets their quarterback," and I'm like, you know what? It's a great point. Didn't realize it when I did it that I had division rivals trading so that one of the teams could get the quarterback. So I put out a final version. And I want to see, because last year, I'm pulling it up right now to see how I finished last year in the huddle report, because I don't want to be this guy. But last year, I did have the best one over at TDN. I'm just saying.
Oh, nice.
Oh,
I did have the best one. So last year I scored. Let me find myself here. Where did I finish? I'm going to toot my own horn here. I finished with 39 last year. 39 points.
Nice.
So I'd like to at least tie that number this year, because that was good enough for a tie for 17th with Lance Zierlein was a notable name in that group, and Trevor Sikkema in that group as well. So I felt in a nice group there last year. So
I didn't submit mine, but I got them all right.
No, I didn't submit one this year.
The whole round 1 through 7, I got every pick. I have it somewhere. I'll show it to you one day.
So I will be keeping track of that as well. And then we're doing a mock in real time, right?
Yes, we're gonna, as the picks go, we're gonna say who we think is gonna go next.
Cool.
Damn, yeah, guys. I mean, a lot of grades in your mock. I see this now.
Yeah, so I ended up doing a lot of craziness in the back half of the top 10, because I think that's where the craziness will really begin. I am of the belief here, guys, that this is going to be pretty chalky 1 through 6.
Yeah.
Because if New England stays and picks a quarterback,
I don't know if it'll go to 6. I mean, well, we'll see. 1 through 3, 4, yeah, but the Giants, I'm not sure what the Giants are going to do. Because I think their hand's going to be forced with 3 quarterbacks going with the first 3 picks, and I just don't think they love JJ McCarthy enough to take him as a top 6. Now, listen, I was the guy who months ago was first on the, hey, JJ McCarthy 6 to the Giants thing when we did a mock, but I've kind of walked that back a little bit, because I think May is the guy they really like, and I just don't know if May's going to be there. I think May's going to be the pick at 3. I think he's going to the Pats.
And so do I, which
how
sucks.
Far would we trade? I don't know. Chris, you weren't here for this. We said earlier the latest we'd move back is sort of 18 to 20 range. What's the latest you would trade back?
Give me teams. Who's in that range? Because I don't have numbers on my mind.
The Rams are a big one, because they're 19 and reportedly trying to trade into the top 10.
Which is great for somebody who had the Rams trading down in his predictive mock. I feel really good about that. I would feel okay where Pittsburgh is, probably would be 20. As far down as I'd be willing to go.
Yeah, they're 20.
And again, I still think that's...
Bears are on the clock, by the way.
I think if you gave Joe Douglas truth serum, that's what he would tell you he would want to do. Would be trade down, acquire a second-round pick, and then regroup.
I did a quick, I just did like a 5 draft storylines a couple hours ago. And I just, for the hell of it, at the end, I put a prediction. And I stuck with what I mocked yesterday. I think they trade down and get either a Brian Thomas or a Brock Bowers or something like that.
Are you guys seeing how awkward the Bears draft room just looks right now?
So speaking of that, can I tell you guys a fantastic story?
Go right ahead.
On my drive home, I listened to the Michael Kay show in New York, because I get the New York feel. And I'm a Mets guy and a Jets guy, so I love listening to their content. They had somebody call in today who said his buddy works at the stadium for the Bears, and that the Bears are taking Marvin Harrison Jr. with the number 1 pick. It was, guys, I tell you, peak New York sports radio. Guy calls in who's in his buddy works at the stadium for a team, and they're not taking Caleb Williams. They're actually taking Marvin Harrison Jr., and then they're going to move up from 9 to get the quarterback that they really want. It was peak New York sports radio.
It would be great. Like, I would love something like that. Just like, because again, having said I would trade up for Marvin Harrison, I said, sort of, I think probably last year, before we knew who the quarterbacks coming out were going to be, I was like, I think he might be the one dude I would take over a quarterback. Like, I think he can be that good. I don't know if I would still stick with that, but I love a good, let's start it off with a curveball. Like, I remember the year when, what's his name? Mario Williams went over Reggie Bush.
We knew that days before.
Bush was like the locked-in guy for the whole year. And then like an hour before the draft, it's like Texans are taking Mario Williams. Whatever. That's BS. That's
do you remember that those were the years when the draft was all one day on a Saturday, and we learned on the Thursday.
It was never all one day.
It was Saturday, Sunday.
Saturdays. It was
weekend.
It was like rounds 1 through 3, and then 4 through 7. Yeah.
And I remember, maybe I have this incorrect, but I remember that like on the Thursday, we had learned, hey, they're going to take Mario Williams. They've already agreed to his contract with him. Like that's how.
For some reason, I thought it was the day of the draft. But to be fair, I was on like a World War II trip. I was watching it at an internet cafe in Germany.
That's fair.
Oh, wow.
But I have a vague recollection. I thought it was I think it was. It was a day or two before. But I didn't buy it. I was like, oh, this is some kind of smoke screen. They're taking Bush, but. Kudos to them, right?
So everybody in the Bears draft room is just sitting there.
Actually, we have a clock, so we can. What are your guys' clocks on? We can
7:15, 14, 13, 12, 11.
I'm at 6:50.
Okay, so you two are both ahead of me.
Yeah. You're refresh your page, dude. You might gain a couple
refresh my page. I'm using a YouTube TV app on my television. You think I can refresh?
Like I said, I'll duck behind my mic.
Refresh the page, yeah.
Not too worried about
I'm at 6:48 now. I'm at 6:48 now. We're good.
Dave says, I love how the first pick still takes like 8 minutes to be called in. You've had months. It's all TV.
You've had a year, basically.
Pomp and circumstance. They are told to wait. The first couple picks are told to wait, and then you start really getting into the.
Now listen, everybody in the chat. Don't be spoiling picks.
Oh yeah, don't spoil picks.
Don't be doing because I'm going to tell you if you start spoiling picks, I'm not going to look at it. I'm going to look at the private chat.
I'm actually going to make a habit. Yeah, like
we'll put you in timeout.
Right. I'm just saying, don't do this. Let us react, and then we can have a converation about it.
Yeah, for sure.
So we no one's making any change, right? We're all thinking Caleb Williams is going to be the selection here at number 1 for the Bears.
Yeah. Going to go out on a limb.
What's fascinating to me, right, is I'm surprised there hasn't been more discussion out loud of them doing what the Texans did last year, where they got their edge rusher and quarterback. Like, if they loved Marvin Harrison Jr., you've got pick 9. You can make some team an offer and move up and try to get a receiver. Like, I'm surprised that there hasn't been more discussion of them potentially moving from 9 up to maybe, not saying to 2 or 3, but like 5 or 6, like getting in front of some teams that could potentially be wide receiver needy. And snagging themselves a Malik Neighbors because I don't think he gets to them at 9.
I wonder if the lack of second round pick because they sent it for Montez Sweat. I think if I'm
that was a great trade. Great job by them to do that.
Yeah, but I think that is what probably would be the holdup from them moving up from 9 is the fact that they don't pick again until
75.
Yeah, quite a while. So what capital are you giving up at that point? But I agree. I mean, if you could do that, you're doing kind of like what the Texans did. They took an edge rusher and Will Anderson, but I mean, same perspective, and you can end up with, 2 quality offensive player of the year candidates or offensive rookie of the year candidates. I feel like that's what everybody's chasing now is the Joe Douglas 1-for-1, the offensive and defensive rookie of the year. That's what everybody's kind of chasing now.
It's hard.
The Texans did it, but
it's not easy. Yeah. It's not an easy thing to do, right?
Because we did it without a quarterback. Like, that's the craziest part. Like, the Texans did it. They had C.J. Stroud.
And second corner taken on the defensive side of the ball.
And
not the first wide receiver taken off the board.
Yep.
So they got offensive and defensive players of the year by not taking the first players at those respective positions coming off the board, which again is another. I think we are very fair to Joe Douglas on this show. I think we criticize him when it's required, and I think we give him praise when it's deserved.
Absolutely. I still kill him for this damn. When they're not picking in the second round tomorrow because of that Rodgers deal.
Guys, the Bears pick is in on my screen.
On my screen.
Yeah, same here.
I think it's going to be all over here. And
so
I'm going to get my
gain some seconds, Chris. You did.
I did. The refresh, the help. The turn it off, turn it back on strategy was super helpful for me. So I think what's going to happen here, guys, is after this first pick gets in, because I literally, the car I think is still making noise in the driveway of how hard I turned into the driveway. I saw my girlfriend and our daughter, and I was like, "Hi, love you guys. Have a good time at softball tonight. Gotta go."
Yep.
When this pick is done, I'm going to actually
Sunday?
get myself a beverage. No, we've got something special tomorrow for Friday. I think I can talk about this. Friday, we are going tomorrow night. The Savannah Bananas. The one I don't know if you're familiar.
Oh, nice.
Oh,
So
yes.
they are here in town, and so we're going to them tomorrow. So I will be following the second round on my phone, second and third round on my phone. So that was the trade-off.
Jealous.
I said I need Thursday, Friday we can go to Savannah Bananas.
That's gonna be cool.
So, but I'm gonna get a drink in between these picks.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's all right with you gentlemen.
No, you can't leave. Once you sat down, you were stuck.
Yep, that's
So
it.
pick 32.
That's it.
Pick 32.
All right, we have John Lawler in the chat spoiling a pick. He said John
Wow.
Lawler for the first pick.
Damn. I didn't have him on my board.
No. All right, so I don't know if you guys consume any of Jake Asman's content, but
I love Jake. Jake's a friend.
There's apparently a bit going around where somebody called into a New York to the fan and talks about this guy named Knoble from college as a draft prospect, and now it's like becoming a thing.
I love it.
God. It's honestly one of the funniest things to follow.
All right, so Roger Goodell's at the podium for me, so nobody's saying anything.
Yeah,
All right.
Bear selection. I'm on mute, so I can't hear.
Yeah, I'm on mute as well, so it'll just pop up for me. I'm last, right? So once I see it, we're good to talk about it? Okay.
Yep.
I see it.
Yep.
I mean, they haven't shown the graphic, but the fact that Caleb Williams is hugging his family, I'm going to assume he was the pick at number 1. Like, it hasn't come up on the bottom, but I'm going to assume based on the fact that he's hugging his family.
He wasn't the first pick and he's upset, so he's leaving the draft. He's hugging his family on the way out.
ESPN or NFL?
I have it on ABC. I have
NFL Network.
Yeah, I have NFL, and they've showed the name.
Okay, so I'm going to take my 2 points.
It has been Caleb Williams, obviously.
I'm gonna get my little whiteboard here.
Well, guys, I mean, I think it's fair to say the draft starts now, right? I mean, this is what we've really been waiting for.
Yes,
in all of these conversations, we knew it was Caleb at 1, and then it was what was Washington going to do at 2, and they go Jaden Daniels, they go Drake May. I think that throws a wrench into everything. If they go neither of those two quarterbacks, I think it throws a wrench into everything. So I think we can officially say now that the 2024 NFL draft has begun, and can't believe we're here.
And
can't believe we're here.
I'm saying Jaden Daniels too, but
Yeah.
honestly, that's just because of all the media hype. Like I thought there was a much better chance of May, but nobody is saying Drake May. So,
No, he's like minus 6,000 to be the number 2 pick on FanDuel right now. So it seems like it's Jaden Daniels by a clear margin.
Yeah.
Obviously, Drake May would be probably, I would assume, all 3 of our picks. I know he's Chris's quarterback 1.
Yeah,
so
he's my QB1.
Yeah, he would definitely be the Commander's pick if he was picking for them. But
which sucks.
That's what I mean. That's why I want to say May, because that's who I would take. But I'm going to say Daniels because that's
if I want to be correct, I'm going to say Daniels.
Yeah.
If I'm doing me, it'd be May.
Well, and I think most of the people in the chat know this. I know you guys do, but my day job is I work in sports talk radio, so we talk about this stuff all the time. But on the radio show, we have to talk about all the sports. So I'm the draft guy. When we talk about the draft, like I'm the guy that we go to. And the thing I'm telling everybody is like, putting a mock draft together is hard. Like, I watch the players. I know who I like. I know who my top quarterback is. I know who my top offensive lineman is. But just because I think Drake May is the top quarterback, I know Chicago wasn't taking him. I know Washington's probably not going to take him. And so that's the dance. That's the game you play here when trying to put together a mock draft and be predictive. At this point, guys, our thoughts about a player go out the window until the pick is submitted, and then we can talk about them. Like, it just doesn't matter at this point. So that's the fascinating thing to me, is to see what happens here. And it's going to pain me if New England gets my QB1 in this draft class. Like, it's going to pain me.
I was talking about that. I can't remember if that was before or after you joined us, Chris. That
I think it was
when
right
they lost that game, when they beat Belichick, that was my first thought, is they're going to get Drake May or Marvin Harrison Jr. And like, those are, to me, I don't want the Jets to have to deal with those guys for the next 15 years.
I'm going to go get my beverage here, gentlemen, while we wait for the Washington Commanders, Washington Commanders football team. What was their team name? Commanders. Commanders are on the clock.
Washington Commanders football team. Just throw them all in there.
Yeah, that's interesting, because if they didn't take Jaden Daniels here, is he a sure bet to go number 3 to the Patriots? I feel like he would start to slide if if they did decide to take Drake May here.
I would think so. They still need a quarterback. They've got Brissett.
Mm-hmm. But like, would they take like a McCarthy over Daniels? I'm not sure.
That was a story for a little while that they were like, oh, they want to go back to a Michigan guy, and they were reportedly doing a ton of work on McCarthy.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
It doesn't show how much time Washington has, but I assume it's somewhere around 7 minutes.
And yeah, what do I? Oh yeah, the clock's not up there for some reason. 3:28.
Oh, so there's a lot less time than I thought. Okay, cool. Let's get it moving along.
So are we not doing tomorrow? I thought we were doing all 3 days. Are we just doing tonight?
Well, I work. Obviously, I know it's after work hours. We don't pick until 72, so that's gonna be a while. I can pop in during the second round. I don't know if I'll be able to commit to the whole second and third round, but
okay. I thought that's what we were doing. I thought we were gonna do picks one.
I popped out that episode when you guys talked about it, but yeah, I'll definitely hop in like around like pick 70, whatever, and then talk through the Jets couple picks.
Yeah, definitely that. I thought we'd say. I guess we only meant round one. I thought we were doing all three, which is fine.
I'm just gonna mention it now that we're live, but I did talk to Phil, and he said he's working on a way to get a link for the forums at JetNation so that they can join the live streams, and there could be some cool workings with that, with as far as like chat and like calling in and stuff like that. I know we had a comment earlier on, but there's a potential for it.
Okay. Let's see. Pick is in for the Commanders.
My pick is not in.
My screen says pick is in as well.
My pick is in. Yeah, so definitely.
So are we watching 3 different feeds?
I think Dylan and I are watching NFL.
I think we're both on NFL.
Okay. Can I tell you guys who was a hard team to mock for? The Baltimore Ravens.
Oh yeah,
that was hard.
Super hard. They never overcomplicate it. Like
because everybody else does, and they luck into just good players being there.
We're just going to take this guy. We're going to take Tyler Linderbaum. Like
Kyle Hamilton just falls to us. We're just going to take the best safety, potentially the best player in the class.
It's weird, isn't
it? That's why it's hard.
So I noticed.
We'll see. Where do they pick again?
They pick 30.
I think if he's there, I think JPJ, because they lost a couple.
He was not there for me. He was not there for me. That was a lot of celebration. Commanders got the guy they wanted. They're happy. The guy they wanted was there too.
If you don't get the guy you wanted, it too. That's some really poor planning.
They're super happy.
Yeah, I got nobody on my stage yet.
No, it's just a video of the war room.
Of the war room, yeah.
All right. Somebody asked this. Maybe it was you, Glenn. Maybe it was you, Glenn. How much money you'd pay to be in the war room, to like have a feed of the war room? Man. Literally every dollar in my bank account.
I think in the future.
Goodell's talking. The worst part is they don't put up the names. I'm not going to know until
they are on NFL Network.
I was reading his lips, but it came up pretty fast.
All right. I don't know. Oh, baby. 2 for 2, baby. 2 for 2.
We love it.
Yeah, I think NFL teams at some point, I mean, you'd probably have to go in like strip down and put on prison clothing. But I think they're going to start letting season ticket holders pay like $10,000 to be somewhere where they can look down and watch the draft in person.
Easy, chat. Easy. There's a couple of you that were a little quick with the Jaden Daniels. Be careful. All right.
Yeah, I'm actually. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to lean forward. I'm going to have my microphone block my view of the chat, and you guys won't be able to see me in case I fall out of my chair.
Yeah, luckily
and I'm going to be looking at the screen.
My TV where I see the pick is this way, and the chat's over here, so I avoid it. But yeah.
All right, I'm going Drake May here.
Schefter, can I read a Schefter tweet? Is that allowed?
Go ahead.
Yeah.
He said one source says there is a 0 chance that the Patriots trade the number 3 overall pick. They will stick and take their QB of the future. So I think it's Drake May.
Yeah, because that was he covered that earlier. A couple people said that the Patriots had a lot of offers, but they did follow that up by saying that could be posturing by the Patriots, hoping for a last-second offer.
And I'll tell you what,
did say it looked like they were going to stay put.
I'll tell you what, if you're a New York Jets fan like we are, it's great news. It is great news to see that this is going to go chalk at the top with 3 QBs.
Yeah, from that perspective, but it's going to suck to see Drake May in the AFC
Well,
East.
there are people who don't think Drake May's very good. There are people like myself who think he's QB1, and I'm going to hate every minute of it.
Did you hear? I only saw this today, Chris. I was telling Dylan about it before you joined us. Merrill Hoge, his takes on...
I heard this take.
Killing him.
Yeah, he said that he's going to get a coach and GM fired.
Yeah, and he's going to set a team back 5 years. Hopefully this team.
Listen, you can think Drake May is a work in progress, and you can look at the short area stuff and say he could have been better last year. You can say all that stuff. But if you're going to tell me
too much good.
But you're going to tell me that you think he is going to set a team back 5 years, were you saying the same thing about Trey Lance? Were you saying the same thing about Zach Wilson? Or were you hyping those guys up? Because if you hype those guys up, then
Trey Lance, I never got the Trey Lance love.
What'd you say about Mac Jones, Merrill Hodge? What'd you say about Mac Jones? You think he was going to be a good QB?
With Trey Lance, but the guy played like 8 games in Division 11, and I'm like, you're going to draft this guy with that resume? Oh, but look how far he throws and how fast he is. Okay, but there's more to it than that.
So I know I did the report on this guy, and I'm skipping around here. And listen, folks, you're getting JetNation after dark here. Okay, this is just going to be a wild ride for however long we're on here.
Hell yeah.
There's some people who think J.C. Latham's going to be the top offensive tackle taken, and I'm like,
I think Daniel Jeremiah had that.
I'm like, excuse me,
about that because your mock had all at 5, and I was like, do you believe in the Latham hype? And I obviously your answer would be no, but I was telling Glenn right before you hopped on, there was on FanDuel Joe Alt as the second lineman drafted was plus 600, so I had to sprinkle.
Did you? Schrager had Alt going 11 and Fashanu going like 13.
I'm here to tell you. If you take JT Latham ahead of all the guys that we just talked about,
a lisp.
Like so if I can't help you. He's a guard. I don't think he's a tackle. I think you got to kick him inside.
See, Dom C loves him. Dom C has been saying Latham is OT1 for months now.
Yeah,
he was actually the first guy I heard say it, and now Peter Schrager's not. Well, I mean Schrager's going off what he's being told apparently. But yeah,
I have the pick is in on my screen, so I will be.
I do as well.
I will be paying attention and not looking at you, gentlemen.
Wow,
see the pick.
New England has made the pick.
Yep, just stick and pick.
I legitimately thought you were about to spoil it. Like I legitimately thought when you said "wow," I'm like, Glenn, are you about to just tell me the pick before? Like, what are you doing, dude?
Put him in timeout.
I'm like, dude, it's the 3rd pick, man. We're gonna be here for 4 hours. You can't be spoiling the 3rd pick.
Yeah, I couldn't even open Twitter because Twitter's gonna be terrible.
Yeah, that's why when I accidentally did it and I saw the Schefter tweet, I'm like, reminder: do not open Twitter.
Yeah.
Because I'm used to like, and I'll tell tales out of school here. Like when we would do content at TDN when I was there, we're getting the pick 3 or 4 ahead of time, and we're starting to roll on whatever content we're rolling on. Like it was our priority. If we're going to be a second screen experience for people, or if people are going to come consume our content, let's be first. Like if we trust our information and we know that the pick is the pick, let's not wait for TV. Let's give people the analysis that they're looking for. But now in this environment where we're reacting, we're having fun. I don't want to know. I want natural reactions.
Exactly. All right, so we're all on the May train here.
I mean, if they're taking their QB of the future and they take JJ McCarthy, I might break the window behind me.
That'd be crazy.
Yeah.
Also, that would throw a wrench into the Giants
other
thing.
Than a couple of comments on a podcast a few weeks ago, I've not heard anyone say McCarthy to the Pats. It was one particular show. And they were like, the Patriots are doing a lot of work on McCarthy. Don't rule it out. They like the work ethic. They like the Michigan background.
So if the Patriots, let's just hypothetical, if the Patriots take McCarthy, Cardinals then trade back to 6.
Yep, 100%.
The Giants take May. The Chargers take an offensive tackle. And the Cardinals still get Marv at 6.
Here's the problem, though. If I'm the Chargers and you give me Marvin Harrison Jr., I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking about it.
Yeah.
All right, boys, here we go.
Yep, Goodell's at the podium.
Yeah, they've just made it.
With that second pick, ABC, ESPN was better about showing the name, so I think they fixed their problem. The guy with the Drake May jersey just did this. The Drake May Patriot jersey just did this. So it is Drake May. That is 3 for 3. Very happy with that so far.
Oh, man.
And guys,
All right,
listen, no reason to change.
I'd rather it be Drake May than Marvin Harrison. I know it sounds.
I mean, I don't want to be this guy, but I think this is a problem for us as Jets fans. I think this is
like I said, when the Jets won that game,
for sure.
That was my first thought. I was like, we're going to be tormented by Drake May or Marvin Harrison Jr. But listen, if the Jets' window is now, if their defense can't shut down a rookie, they don't deserve to win anything. I don't care how good he is. No.
I love the piece of information that ESPN's giving me. Friends with Sam Howell spent 2021 playing behind him at UNC. Thanks, ABC. Appreciate it.
Some of the info you get.
Well, that was like during the COVID year, right? When they did all those player interviews from like where they were and they had all that information. So I'm 3 for 3 so far. I think you guys are all 3 for 3 so far. Yeah, I have no reason to change. This is going to be Marvin Harrison Jr.
Yep, same here.
Marvin Harrison. Yep.
Because honestly, if you want JJ McCarthy right now, are you worried right now? Do you need to move up?
No, I mean, because the Vikings are the team that you got to look at to trade up, right?
Well, that's why I have trading up though. So it's like who's been, because everything we heard about Vegas, right, was that they loved Jaden because Pierce worked at ASU, and there was some rumors late in the day yesterday into today about Penix.
Yeah, Penix.
If you're the Raiders, Daniels is gone. Are you worried about Michael Penix not getting to you at 13?
I don't.
No,
unless
you're not.
You're worried the Broncos are going to jump you because they need a quarterback.
But they probably like Bo Nix.
Okay, so
that's Nix is the guy I've mocked to the Broncos at 12 a few times.
Same. That seemed like free money, but Bo Nix was like plus 300 to be a first round pick. So I sprinkled a lot of money on that. I felt like he's almost.
I would take that.
15.
Did you see that stat on him that I tweeted out the other day?
No, I missed it.
His adjusted completion percentage under pressure at Oregon last year. Under pressure, adjusted completion percentage was 80%.
Wow.
That's insane.
That is nuts. Chris, I don't know if you saw the tweet that I sent in the group chat, but Gerard Mayo said, stay tuned. They might come back in the first round.
What do they have? Let me look here real quick on what is at their disposal.
Second. They have like 30.
They have 34. So they can. So they have the second pick in the.
Yeah.
So they are quintessential team. Moves up 5 spots and gives up like a 5th, and takes their guy.
Pass catcher. Yeah, and then they pair up Drake May with like Xavier Legette or somebody.
Yeah.
Or
I think this
Ricky
is
Pearsall. Could you imagine if the Patriots got Drake May and Ricky Pearsall?
Shit,
dude.
Stop it.
Glenn, I pride myself on not cursing on this show because I know that we like to keep it family friendly as we can. Mm-hmm. If the New England Patriots trade back into the first round and their haul on night one is Drake May and Ricky Pearsall, you better have a censor button ready to go because I'm going to lose my
mute button.
Bleeping mind.
Okay? It might be good that I'm getting the picks first.
Oh, that's so funny.
I think this is Marvin Harrison Jr. for the Cardinals. I don't think they're going to get, at this point, with 3 quarterbacks off the board, I don't think they're going to get a super great offer from a team that's going to make a ton of sense. I think they have another first round pick tonight as well, where I think they can address a bunch of the needs they have on the defensive side of the ball. Edge, corner. They could potentially get somebody for the interior of the offensive line if they love a JPJ or a Zach Frazier. So to me, don't make this difficult. Get Kyler Murray a number 1. Have your wide receiver room be Marvin Harrison Jr. and Michael Wilson going into training camp, and you'll feel really good about where you stand.
I sent you the Bill Burr bit? Did you watch it?
I did not because I've
seen that one.
After we talked, I realized that I have seen it, so I know exactly.
I laugh every time. I think of that bit when they're interviewing the players. Like, you try real hard, great city, and same thing the 73 guys before me said. Like,
I have Pickens in for the Cardinals.
What can the fans expect from you? I'm a hard worker, get after it, committed, looking forward, can't wait. Right. Every guy, same thing.
I have a thought. I'm going to see something here real quick before I speak out of turn.
Arizona pick is in.
Guys, I have if you're the Commanders, do you try to trade back in and get a wide receiver?
When's their next pick?
36 and 40.
When though? Like Brian Thomas Jr.
You get Jane Daniels, the guy that he played with.
I don't hate it.
You make him super comfortable.
I don't hate it. You can definitely do it. I mean, 36 and 40. I mean, I don't know what the value is on those picks, but I'm sure that's equal to like 18. If you can get up there to get Brian Thomas Jr. ahead of the Steelers.
Yeah, but do you even need to? I mean, you might be able. You might get him in the late 20s.
Like a JPJ or the Duke kid. They're taking a center. They're going to take the bet or Frazier. They're going to take the best center on the board. That's my guess. They're announcing it.
They are announcing the pick.
Yep.
All right. I moved to the private chat, so when I see the pick is I move to the private chat, so I can't see anything. I hope this is Marvin Harrison Jr. so we can all be 4 for 4. All right. The excitement tells me that there's probably Marvin Harrison Jr. Marvin Harrison Jr. Ladies and gentlemen, for all the chaos that everybody thought we were going to have for the last 4 months, it has been absolute chalk for the first 4 picks.
Yeah, right.
I haven't heard a lot of projections that it would be in the first 4 or 5 picks. I think they said it starts. Some people expecting it to start with the Giants, who were trying to move, but
Kyler and Marvin Harrison is fun.
The Chargers, and this is where.
So this is the first tricky one.
This is a tricky spot. Yeah.
I'm going with the hype.
I mean, was Harbaugh laying a trap at the combine with that soliloquy on the importance of offensive line?
And they need a receiver. Receivers? They need a receiver. They need a receiver.
They have no receivers.
But now I know it's a different regime. But they spent the first last year on Quentin Johnston. So do they want to do that again when I think they need some help along their offensive line?
I don't know.
Joe Alt is staring you in the face right now. Joe Alt is staring this team in the face.
Yeah.
That would be my pick if I was on the board for them picking. It'd either be him or Neighbors. I do think the pick is going to be Latham. I kind of just buying the late hype of everybody saying it.
I'm sitting here stuck on Latham because
I feel like
they have a left tackle, don't they?
Yeah, Paris. Rashawn Slater.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I have to let the dog out. I don't know if you guys can hear him barking. I'm just going to be right back. I'm going to let him out and be back.
We'll be here. I don't know, Glenn. I just think you look at a guy like a Joe Alton. I think you feel pretty good about taking. I mean, but again, they could also trade down. This is definitely.
If they hadn't cut both their receivers, I thought this is where Bowers would go, but I can't see that happening now.
I feel old. Do you see how old Marvin Harrison Sr. looks? I feel extremely old.
I remember loving him out of Syracuse and wanting the Jets to take him.
My guy has a salt and pepper mustache.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I'm so old. I'm about to be 30, and Marvin Harrison Sr. is not helping me feel young again.
Here we go. Marvin Harrison, breaking news. He's going to be the best he can be and work really hard.
I'm so glad I have it on mute. I'm so glad I have it on mute. I mean, I'll say this, Glenn. This is going really well for what we want the Jets to be able to do at 10. Yeah. This is going really nicely. And I'm here to tell you, as much as I would love it for the prediction to be 5 for 5, Joe Alt falling, really nice for the Jets and their potential trade down possibilities.
Yeah. Let's, I'm going to say Joe Alt.
I'm going to say Joe Alt as well. Why would I change? I've been perfect so far. Why would I change?
I want to say Latham, but I can't see Latham over Alt.
I can't see Latham over Fashanu.
I can see Latham. See, now I'm changing my own, convincing myself otherwise. I think Latham is the better power guy, and they've said they want to be they just want to run it. They want to grind it out on the ground. If that's the case,
with who? With who?
Can't run block.
Who's their running back?
They'll take care of that later. That's formalities. You know who their running back is going to be? Blake Corum. That's who their running back is going to be.
Oh, you are so right. That is brutal. You are so correct.
Yeah. Yeah.
Let me look at their depth chart. Let me pull it up here.
Yeah, they don't have
no, I'm sorry. They have J.K. Dobbins. Everything's fine.
Oh,
everything's fine.
Yeah,
J.K. Dobbins.
They're taking Blake Corum later on.
Guys, this running back room is a who's who of like guys who have potential but haven't really hit it. J.K. Dobbins, Gus Edwards, Isaiah Spiller, Elijah Dotson, Jarrett Patterson. That's the running back room.
Jarrett Patterson out of Buffalo. I loved him. He was busting out 300 yards, 6 touchdown games. Like it was nobody's business.
We think Joel could play right tackle, right?
Yeah.
Because Trey Pipkins is this team's starting right tackle right now.
What's that?
Trey Pipkins is this team's starting right tackle.
He's not.
God bless.
Now, interior, they have Zion Johnson, who they just took 2 years ago. I don't think they're going to move him. They have a 6th-round pick in Jamari Salyer, who hasn't been awesome. So if you're taking Latham, you're telling me that you're playing him on the right side.
Yes.
I would rather just take Joe Alt and make him the right tackle.
Yeah. Offense heavy draft. This was another thing. I don't know if you guys heard this. The prediction that this would be this draft would set the record for most offensive players taken in the first round. I think they predicted 19 total, or 19 might be the record, and they think they're going to go over that.
19
I think I have 10
players.
10 offensive linemen going in my predictive. Like, that's just offensive linemen.
The first, I want to say like 9 of the first 10 should be offense if you think about it.
Yeah. Byron Murphy, probably the only player that sneaks in.
Or I think Byron Murphy.
Newton.
I have him going with my last pick.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah. He was plus 10,000 to be a top 10 pick, but I feel like if there's Byron Murphy hype at 8 and they just got the player wrong but the position right, Johnny Newton would be the guy. So
yeah, that's fair. Now the Chargers really thinking about this, taking it all the time.
I wonder if they're entertaining trades.
I was gonna say, when it takes this long, man, they're normally at least talking about it.
Even if you just flip with the Giants and you move back to 6 and you still get your offensive linemen.
But if you're the Giants, why are you moving up? If it's gotten to this
point. Because you think they're going to take Neighbors.
Oh, you think to stop
like if the Giants feel like
Neighbors?
Yeah, if
the Giants are a tough one too, man.
Yeah, like if the Giants are like, can we entice you to move off Neighbors? So that was the other thing, was there's a lot of smoke around Rome being the second wide receiver taken, which I feel like wasn't really talked about until.
But he could be the third,
right? Which I feel like wasn't even talked about until a couple days ago as like legitimate. But I mean, if they take Rome, say the Giants take Rome at 6, I'm calling the Titans for Malik Neighbors at 7, 100%. And I almost don't care what they give up.
Like, you say that now until we see what the return is.
Oh no, until the conversation comes back and it's like 4.
All right, pick is in for me. Pick is in for me.
Going for commercial.
I got a commercial, but the pick.
No. It says it in the bottom left. Pick is in for me. That's all it says.
Oh yeah, mine just luxury GX from Lexus.
I got the pick in.
Yeah, this pick is in the bottom left.
The pick is probably in, but it's not on my feed.
All right. So who's your pick here, Dylan? Latham?
Latham, yeah.
I went almost went Latham, but I'm sticking with Alt.
Yeah, I heard you back and forth when I was letting the dog out there.
Yeah, I'm going to stick with Alt because I've been perfect so far. But Dylan, I think you're right. I think they're and listen, Latham's not. I told you when I did the scouting report, I did not think he was a top 10 player.
If it's Latham, I most likely win money because Joe Alt would be the second one taken. So.
Yeah, I think Joe Alt, Tennessee makes sense. If he doesn't go here.
I mean, he was always like, okay, if Joe Alt gets to Tennessee, this is where it stops. Like the slide stops here for Joe Alt.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Interesting.
Did Michigan play Notre Dame this year? Maybe Jim got a nice up close personal look at Joe and was like, I gotta have that guy on my football team.
I don't know. I can't recall their schedule.
Chargers team needs wide receiver, OT, cornerback, inside linebacker. Well, I don't think they're taking a linebacker with this pick.
Quinyon Mitchell, come on down.
Peyton, I couldn't find a spot for Peyton Wilson in the first round. I just couldn't get there. I was like, I don't think a team's going to do it.
I had to put money on him as linebacker 1, plus 750. He was the third best odds at linebacker. I think Edgerrin Cooper and some other guy were better odds, but I was like, nah, it's going to be Peyton Wilson. Somebody's falling in love with the 4-4-3.
Let's see here.
Glenn, don't react, okay?
Who, me?
Yeah, you. You get to pick first.
Yeah, I know, but I keep ducking behind my mic.
What is it, 4 a.m. for you? How early is it?
I don't know. I don't look at the clock anymore.
It was 1:47 when it started. Yeah.
Okay, we're doing all right.
Shit, it's 8:47 and we're at pick 5.
I'm going to tell you, it's 5:47 for me, boys. I got all the time in the world.
It's 8:48 for me. It does not look like Michigan played Notre Dame last year.
It's unfortunate. All right, Raj, what do you got for me here, bud? Yes, let's go. Let's
There you
go. Good job by the Charger. I think this is a home run. I think this is your starting right. This is your starting right tackle. You now do not have a worry in the world. Your left tackle you love. Your left guard is good. You have three pillars. You want to talk about what Jim Harbaugh wants to do with his football team? And I know we were just talking about J.C. Latham. You know who also helps with that? Joe Alt, because he's not going to do anything wrong. Like he's going to do everything correctly. I think this is neighbors. I think
they spent too much to give up on the quarterback already. It's got to be neighbors.
That'd be interesting, though, if they did. They went with McCarthy.
Have you guys ever seen this movie, Greater?
Greater? No.
I never heard of it till the other day. And if you can, there are a handful of moments that are very after school special Disney type feel, like a little too hokey, a little too down home, sweet, whatever. But man, I feel bad. I forget the guy's name. Offensive lineman for Arkansas. And it does the whole, he's the underdog. They show him as a little kid. His brother's giving him a hard time because he's a fat kid. He won't get off the couch and work out. And he's watching the Razorbacks on TV. He's like, I'm going to be a Razorback one day. And he's like, well, you got to get off your butt and work. And he plays like peewee football and he sucks. And he plays high school football and he's not very good. And he goes to Arkansas, like begging them to bring him in as a walk-on. And they're like, fine, you can hold the tackling dummies for us in practice. But like one of the coaches takes a liking to him. They work his ass off. Dude becomes an all-American third-round draft pick. And not a happy ending, basically. But true story. Only a few years, like 99, I think. Like right away it had that feel. I was like, I think this might be real. Check it out, though.
Greater.
So 5 minutes on the clock for the Giants.
Guys, you see what Jermaine Johnson just tweeted?
No. I'm off Twitter.
He tweeted. Well, I got tagged in a Discord about it, so I'm just seeing the tweet. At 5:28, he tweeted. So that was 22 minutes ago. He tweeted, D-line about to get better with a smirk emoji.
Man, they're fucking around. Sorry.
See, it was you this time. See, it was you.
Some of these players.
So now I get one later. I get one later when Ricky Pearsall's a Patriot. Fine, I get one now.
Fine. I did it. These players, some of these, like Sauce and Garrett, like they like playing with the fans' emotions when there's like transactions going on. They love hopping on and messing with the fan, and I'm not a fan of that.
Come on, we're having fun. They're having fun.
But
because Garrett follows up 3 minutes later and says, "Shut up, bro."
The pick is in for the Giants?
Pick is in for me as well, yes. I'm going to stay. There's no reason for me to change. Malik Neighbors.
Yeah, it's got to be Malik Neighbors. This makes too much sense.
The Vikings should take those 2 1s and send them to the Jets so they can move up and get JJ there.
See, the problem is I have a trade with my next pick here. So with how chalky this is gone, like I'm kind of... Wow, downtown Detroit looks really packed. Like they did a really nice job. It looks really good.
Yeah, I think they said they had to stop letting people in. They hit capacity. They were at 150,000.
The best thing that the league ever did was decide to take this on the road as a traveling circus because you just get these great cities, great vibes.
I just looked up at Twitter and saw the damn pick.
Wow, Brock Bowers is a New York Giant. Wow, can't believe it. Can't believe Brock Bowers is a New York Giant.
With that reaction,
I don't care who the pick is. I'm just mad that I saw it before.
No, I know, but just because of it was that level of a reaction, I just had to joke that it was Brock Bowers. And you know what? If it is, it's going to be great. Don't give it away. But if it is, it's going to be fantastic.
Oh my goodness.
Promise you, my expression would have been far different if I had Brock Bowers sprung on me by the damn Giants.
Oh man. It just feels like neighbors. They needed a receiver. He might be their best receiver on their board, right? They might have been the one of the teams that we've heard say that people like neighbors more than they like Marvin Harrison Jr. So it could have been the Giants for all we know. All right, here we go. Let's see here. Come on, Raj. Where are you, buddy? There he is. Raj going with the open collar, no tie, with the sneaks. He's going.
It's night 1, and he's dressed like it's day 3.
I know. Guy's got him. Well, he's not there by day 3. You kidding me? He's at it.
No, I know, right? He's got other people doing it.
All right, here we go, Giants. Can I go 6 for 6 to start the night? Yes, I can. 6 for 6. Let's go,
That's
baby.
Nice.
Yeah, thank you, Connor Hughes.
Okay, now I will tell you, I'm kind of being selfish here right now, but that's okay. I have Minnesota trading up here with Tennessee. Tennessee can still take the player I had them taking with the trade right now because I have them taking Olumuyiwa Fashanu. They could still do that. So I don't need the trade to happen to feel good about the pick here.
So when you do like the predictive mock for for the points, do you get it if the player's right but the spot is wrong?
So you get a point for the player being in the first round. So when a player is selected, you get 1 point. You get an additional point player team fit. So if Tennessee doesn't make the trade and they stick and pick Olumuyiwa Fashanu, it doesn't matter in my mock draft that I had them trading with Minnesota. It doesn't care.
Okay. I missed it. Rob says I used European slang. What did I say?
You dropped an F-bomb when you were talking about...
No, but he said I used European slang. Did I say something?
I think he's poking fun about...
Oh, okay, because sometimes I use terminology that we use over here, not in the States. I thought I said something that he caught.
I think he was saying that your liberal use of the F-bomb there was European slang. I think. Rob will tell me if I'm wrong, but...
No, you're probably right. All right, so who do we got now?
This is Tennessee.
Tennessee.
This is Tennessee.
Fuaga or Fashanu?
I have Fashanu. I don't. Is this a sneaky Roma Dunze spot where they just kind of steal them?
No.
With Hopkins and Calvin Ridley.
Exactly. Hold on. Let me check here. I have our lads up here on one of the other screens here. I'll tell you who their receiving core is. You tell me. Tennessee Titans.
And Calvin Ridley.
Their wide receiver department is DeAndre Hopkins, Calvin Ridley, and Treylon Burks.
Oh,
we're good.
Fine.
Roma Dunze not going to be a pick here. We're fine.
No.
I forgot about Ridley.
This is their offensive line, though. Nicholas Petit-Frere, Peter Skoronski, Lloyd Cushenberry, Daniel Brunskill, and Dylan Raduns. Let's get Olumuyiwa Fashanu, please.
Yeah, I'm going Olu because they're going to want to protect the blind side.
So I've already gotten one wrong with Latham, and I don't know if I want to just keep picking him and being wrong.
What's that?
But I don't know if I want to pick Latham again and be wrong, but I feel like he's going to be one of these picks.
Well, I can guarantee you he'll be one of them.
I guess I'm going to just go Olu. I think I'm going to have to go Fashanu as well.
I mean, yeah.
He's just the better player to me, in my opinion. Like, I know it's not what we're doing, obviously.
Could they take Latham?
No, we don't know who they took, but I'm just saying.
No, could they? Could they?
Oh, that's what I think. Like, why not? You said they're Brunskill and Raduns was their right side.
Their right side is Brunskill and Raduns. Skoronski. I mean,
Skoronski's good. Cushenberry's okay. They just paid him in free agency. So, and then
Petit-Frere, was he fine?
No, that's tragic. I don't know. I don't think that's great. So you probably need 2 tackles and a guard, or if you could upgrade 2 tackles or a guard. So yeah, I mean Fashanu, if you think he could play both left or right tackle, but Petit-Frere, you'd probably just kick to right tackle if you drafted Fashanu. So yeah, I'm gonna go Olu here. Just trust what I saw on film as far as Olu versus Latham.
Man, just think about this for a second. And we don't know, we're not in the room. But you're Minnesota. You made this trade to acquire an additional first-round pick, clearly,
and a quarterback falls,
creating ammunition to get up for a quarterback, and you couldn't get there. Like, do you really love JJ McCarthy that much and think he's going to fall?
And where are they? 11? They're 11.
They're right now 11 and 23. I think are their 2 picks. I know it's 11, but I think they're
11 and 23. Yeah.
Titans pick is in, boys. Let's see what they do here.
I think this will be the first one I think I miss. I'm not 100% confident.
I was least confident so far, obviously.
Yeah, and I had a trade here, so them staying and not making a trade here forces this could be very, very wild for me.
Mm-hmm. I want to look at Twitter to see who Schrager had mocked to them, but I know as soon as I turn it on, it's
don't do it.
Spoil it.
Yeah, don't do it.
They'll probably spoil
I
the
can
Falcons
go look at it.
for
I
me,
put it
honestly.
in the form of JetNation, so
be careful. Be careful in
that. Going on Twitter.
Yeah. Oh, commercial break as soon as the pick is in.
You got to get that Bud Light money, you know.
Let's see.
That's a Tacoma commercial.
Now listen. If the Jets just pick a 10, we're sticking around here, right? Like we're not
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we're gonna do the whole round, right?
All right. That's fine.
Yeah.
I'm just listen. I'm just.
Oh yeah.
You see, I got a blanket and a pillow over here. I'm ready to go.
This guy, Chris will be in the back on the recliner with
That's
his
right.
microphone like extended all
That's
the
right.
way.
It doesn't make it that far. I'll just scream. Oh man.
Brock Purdy doing Toyota commercials. Oh god.
I'll tell you what, guys. Again, this has been extremely chalky.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like
Yeah.
even the Chargers didn't throw a wrench in it.
Yep. And everybody thought that was going to be the first wrench thrown.
Right.
What the hell did I call that?
Now, the beautiful thing about doing the predictive here, right, is I'm more than likely inside the top 10. I'm still going to get a point for the player that gets selected.
Mm-hmm.
But the way you win this and the way you do well is you get a lot of those team fits. You get a lot of those, matches. So, like last year, a couple of my big ones was I had Mozzie Smith to Dallas. Like that was one that I called.
Mm-hmm.
So what were we looking for here on his mock? I got it.
Who did he have? Who did he have Tennessee taking?
He had Tennessee trading
With Minnesota?
With Minnesota to get JJ
Peter
McCarthy.
stole my idea.
But who did they then take?
Who did they take with the pick?
What?
Tennessee.
Minnesota?
Tennessee.
Tennessee then traded to 11, and they
took
took Alt.
I'm here to tell you, Peter, Alt is no longer available. Redo your mock, please.
Quick. Now.
Update it on the fly.
I will be shocked if Bo Nix doesn't go 12.
I will tell you, one of the easiest things for me to do in every mock was put him at 12.
Yeah.
Well,
do you remember a couple months ago when I was, I generally don't care about this type of stuff, but when I saw that, what was it, Sports Illustrated mocked him to the Jets at 72. And I was like, or Bo Nix is not going to be on the board at 72.
No.
All right, Raj. What do you got?
I feel like he's one of those, you trade up to 33, first pick of the 32. Second round to take him.
Yeah.
Or 32 to get the fifth year option, but yeah.
I don't have I didn't look them up after, but I heard a conversation, and it's interesting that basically if you're a quarterback that's good enough to go in round 2, someone's going to trade up and take you at the back of round 1. So quarterbacks just don't go in round 2 anymore. Mm-hmm. It's like you're either round 1 or round 3. Because if you're good enough to go round 2, someone's going to overdraft you at the back of round 1.
That's probably accurate.
Yeah, and they said that's a thing.
I agree with that.
Man, Drake made it the Patriots. They just showed it again. It pisses me off.
Yes, Rob, we thought it was funny too. Rob said he thought it was funny that we were talking about you dropping F-bombs, and then I let one slip. That's a first. I've never done that.
Listen, it's the draft show. I said it was JetNation After Dark.
The only time I've ever cursed on the show, knowing I was going to curse on the show, was during the Adam Gase era. And I came on and said, this won't be like a usual show. If you have kids listening, there's going to be some words. And I let it rip. Here we go.
All right, Raj. I really hope this is Olumuyiwa Fashanu, but we'll see. JC Latham, man. Holy smokes.
Yep. So that's money for you, right, Dylan?
No, I'm late. I didn't say it yet for me. God damn it.
You're late.
And I would have been right. I don't know. I had a commercial break, and then there was all of a sudden.
Listen, that's not
no,
on me.
I'm not mad at you. I'm mad at myself for not doubling down and taking Latham. But we're gonna refresh the page. But I'm mad that I didn't stick with my gut with Latham. God damn it.
Who did you have, Chris? Did you have Latham there?
No, I had Olumuyiwa Fashanu. So that's just 1 point for me there.
All right, so now, because I think Odunze is 9 to the Bears if the Jets don't trade up here.
This is a sneaky, and I put it in my mock. This is sneaky. Indy trade up for Brock Bowers' position here.
Yeah, that's. I said. I mean, it's if you want Bowers and you think the Jets are going to take him, you got to get up to 8 or 9. Oh, I think he just snapped Roger Goodell's back.
Who, JC Latham? I mean, he is big. He can do that.
Yeah.
Apparently,
nickname is Trench King. I'm here to tell you, JC. I don't know if I agree. I don't know if I agree with the Trench King.
Just had back surgery. I'm not sure.
Oh well, He's going to need
How
another
long
one.
ago?
He's going to need another one.
Somebody on NFL Network, they're talking about how they're going to have to get Goodell's back up stretching. And somebody said my next note that I was about to say on Latham is that he can be a little bit too aggressive.
That's funny.
So Tennessee. How do I want to do this? It's 1 point. I'll do it this way.
Do we all think that they're keeping this pick with Atlanta, or they're probably trading out?
Well, if they do,
I think Atlanta. This could be the first defensive player. I think we've agreed on that.
I think it's Dallas Turner or trade
that's why.
down.
Yeah. So I had them trading down and still getting Dallas Turner with the way the board fell, but
which I think is possible.
It is possible. I do think if they stay, do they feel like a Byron Murphy spot? I don't know.
I'm trying to think who it was
their edges are so old. Let me look.
But they have.
I'm not saying they'll do it, but someone said the other day, what if they just decide we're going 1,000,000 miles an hour on offense and we're taking Odunze here? And you've got Cousins and London and Pitts and Odunze.
But they also have Rondell Moore and Darnell Mooney. They traded Rondell for Rondell Moore. They signed Darnell Mooney. Like, what do we? At some point, you have too many players.
That may have been a conversation before they made that move.
Yeah.
You still have Bijan. You have Pitts. Like, you can't get all these guys targets.
Did we tell you, by the way, Chris? I don't know if we told you this. I just reminded me seeing Drew Rosenhaus in that shot.
Okay.
That when we went to the Senior Bowl, I went to the wrong entrance, and took me a little while to realize it. But that was the only reason I got to speak to a scout. That was just by chance.
That's funny.
Because I'd never been there before, and they're like, "Oh, go to this entrance, not that entrance," and I'm like, "I don't know the entrances. I'll just go and I'll park and I'll see where people are going, and that's where I'll go." And so I think what happened was a parking attendant let me park in a lot that I shouldn't have parked in, which I didn't know. I just followed someone to a parking lot and went in, and then I'm like, "Oh, everyone's going that way, so I'm just gonna go that way." So I start going that way, and I'm walking up, and there's a line outside, people talking, everybody seems to know each other. And I'm like, oh, that's Drew Rosenhaus. Why is Drew Rosenhaus over here with like us dopey bloggers that nobody cares about? I don't know. Who cares? I don't know. So I just stay. I just hang out, and Drew Rosenhaus is standing there, and everyone's talking. I'm like, how do all these people know each other? And I start talking to some guy behind me because he happens to mention 2 U.S. cities that I've lived in and visited that I love. And I was like, oh, you've been there? He's like, yeah, and we're talking away. And eventually he's like, I'm like, oh, who are you with? And he's like, oh, I work for this team. I'm a scout. And I was like, oh, and I'm looking around. I'm like, are these people not bloggers? And then I get to the front and they're like, no, your credentials are for the other entrance. This is the executives and scouts and all that. And I was like, oh, but then I got to use some quotes on the show from a scout because we started talking football, and he very openly was like, we talked about a couple players and, but yeah, so me being an idiot got me a couple of quotes.
Nice.
But yeah, I felt
I don't know if it's an idiot. The parking attendant sent you that direction.
See, that was part of it. I'm like, if this guy would have told me I wasn't allowed to park.
Yeah, that's fine. Guys, all I was told was there were going to be so many trades. We were going to get dizzy because of how many trades there were. We've made 8 picks. No one's done anything.
Here? Who do you guys have?
I think it's Dallas Turner since they didn't trade down.
Well, I had them trading with Indy for Brock Bowers and then taking Dallas Turner. So I'm kind of hoping it's Dallas Turner, or else my perfect start is sliding very quickly.
Yeah.
I just want to beat last year's number. That's all I'm rooting for, is to beat last year's number.
So what do you have, 12 points right now?
I have 13 of a possible 14 right now.
I thought you could only get 2 points per pick.
I'm going with Byron Murphy.
And there's been 7 picks. 7 times 2 is 14. I have a 13 of a possible.
I thought you got the other one wrong.
So I was 6 for 6. Mm-hmm. That's 12 points.
Mm-hmm.
I get a point for JC Latham being a first-round pick in my mock.
Oh, shit. Yeah. I got you.
So I am at 13. I have a 13 of a possible 14. All right, Raj, say Dallas Turner's name, please. These people aren't reacting because they don't know. They don't know who Dallas Turner is. Michael Penix Jr.? Oh, my, what is happening?
They did say that a couple of hours ago.
That's huge.
Schefter or Rap Sheet said before they went. He said a couple hours before they went live, or before the draft started. He said there is a belief that Arthur Blank believes in, like, let's start the QB pipeline. Let's have someone behind Kirk Cousins. He meant it. And they said Penix.
Love it.
They mentioned Penix as a possibility.
Michael
I absolutely love
Penix
it.
Jr.
How old is he going to be when he gets
Okay,
his
so
start in the NFL?
That's the first pick we've had where I had to restrain myself and stay behind the mic like,
Same,
oh my
dude.
God.
I almost couldn't.
Did I ruin it again or no? Was I good?
No, you were good. I was before you, I think, because I refreshed.
Wow.
Guys,
Michael Penix Jr.
I don't want to be this guy because you guys know I'm not a fan of Michael Penix. This makes no sense.
No.
We spent a lot of money for multiple years of Kirk Cousins. We are not a complete football team. We need help in a lot of different areas.
Ready for this yet.
We're using a top 10 asset because I'm here to tell you, if you're as good as you think you're going to be with Kirk Cousins, you're not getting another top 10 asset. We're going to use a top 10 asset.
A top 10 pick on a backup? What kind of team does that?
On Michael Penix Jr., who's going to be 25 when we start this process? When's he going to start? When he's 28 years old? What are we doing here?
He's 23 now. He was born in the year 2000, so he's going to be 24 before camp opens up. He's going to be 26 years old probably by the time he gets his first NFL starting chance. Not his first start, but because he could play this year, but his starting opportunity starts at year 26. Like
if this goes the way Atlanta wants it to go, they're going to have to make a decision on a fifth-year option without ever seeing Michael Penix Jr. play football for them.
That's crazy. Yeah. That's a crazy.
What are we doing?
Mm-hmm.
You know what, Bill? Bill, good decision not going to Atlanta. Great job, because this would have been a disaster for you.
Yeah.
And boys, I'm here to tell you, though, we're licking our chops right now with the players that are falling.
Did you have Penix in your mind?
I did not. No, I don't think he's a first-round quarterback, and I didn't think Atlanta was going to be the team that did it. So,
yeah. Jeez.
All right, now here's where it might be Odunze. This is where I thought Odunze would go all along.
Yeah,
man, they could take... No, they could take Brock Bowers here. That would be interesting.
No, it wouldn't, Chris. That wouldn't even be a little bit interesting.
That's pretty quick. So the Jets are on the clock.
Pick is in.
The Jets are on the clock.
Chicago Bears select. Not Brock Bowers.
So let's say, because I have Byron Murphy, whatever. If it's Rome Odunze, it's Rome Odunze. I'm not going to change my mind right now.
I'm going with Rome Odunze.
The Jets are going to be on the clock. And Brock Bowers, Bo Nix, JJ McCarthy, Olumuyiwa Fashanu, Talise Fuaga.
The Vikings are ecstatic right now.
Vikings are over the moon if they love Bo Nix.
Penix. But they can still get JJ.
Guys, Michael Penix Jr. was just a top 8 pick in the 2024 NFL draft.
I've heard, again, it's split opinions, but I've heard people say he's a third rounder.
So listen.
Wow.
Somebody was off by 50 picks.
Let me make something clear. I don't necessarily have a problem with a team taking Michael Penix if you think you like Michael Penix.
No.
I have a specific problem with the Atlanta Falcons being that team.
You're not playing him for 3 years.
That's the team I have a problem with. Because in what world is he ever going to see the field for you?
Jets are on the clock.
Yeah, this is exciting.
Right,
shout out to the 387 viewers that we currently have across all platforms. We appreciate you guys tuning in.
You know, we know you have a lot of choices, so you guys hanging out with us is awesome.
I was going to say, and I know people have multiple screens at this point with technology, but
do you guys have any audio? Are you guys listening?
No, I'm not.
I see DJ going
Jeremiah is saying right now, if you're the Jets, you got to call these other teams and say, hey, I got somebody on the phone who wants to come up and get JJ McCarthy at 10. Like, what are you willing to do?
Yeah. Start a bidding war.
This played out perfectly.
Yeah.
This played out perfectly.
All right. He's announcing it. I'm going to
JJ McCarthy. No,
so I'm last, right? So I can say it when the pick comes to me?
Yeah. With the 9th pick.
I will tell you, Ian Rappaport just tweeted that the Jets are working a trade. So let's keep an eye, boys. Who did the Bears take? Oh, we're celebrating. Who did we take? We took Rome Odunze. Oh, boy.
Yep.
It's tough.
All right. So if they stick and pick Bowers, Fashanu.
I think they're moving.
You think I cursed earlier.
Hopefully not Fuanga.
Glenn, do you want them to stay and take Bowers, or would you be okay with a trade down?
Trade down.
I think you have to at this point.
Same as I said with my mock yesterday. I want Bowers, but you got to do what's right for the team. So the right thing is add more picks. The perfect thing is move down to 13 and get Bowers there.
Yeah.
Man, I got to tell you, if you trade
on the phone right now saying, hey, Minnesota, hey, Denver.
If you trade down.
Somebody wants Bo Nix, and we're on the phone with them right now. Oh, no, Denver doesn't have another pick till 76. Don't even call them.
If you trade down and still
Maybe
end
get
up,
Zach Wilson from Denver.
if you trade down and still end up with Brock Bowers and you added a second round pick, listen, Joe's in the cooking in the kitchen cooking. Like he is.
I don't know if this comment is true or not. So
I'm not. I just saw it.
The Vikings have traded up with the Jets. The Vikings have traded up with the Jets.
That's the comment that I saw.
Yeah, the Vikings have traded up with the Jets. So by the way, boys, if they take JJ McCarthy, I'm going to get 2 points for JJ.
And then the Jets are picking next.
Yeah.
So what did they get though? That's the problem.
Right.
Right. Listen, someone might trade up again to 12 to 11.
Well, and that's the thing. You could parlay this multiple times.
Yes, you can.
Oh, this
is going to make 4 trades and end up with 19 picks.
Here's the thing, guys. The Vikings don't have a day 2 pick. Their next picks are in the 4th round after their 2 first. So don't get excited.
Is their next pick?
No, I almost said they're probably getting like a 4.
All right,
one spot.
So here it is. It is 10 and 203.
Okay, so we give back the 6 that we got from Denver.
For 11, 129, and 157. So we added a 4th and a 5th.
A mid 4 and a 5th. And we give up a 6th. I'll take that.
And I think they're going to take JJ McCarthy, which is going to get me 2 points.
That's ammo to move
Who
back.
Did I write down? I didn't write anyone down. It went so quick.
Yeah, JJ McCarthy.
But if I'd known there was a trade,
yeah, JJ McCarthy for sure.
Yeah, that was obvious
for sure. All right, Joe, made a good trade.
All right, now let's get back on the phone and threaten somebody else with a.
Let's threaten somebody else.
What's that?
You just said let's threaten somebody else.
Yeah. Hey man, we got somebody who wants the guy you want. Better give us a pick.
Yeah.
That's great.
Very happy.
Now,
so the Jets.
I will say, I think Bo Nix is a better fit here than JJ McCarthy.
Bo Nix is a better fit than McCarthy. Okay.
I think Bo Nix and his skill set and what he does well fits more in a Kevin O'Connell, Sean McVay offense than JJ McCarthy.
Yeah, I can see that. There's the trades. Yep, on the screen now. Oh, look at that beautiful Jets graphic. No more of that ugly football looking thing. I know we don't really talk about uniforms and stuff on here, but I'm just happy with the emblems.
Justin Jefferson, but
oh god. So the Jets have 8 total picks now.
Do you know this? Do you know the SpongeBob meme where he's dressed up like a superhero and he points at the rock and he says, "Do you want to see me do it again?" You've seen this meme? Yeah. That's Joe Douglas. You want to see me trade again? You want to see me do it again?
Let's go, Joe. You know who's on the phone?
He's got to be. All right, the Jets are back on the clock.
That's all right.
Denver. Hey, Denver. You worried about taking a quarterback? You want to move on?
Yeah, can we just keep trickling down one pick at a time, please?
Down to about 15, 16. Take Brock Bowers. No, you can't go to Indy. Indy will take Bowers.
Yeah, I was going to say New Orleans taking a
tackle. I will say, though, from what I've seen, love Romodunze. Love him. Seems like a solid A-plus dude.
I would have been really happy if he was.
Yeah, I would have been happy with that pick.
For sure.
But if we're about to add picks and get Brock Bowers.
This is like a dream for Glenn.
Yeah, Glenn's over the moon right now.
It's a pretty solid day.
All right, they haven't announced the Vikings yet.
I am in a place where I'm not actively looking, but when stuff happens, I'm able to see it without seeing the rest of Twitter. So I'm able to kind of help us out here. That's where I saw the trade with the Vikings.
I don't know if people are tipping picks in the chat. If you're putting in comments in the chat of the pick that is about to be,
I am on private chat right now. I'm not looking. Because if other picks get spoiled for me, I'm okay. The Jets pick I don't want spoiled for me. Like that's the one.
Oh yeah, that's
that's the holy grail. We're gonna keep that the same.
Yeah.
So McCarthy or Nix? I still can't believe Atlanta took Michael Penix Jr. with the number 8 overall pick.
I cannot believe that is
no defensive players yet. We could go 10 for 10. No defensive players.
I listen. You take a 26-year-old quarterback in the 7th round. There's a like Jason Bean. I love Jason Bean. Take him as a development. But
he's 23. He's 23. He's 23. He can't move. That's not going to get better with age. He can't move.
No. Listen.
Hey, what you've said.
I'm glad they did it.
You have told the world by making that selection, we're good. We love our team. We love the roster we currently have. We are a legitimate NFC contender. That's what you said by making that selection.
I know that they moved down a pick, and that's probably opening up the 5th quarterback to be taken. But if I told you even a month and a half ago that 5 quarterbacks and J.C. Latham would be taken before the Jets' first pick, so many fans would be over the moon because the potential of, like I said a couple weeks ago, the only way they get this wrong is if the player just sucks. Like at this point, like the talent is just falling right to them.
I will tell you, Byron Murphy's still on the board, and that scares me. So is Dallas Turner. That stuff scares me a little bit.
Jared Verse, come on down. You are a New York Jet.
Hey guys, what were the picks again? Do you have them handy?
The Jets traded.
I don't want to look.
I have it in the comments, but I'll pull it up real quick. Jets trade 10 and 203.
Okay.
And the Vikings trade 11, 129, and 157.
Thank you.
So now they pick 111, 129, 134, 157. That's a good grouping of picks to get you back up in the 3rd round.
I think that's exactly what you're going to see them do, is those 2 fourths they'll package to get back into the back part of the 3rd round.
Yeah.
How many 4s do they have now? They already had 2.
3.
3 now? Great.
3. And then they have 157 and 185 in the 5th. So no 6th round pick, and then Mr. Irrelevant they're still holding on to. Dude, if they have like all top 175 picks and then they just sit on Mr. Irrelevant and just come back in the draft, like.
All right, what do we got?
Vikings pick is in. We'll see here, boys.
Like, what was the one year when they had Clemens and Mitchell? They were like 111 to 117. Then they're like, all right, we're done drafting. Everybody go enjoy the rest of your weekend. Saturday must have been nice weather.
That's one story I like. I've heard Spielman tell it a few times on their podcast. They mention it every now and then. The Vikings made a pick, and like he was doing the whole, like he went downstairs to, he said it's quite a trip from the GM's draft room down to talk to the media. And he's talking to the media, and like I guess assistant GM gets a call, and they're like working a trade that they want his approval for. And they pull him off the podium, like, you need to get back upstairs now. Somebody's on the phone.
Wow.
And he's like, gotta go. And he said, they're on the clock. He's like, I'm literally sprinting down the hall to sign off on this deal.
All right. So final predictions that we are all in agreement with McCarthy. Yeah.
McCarthy. Yeah.
That's what I'm thinking. Oh, they're bringing out group of people for the pick.
Oh.
Which means they probably would have done this for the Jets. Yeah, maybe not.
Or no, this was always the group they were going to have for the Vikings pick. Yeah.
So who we put in JJ McCarthy? We all have JJ.
Yeah.
That's the prediction. Yep.
So wait a minute. Who was the previous pick?
Rome Odunze to the Bears.
I feel like that was 40 minutes ago.
No.
That was the last.
That was the last pick. Rome Odunze to the Bears.
I feel like that was 40 minutes ago.
I told you this was going to be a fun show. I told you. I told everybody.
45
I must have missed somebody.
I'm reading his lips, but he's talking about the people.
I read the lips, baby. I read the lips.
Dude, look how big his hair is. So big. I thought he was wearing one of those raccoon hats.
His hair is pretty big.
When they cut to him, I'm like, what is he wearing on his head?
Damn. They're letting the kid announce the pick now.
Oh, well, you are way behind.
Yeah, what the hell? I feel like every time there's a commercial, it just absolutely screws me.
Yeah, found out about Penix.
Oh, man. Cool. Let's go. 5 QBs before the Jets.
Yep.
And now let's go. One more trade. Come on.
Where the hell is it?
Fellas, if it's Bowers.
I got to tell you, I don't know what I'm rooting for here. I think I think I'm rooting. Oh, there are reports that the Jets pick is already in, gentlemen.
I want Fashanu, but it's probably not going to happen.
Fashanu would be nice.
Fashanu, okay, so I think I put it in the
Glenn, Glenn's like, get out of here with your offensive tackles and get me Brock Bowers.
Eat my own stream.
I would have it yeah. I'd have it Fashanu, Bowers, Fashanu, and then they obviously already did the trade down, but
they could trade down again. That would be nice.
They could. No,
that's what I'm saying. Move down. Just don't go below 15. They got to find. Oh, pick is in. Jets pick is in.
This, to me, if they ran it in as fast as they did, it's Bowers.
Yeah.
And I'm here to tell you, listen. I love Brock. I'm not going to talk bad about him, but first round tight ends just don't work. Like it just scares me. Just scares me.
Makes me nervous.
You look at what Pitts did. 1,000 yards as a rookie. Coach was an idiot. Didn't have a quarterback. Stopped playing hard. They can be productive.
I mean that is accurate. They can be productive.
And the thing here, and I've said it before, it's like with JSN, his play style pairs perfectly with what Rodgers likes to do. Rodgers loves throwing the ball within 5-10 yards of the line. Bowers loves the quick hitters where he makes guys miss, but he can also beat you down the field. Too fast for linebackers, too big for DBs. It's my kids are 10 and 11. They love watching with me, but they don't know what's what. They're pumped about Brock Bowers. I've been talking about him so much. They couldn't pick him out of a lineup. Daddy, funny. Are we going to get Brock Bowers? I'm like, I don't know. I don't know, but if we don't, you don't get dinner.
Oh my God.
For a week.
Glenn's going to go on an absolute mean streak if they pass up on Brock Bowers.
Right? Oh, if they traded down one spot, Bowers was still there and they took a lineman. Oh, Glenn, the European slang's coming out if that happens.
No, I might mute myself for a second.
Because Glenn, it's here, right? It's tangible. You didn't think it was going to happen, and then they traded down an additional spot, and he's still there.
Yeah,
he's still there for you.
Oh man! All right, so predictively, I'm going Brock.
Yeah, predictively, I'm going Brock.
But
yeah, I don't think I needed to say that.
But Fashanu is still the guy that I'm like, come on. Fashanu is my guy.
Let me see who's the happiest. Robert looks okay.
I can't see.
Joe looks. They're showing the war room on the
they're
ABC
showing
feed.
Vikings online.
In the war rooms.
Yeah.
Well, they're not showing them often if they are.
No.
Pick is in.
Gosh.
I gotta mentally prepare myself for this to be.
Don't listen. If it's not Brock, the facial reactions are important here, Glenn.
No, I'm gonna be behind the mic.
Okay.
Because here comes Roger Goodell, so I'm gonna go hide behind the microphone.
Oh, yeah. I can't see you now. I'm looking away from you. I'm not.
Right,
I'm not
behind the mic. You're safe.
Now, am I last again? So I can start talking when the pick is done.
I got Goodell hitting the podium now.
I just said Jets selection. He's walking up. He just got to the podium.
All right. He's not at the podium yet for me, so it looks like I'm going to be.
You're the last one. Yeah.
I'll still double check beforehand. I know the pick.
Yes.
Sorry, Glenn.
Go.
Sorry, Glenn.
Sorry, Glenn. But
right.
I love.
They need
a
backup tackle, so they got one.
This was one of my top. This was my number 2 tackle. So
yes,
I'm not going to complain.
Yep.
Yeah,
I had him ranked over Fashanu, but I had Fashanu as like my guy because I like the versatility of all 5 spots. But I wrote up Fashanu. He was the first guy I wrote up for the site. Pass protection. That's the name of the game for him. Like he's going to come in and be a high floor pass protector for Aaron Rodgers should he have to play games. Obviously, the perfect scenario is that he doesn't have to play games, but there's probably a good chance he's going to have to play games. And this is a home run pick for me, in my opinion. Obviously, you're able to add some day 3 capital in the process and still get him. I'm super happy.
Yeah, this is going to be your guy at number 10, and you added an additional 4th and a 5th to give yourself some maneuverability tomorrow when it comes to being in the 3rd round. And I think this is a home run, right? I mean, I know everybody wanted Brock Bowers to add an additional weapon to this offensive line, but to me, and Glenn, I'm sorry, I know that you wanted this to be Brock Bowers, but to me, what this tells me is they feel extremely comfortable in the group that they've put together, and they feel okay taking a guy that if he plays in year one, they believe in him. If he doesn't, they've built for the future pretty nicely. And so we talked about this yesterday, Glenn, when you and I did the show, that I think they might try to do this blend where if they feel comfortable enough with where their roster is at right now, they might take a player at a position, specifically offensive lineman, that didn't need to play right away. And they get a guy, they went out and got a guy I was super high on. And listen, even if Joe's not here, I think they got their left tackle for a really long time. So like, yeah,
Jimmy
I think
checking in saying it was the smart play. You just got your left tackle for the next decade. Couldn't agree more, Jimmy. Tyron Smith, Morgan Moses.
There you go.
On 1-year deals. Obviously, they're not going to be here long term. So yeah, this is exciting. And they attack trenches once more in night one. So between Joe Douglas and Robert Saleh, it's clear they weren't lying when they talked about the trenches and wanting to add through them. But I mean, this is like your sixth man of the year, in my opinion. Like this is going to be the guy who comes in and gives you consistent play if you need to call on him. And I felt if you went in a different direction as far as a position, like if you went even wide receiver here, what you're getting in terms of offensive linemen down the board is not going to be a spot starter who can get you out of a game at multiple positions. So I think that's what Fashanu can be. So very excited for this.
We talked about this yesterday. The New York Jets, since the 2019 draft, have spent the second most draft capital on offensive linemen, and they still haven't gotten it right. You got to keep swinging. You have to. And I really don't. I look at this from the perspective of this team went into this offseason knowing they needed to completely redo their offensive line, and we thought they did a great job via free agency, but that job wasn't done. Right? It wasn't complete. They needed to think also a little bit long term. And so I'm not going to come up here and I'm not going to complain that they took an offensive lineman, one that I was super high on, with the number 11 pick. And oh, by the way, they were able to snag an additional 4th and a 5th in the process.
Right.
And we've completely lost Glenn. He's done with the show. No, and it's just going to be you and I for the remainder of the time here because Glenn is just gone.
I seriously thought until he just laughed, I thought his screen was frozen because he has not.
He's frozen for me. He hasn't moved. He's still in the same spot.
I'm doing the pick article for the front page.
I figured that's what you're doing.
All right. All right. So you're pulling double duty, and I'm out here trolling you. I'm sorry.
With 10th pick, with
that's
11th
so
pick.
funny.
I'm sorry.
Oh man. Now I get a chance to plug my scouting report on
the Broncos pick is in, by the way. It's already in.
Nice. Bo Nix. Sorry,
yeah,
we predict that, right? Bo Nix?
Bo Nix.
Yeah, we're all saying Knicks.
I'm trying to somehow in my head convince myself that the Jets can trade back into the first round somehow, and I can't get there.
No.
So I think they're done for the evening.
Yeah.
Guys, do you remember about, I don't know, half hour ago when the Atlanta Falcons took Michael Penix Jr. with the number 8 overall pick? Because I remember. And it still bothers me.
Dude, I can't believe that happened. Craziness. I mean, we're always good for one top 10 curveball, it seems.
It's a bad curveball. They hung the curveball over the middle of the plate, and the guy hit it 490 feet. It wasn't a good curveball.
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say, that's one of those high curves that just... Yeah. Oh, man. 6 quarterbacks in the top 12? I think it was Daniel Jeremiah said in the last 48 hours, there's been so much love for the top 6 quarterbacks. So, shit, that's crazy if you have 6 in the top 12.
We'll see. I mean, this is the fun part now for us, right? Because the Jets draft is over, so now we can just have fun talking about where we think these players are gonna.
Here's a tweet from NYJ Matt. When the Jets beat the Patriots in Week 17, the consensus was that they lost out on Olu and Joe Alt. It's the safer pick. Build the wall. Time to do the right thing. Time to do it right this time. Yeah, I thought the same thing when they beat the Patriots, that they lost out on Olu. We knew they lost out on Marv Harrison, but this is quite a good draft in my opinion if you're adding capital and adding a caliber player like Olumuyiwa Fashanu.
So what I have, let me see here. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 matches. I have 10. I'm sorry. I'm doing my own little thing over here. Broncos pick is in.
Yep, here comes Goodell to the podium.
This could be Bowers.
This could be.
I think that would pain Glenn even more if he was taken with the next pick.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, let's go.
You're ahead of me.
Sorry, I didn't say the name.
I know, but I know what it is because you're right.
I'm just happy. It's a fun pick.
Oh, Joe Douglas and Robert Sala are at the podium speaking to the media, so they're done for the night.
Yeah, they're done.
Yeah, but then, all right, so Jonathan puts in the chat, if we packaged our 3/4 and our third, we can get into the top 10 of the second round. Yeah, but then your draft is over and you come away with 2 picks, so I don't know if that's necessarily what they want to do, but, I mean, I'm down for trading some of them to move up. So maybe them and future capital.
I'm sure everyone is really enjoying just me going through my predictive mock and seeing how I feel about it. But I will tell you that I have 27 points so far.
27
points so far.
Oh, dude,
I'm one off the pace. I'm one off the pace right now.
Oh, shit. I just won money. Bo Nix won in the first round.
Let's go. Everybody's winning right now, except Glenn, unfortunately. Except
Sorry, Glenn.
Sorry, Glenn. Sorry.
Oh, man. I have a friend who's a Broncos fan. Shout out to my buddy Alex. He said, Denver should take Bowers, right? I said, you would think, but Bo Nix. And he said, F me. So
Bo Nix, Jarrett Stidham, Zach Wilson is the Denver Broncos quarterback room.
Good luck, Sean Payton.
Listen, he traded for Zach Wilson and just took Bo Nix. So these are decisions he's made.
Is that Charlie Whitehurst in the Broncos front office?
It might be. The pick is in for the Raiders already. Predictively, I had Fuaga here. I feel no reason to change it. If Penix was on the board, it would have scared me a little bit. But
okay, so
players available for me on this board: Dallas Turner, Brock Bowers, Byron Murphy, Talise Fuaga, just among the names at
the Troy Fatanu. You could
Troy Fatanu, Leitu Latu, Quinyon Mitchell is available.
Yep. Terrion Arnold could still be the first corner taken off the board.
Could be.
Them? They like to take like a weird. They did the Damon Arnett thing.
This might be a Brian Thomas Jr. spot, maybe.
That's true too.
Go to the private chat for this.
Michael in the chat says Raiders have got to be upset. Yeah, I mean,
Who's
if they were in love with these
the Raiders are on the clock right now.
Yeah.
Have we lost you completely? Are you okay?
No, I'm here. We'll watch the rest of this.
Physically.
No, come on, Glenn. Come on.
What? No. I'll engage.
They got a good player.
They did.
Olumuyiwa Fashanu is a great player.
They would have got a good player.
No, that's not. That's. Come on, that's being too much.
Nothing wrong with Kool-Aid McKinstry.
No.
The Jets are one injury away from not having a corner or a tandem of corners. Let's see,
Glenn. I think you're letting your personal bias get in the way of good analysis here. Okay.
I have no personal bias.
All right, now I think it's shtick. Now I think you're just playing it up. Now I think there was a brief moment where I was worried, but now I realize that I think you're just doing a bit now. All right, here we go, boys. Raiders pick is in.
Here we go.
Oh shoot, we gotta make a pick. It's got to be an edge. Dallas Turner. I'll just say Dallas Turner.
Oh, they no. What are we gonna do? Do we play the Raiders next year? Are we gonna have to?
Oh God, is Glenn gonna lose?
Are we gonna have to deal with Glenn going off when Brock Bowers goes off against the Jets? By the way, isn't this the same team that took Michael Mayer last year? Like, what are we doing?
Oh shit, they did.
What are we doing?
Did. Yeah, what are they doing?
I mean, Bowers isn't a true tight end. They can move him around, but
right. I mean, him and Devontae Adams. I mean, hey. I know we play the Broncos this year, but I don't know if we play the.
Yeah, I know, because Zach Wilson revenge game is going to be annoying.
No, dude. Bo Nix is going to start that game, even if it's week 1. The Jets could face a couple rookie quarterbacks then. Denver, New England. Let's see who else they have on the schedule. Minnesota. So they're playing potentially 3 rookie quarterbacks.
Schefter says 275,000 people in attendance. It's ridiculous.
That is.
I'm just talking with some people, and like through pick 7, we're just having a good time. Just relax. This draft got drunk. I haven't even had any alcohol. This draft got drunk after pick 7.
Yeah, it really did.
Saints are on the clock. I'll go Fawad here.
I think 28 points, Chris.
Yeah, so I have 8 matches and 12 players in total. That is good for 28 points. Yes.
Let's go. Is the Saints pick in? I didn't see it.
No, the time is still going for me on that.
All right, cool.
I gotta tell you, Seattle's probably licking their chops at the idea that Dallas Turner and Latu are both going to be on the board for them when they pick at 16.
Dude, pair one of those guys, even Jared Verse up with Boye Mafe. Hell yeah, man. All about it. But that was the same kind of thing. Like, I know Atlanta has Arnold David Katie, and I like him from Penn State, so that would have been a nice pairing if they went edge and not Michael Penix at 8.
By the way, guys, we haven't had a defensive player taken, correct?
No.
So we are 13 for 13 on offensive players being selected in this draft.
And the record is what, 19, you said?
That's in total, right? Not in a row.
Round. In the round, yeah.
We've had 13 go in a row.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a record. I think the record was 10.
I mean, it has to be
9 or 10, yeah.
Quite crazy.
All right, Glenn. All right, come back to me here real quick. Come back to me. Because we didn't get your thoughts. We didn't get your thoughts on Olumuyiwa Fashanu.
No, so, I gave my thoughts, before the draft. I think if they take a backup tackle, that's Joe Douglas saying we're ready for a Super Bowl. Like, we don't need any more pieces. We're going to draft backups now. Like, this is what Andy Reid used to do when the Eagles were good, right? Like, when the Eagles were a team that would go to the NFC Championship every year in the first round, they would draft a player for the following year, like not that year. They would look at, like, older guys, like, where do we have someone about to retire? Where do we have someone's contract expiring? We need to draft that guy's replacement. So they're drafting replacements now.
I would be
Smith could get hurt.
Yes.
But, like I said the other day, you look at a lot of these tackles, whether it's Andrew Thomas or Penei Sewell, like a lot of these guys struggle early on. So the narrative or the belief, whatever, seems to be that Tyron Smith's going to need to be replaced by week 3. Everyone tells me week 2 or 3 is when he's going to be out for the year. So if Fashanu's starting by week 4, I hope like hell that he's NFL ready and not, he doesn't have any hiccups, because then it doesn't matter who your receivers are. I would have preferred a veteran who's proven they can do it in a Super Bowl Super Bowl season, but they got a good player. He'll be really good for a lot of years. We hope. I just thought they were going to draft for this year, but they've moved on to drafting for the future. So we'll see how it goes.
So I have a question for Dylan, because you did the write-up on Olu.
Mm-hmm.
Do you feel he could play both sides?
So, yes, I think he could. But that being said, I think he already did such a good job at left tackle that I would prefer him at left. But, yeah, I don't see why not.
Because
the Jets have just said Douglas said they expect him to play the left side.
Yeah.
Okay. So then because Morgan Moses, they traded for him, but I don't think he's only making like $5 or $6 million. It's not a guarantee that he's the starting right tackle if he doesn't play well in training camp.
That's what I said a couple weeks ago. I think it was in our group chat. I said, why not take a guy if you think day one he could at least push Moses as your right tackle?
I mean, I guess it's not impossible, but if you can edge out one of the probably top 5 tackles in the NFL as a rookie,
yeah, exactly.
That's some unprecedented stuff.
I just think back to when they first
even Jonathan Ogden wasn't good enough to start a tackle his first season,
Yeah, and I think somebody pointed it out that the first time they brought in Moses, he was supposed to be the swing tackle behind Becton and Fant, maybe. I think it was Becton, Fant, and Moses was brought in to be the swing. Obviously not saying that he's coming in the same circumstances, because he's proven that he's better than a swing tackle. But yeah, if Olu gets into camp, he is outright better at right tackle than Moses. Yeah, absolutely. But if Joe Douglas said left side, then you have to think that's the number one insurance policy for Tyron Smith.
Because Glenn, I think I'd be there with you in being frustrated that they took somebody who's a quote unquote backup if it wasn't at a position that we know they've had problems with in the past, and the investments that they made this year are with older players who are injured. Right? Like if they took another edge, I would be just as angry. Like, yeah, they got a great player, but like, what are we doing here? They went at a position that we all thought was in play at 10, albeit now 11, going into the night. A player that we all loved. So I'm not going to criticize that decision, even though Brock Bowers was on the board, right?
I think also the fact there are a couple of tackles on the market that could be your backups that you could have gotten a backup tackle, like a veteran who's proven they can play, and an elite playmaker on offense. Like you could have had both.
Sure. But at the same time, like if they didn't address this now, when we went into the 2025 NFL draft, we'd say, oh, Jets got to get a left tackle. Tyron Smith's not here anymore. Like, so again, it's forward thinking a little bit.
If Mike Williams, he's got a lengthy injury history. If he gets hurt a little bit more, they'll need another pass catcher next year, another playmaker. But look, it is what it is. They took a talented player. I would have liked a starter, but they didn't do that. And
who do we think the Saints are taking at 14?
I think Fuaga.
I think it's Fashanu. What's your pick, Glenn?
I don't even know who's on the board.
Roma Dunze's available. Roma Dunze is still available because you didn't have him for the Bears pick earlier.
Oh, I had him. I just couldn't remember when it was because it felt like it was so long ago.
The Saints need a tackle. Like we need air to breathe. Like they need a tackle.
Seriously. Trevor Penning, not it.
By the way, shout out Jason. Appreciate you listening.
Yeah, maybe I'll say Fuaga. No, who's a left tackle that's left? I'll say Fuaga.
Well, who do they have right now? Let me look at their offensive line depth chart.
It's Penning and Ramczyk are their tackles.
Let's see.
Andrew, I think you're talking about Orlando Brown, and yes, I do believe he is not signed yet.
The guy who started for the Chiefs last year.
Oh, Donovan Smith. Smith.
He's still out there.
Yeah, he's still available.
We've all seen the pick.
Yep.
I love this. No. This is a home run by the Saints.
Yep.
Home run.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, he's
your
that makes sense. They're dying. They had an O lineman retire right before the draft started.
Right.
Okay, so according to PFF, and this is PFF, not any of our personal boards, their top-ranked players available still: Cooper DeJean, Quinyon Mitchell, Leatu Latu, Johnny Newton, Byron Murphy, Terrion Arnolds. All of those are defensive players. Fashanu, Dallas Turner, Jared Verse, Amarius Mims, Adonai Mitchell, Graham Barton. So their top 4 offensive players are Fashanu, Mims, Mitchell, and Barton. They got a lot of defensive players clustered up here at the top of the board.
By the way, that's 14 for 14 on offensive players, just in case we're keeping track
That's amazing. You move further down the board, you get Nate Wiggins, Brian Thomas, Kool-Aid McKinstry, JPJ, Troy Franklin. Wow, they have Peyton Wilson as the 30th ranked player. So realistically, when do we think the first defensive player gets selected at this?
Could be
now.
here. Could be here. Could be Indy.
I think it's now. I think it's Kenyon Mitchell.
Because they could use some pass rush help too.
That's true.
This might be a Dallas Turner spot.
Yeah.
I mean, think about it. Byron Murphy, Dallas Turner, Quinyon Mitchell, the top three, the top player at each of those respective defensive positions still being on the board for Indy.
Let's check their hour lads. See what they got.
Yeah. I'm gonna use this opportunity to take my first bathroom time out of the evening.
Cool. All right, so it looks like their defensive line: Kwity Paye, Grover Stewart, DeForest Buckner, Samson Ebwicam. They don't really need a defensive lineman. I mean, they obviously could add an edge. Deo Adingbo and Eric Johnson II are their backup edges. So, they still do have Adetomiwa Adebaware. He's more of an interior player, obviously.
He was one of my favorite guys last year. Well, no, I mean,
yeah,
he ran in the 4.4s, dude. I think he can come off the outside.
Yeah, they have him as their third right defensive tackle on our lads, but that doesn't necessarily mean that that's exactly what it is. EJ Speed, Zaire Franklin, they're probably not targeting a linebacker. Julius Brents, Julian Blackman, Nick Cross, and Kenny Moore. Dallas Flowers is their current perimeter corner opposite Julius Brents. I'd say this is a very good corner spot. So I'm gonna go Terrion Arnold. I think Chris Ballard is gonna choose the Alabama product over the Toledo product, even though the Toledo product has gotten a lot more hype in the draft cycle. Terrion Arnold is still a very special player.
He is a really good player.
Hey guys,
what's up?
Remember when Michael Penix Jr. was taken with the 8th overall pick by the Atlanta Falcons? Can we talk more about that? Because I don't think we talked enough about it.
Obviously, I have the broadcast muted, but I want to know if they've talked more about that or Caleb Williams, because I know they seem like the big networks always just talk about the quarterbacks, but I want to see what, are they talking about how weird of a pick that is still? Or
and this is why I don't we always do we'll grade the draft after, and I say all the time, every time we do our episode where we grade the draft, I make it clear we're grading the approach. Of course, we don't know how good these players are or will be, but how did a team attack the draft? Oh, you can't do that. You can't do that. You can't tell me that we can say that was dumb what the Atlanta Falcons just did. They just used the 8th pick on a 25, 26-year-old quarterback who's going to be 28, 29 when he finally starts. That's not dumb.
Well,
That's
how old
dumb.
is he? Let me just. I don't want to speak out of turn here. Michael Penix Jr.
He's 23. He was born in May of 2000.
So he's
okay. So even at that,
hold on.
Kirk Cousins got a 3-year deal, right?
So he's
going to be 24.
He's going to be 24 before he takes a single snap in the National Football League. If things go well, he's not going to play meaningful football for the Atlanta Falcons until he's 27, 28. And you have to make a decision on his 5th-year option. And then if he's good, you're going to have to give a 28, 29-year-old quarterback that kind of contract. Not going to work. It's not going to happen, boys. Colts pick is in, by the way.
Seems weird.
Seems like a mistake is what it seems like.
Seems like next year at this time they're going to be picking in the late teens, early 20s and be like, damn, I wish we had a top 10 playmaker or offensive lineman instead of a backup quarterback. I also wonder how much of that is they don't like the 2025 quarterback class. I'm not saying they'd be in a position to take it, but if they wanted to create that pipeline quarterback already. Geez, 84 million of the 96 guaranteed to AJ Brown. Good for him.
There's apparently a report that Kirk Cousins had no idea this is what Atlanta was going to do.
I bet he didn't. I mean, it's not like he thinks he's going to lose his job.
And it's not like but he signed there
lacking weapons, but he probably wanted someone who was going to play this year.
Kirk Cousins back-to-back MVPs now because he's mad.
Oh, I've seen this story before. I've seen this story before.
Yeah.
Oh man. All right, boys. I think this is Dallas Turner. I don't feel great about it, but that's my prediction.
I was going to say Terrion Arnold was my pick. All right, I got the pick.
I also have the pick.
The streak is snapped.
Yeah, we are good.
The streak is snapped. 15 is the first defensive player.
So we're looking at. Oh, Glenn's out of here. He said, "I'm done." Brock Bowers, not the Jets pick. I'm out of here. No, Dallas Turner, Byron Murphy, Troy Fontenot, Quinyon Mitchell, Terrion Arnold, probably the top available players at this point. Cooper Jean, Chop Robinson, Jared Verse. It's probably the tier of players that we're looking at here. I will tell you, Dylan, I'm starting to run out of real estate here. I've got teams taking players that I don't have the matches for, and I need to get back on track. So I need I had the Bears taking Byron Murphy. So like if Seattle took Byron Murphy right here, that'd be huge because it would get me back on track because I keep getting pushed down slots here. So
still sitting at 28 points. No, you got. Did you?
So
you had the Latu, right?
Yeah. So I have 8 matches and 14 players. That's good for 30. I have 30 points right now.
Oh, let's go.
Yeah. Seattle on the clock.
You think they go back defense back to back? I know we talked about edge a little bit. They probably don't need corner because they have
Witherspoon and
Witherspoon and the
Tariq
guy that's
Woolen.
better than Sauce. Yeah,
Tariq Woolen. Let me just look at their depth chart real quick. Wide receivers still got DK, Tyler Lockett, Jackson Smith, and Jigba. They spent a first-round pick 2 years ago on Charles Cross. They've got former Jet great Laken Tomlinson as their left guard. Maybe could use some help on the right side. They love to just draft 47 running backs every year, so they might be able to do that here. Defensively, Draymond Jones, Leonard Williams along their pass rush. Interior, Jerron Reed, Jonathan Hankins, who they signed in free agency.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't feel perfect. It doesn't feel perfect team need, players available board.
Wow, they have Tariq Woolen as their slot and Michael Jackson as their outside perimeter corner opposite Witherspoon. I think Michael Jackson's still a good player, but I would take or consider Quinyon Mitchell here, Terrion Arnold.
I just think the idea of maybe taking Dallas Turner and pairing him up with Leonard Williams is just going to be something that Mike McDonald's not going to be able to pass up.
Yeah, I was going to say him and then, still Boye Mafe there too. I mean, that's a good trio. Yeah, I think this does sound like a good defensive slot. And then Jacksonville, there was a rumor that they were trying to trade up for a high-rated offensive player. So that could be like a Brian Thomas Jr. with the next pick here.
Yeah, it could be. Oh, he's back. Glenn, welcome back.
Glenn back.
Oh, he's muted. He's muted.
There we go. Yeah, all my internet just shut down for a couple minutes.
The internet provider knew you wanted Brock Bowers, so they said, we'll help you out here. You don't have to do the show anymore.
Yeah.
Roger seems happy with the pick. Tweeted out
Who
awesome
went?
moment.
All
Welcome
my internet
Olu
shut down.
Fashanu.
Oh, Laitu Latu was the pick to
That I saw. Is that the
Indy, and we are waiting on Seattle.
Okay.
We are waiting on Seattle.
Glenn, what are your thoughts for Seattle here? Offense, defense?
That was Penix was actually a name I forget. May have been the Emery Hunt and Rick Spielman saying maybe Penix there, but
Funny enough, he went in the top 10, Glenn, so not available
Did he
here for
really?
Seattle. Yeah,
well, he didn't go in the top 8, did he?
he did. Yeah,
Wow, that's surprising. I didn't see that coming.
Jeez.
That threw everything off. Like you want to look at the butterfly effect? That pick changed
Yeah.
everything.
Oh,
It
yeah.
screwed everything up. Did we have? Was there anybody hinting at the idea that Atlanta could do this?
Well, they did. They said about an hour before the broadcast. That was
That's when I was driving.
Yeah, Rappaport said it. He said the Falcons are considering Penix because they want a plan for life after Cousins.
And then when Michael Penix takes over, they're going to have to already plan for life after Michael Penix because he's going to be 30 years old.
That's got to be an owner move. That can't. And they said Arthur Blank wants another QB. Imagine being the GM and your owner's like, we're taking this 37-year-old quarterback with the 8th pick. Like, great, thanks, awesome, I love this job.
Diana Rossini tweet. The Falcons called Kirk Cousins when they were on the clock to let him know. From what I learned, Cousins understood a quarterback would be considered, but he did not believe his successor would be taken in the first round. I'm told he's a bit stunned. That's great. That's great for morale. That's what a great way to get your,
I was going to say, you just got there. You haven't played a damn snap for them.
And they're already replacing you.
And they're already thinking about seeing what happens.
That was remember the Bears paid all that money to Mike Glennon? And then he was at like wherever their draft party was, Soldier Field or whatever. He was at the draft party and they took Mitch Trubisky in the first round.
Wow.
Why would you not have just spent that money somewhere else along your team?
Yeah.
If you knew you were going to take a first round quarterback, like
right. At least like when the Seahawks, they paid Matt Flynn, they took Russell Wilson, but that was in the 3rd round.
Right.
So nobody like anticipated like, oh, this guy's the day one slated starter. He beat him out. But yeah, I don't know. Teams are weird, man. I feel like if the draft was before free agency, a lot of players wouldn't get paid.
Atlanta never makes a normal pick in the first round. Kyle Pitts, Bijan Robinson, Drake London, like they just don't make normal selections. They don't follow conventional wisdom. They just do what they want to do. They take everybody else's board and they throw them in the trash.
Yeah, they're playing fantasy football. Offense only.
All right, Seattle. Take Dallas Turner here.
I'm going to say Terrion Arnold again.
I would hate that. I would hate that for my personal goals and aspirations.
I'm actually, I think Dallas Turner is the right call.
Also, it looks like Byron Murphy is the guy that falls. If this is Dallas Turner, right? I think Byron Murphy is the guy that has been hurt the most by everything that has happened so far.
Yeah.
All right. It says the pick is in. I don't see Mr. Goodell walking to the podium yet, but.
Osan, baby. Woo!
Glenn, what are you doing?
What the heck was that?
What was that?
Osan.
I don't know what you're doing. So I'm just gonna
Yeah.
because I feel like this is a trap that you're setting for me to say something. Oh, I understand now.
I did 2 tours out there.
I understand now based on what is being shown to me. I understand now.
Oh, damn, I'm real far behind. It just got to that point.
I was like, I don't know who that player is, and Glenn, why did you spoil the pick? Like I was confused on multiple fronts there.
Osan Air Base, Republic of Korea. That's actually where I was when the Jets made the AFC Championship game with against the Colts. The Braylon Edwards big touchdown in the first quarter.
Oh, the good old days.
All right, Goodell with the
Yeah, there was a
podium.
time when the Jets didn't suck.
Just take Dallas Turner and let's move on with our lives.
Oh, wow.
We all have the pick?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Chris gets
And
a point
Minnesota
back.
traded up.
I get a point back. Yeah.
Wait, Minnesota traded up
Yep.
with Jacksonville?
Yep.
Wow.
For who? For who?
You think it's offense? Brian Thomas Jr.
Maybe. Could be Dallas Turner.
Yeah, I was going to say big time receiver with the Justin Jefferson contract coming up. They can't trade him though, can they?
I think Turner makes a ton of sense here. And then I need Cincy to take Brian Thomas Jr. so everybody can start freaking out that T. Higgins is going to get traded. Dylan, you're muted.
He and Hendrickson requested trades, right?
Yeah. Hendrickson yesterday. JJ McCarthy and Dallas Turner for Minnesota would be an interesting first round haul.
Yeah, for sure.
You know, when you think about staples of positions, you want a corner, you want a left tackle, you want a wide receiver, you want an edge, you want a corner. And so
Let's say look at what the Texans did.
Yeah.
Okay, so they gave up 23. Oops. 17 for 23. 167.
Okay, yep.
And 2 future picks. The 2025
Maybe
third
Dallas
and
Turner
fourth.
here because they got rid of Danielle Hunter.
Yeah, that's my prediction at this point.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's got to be edge, so I'm going to go Dallas Turner.
Could be Chop.
Could be. Center guard, Jackson Powers Johnson. Let's go. Vikings trade up for JPJ.
Oh, damn it. How do I end up being the last one?
No, they didn't make the pick. They didn't make the pick. I'm just kidding.
Oh, I was going to say.
Goodell's now just at the podium. I'm throwing out a hypothetical.
I got you.
It's because it's what I did in my predictive. So I was just.
Oh, sure.
And they showed the team needs and it said center guard. I'm like, I know a center guard.
Mm-hmm.
Who's the pick? Who's that guy?
Your guy. It's your guy.
They took the ABC broadcast has lost all of its graphics. Like it is barely functioning right now. All right, Turner. So now I can officially say I've caught back up. Every player that is still left available.
Okay, can we talk about... So after that trade, the Vikings sending 23, 167, and 2 future picks next year.
Second and a third, or a third and a fourth. I forget.
A third and a fourth. Next year, they have a first and 2 fifths.
It's tough.
And they don't have, I mean, they have a quarterback, but like, that's not good.
Cincy on the clock now here, boys. What do we think? Troy Fontenot makes a ton of sense here.
Has to, man. He has to make sense. They need offensive line help.
Yeah, but T. Higgins on his
Amarius
last year.
Mims. Yeah.
Amaris Mims, yeah. Here's the interesting thing. Did you see the report that the Rams were trying to trade up?
Yeah.
Who the heck were they trying to trade up for?
I don't know, but it said they wanted the top 10. Maybe
'Cause they
Byron
felt-
Murphy, since they lost Aaron Donald.
But then when Byron Murphy started to slide, why didn't they move up? Because clearly, if you're trying to trade into the top 10 and you didn't like the price. Right? Or the player you wanted was gone. But if it was Byron Murphy, and as he started to slide, the price gets cheaper and cheaper.
Yeah.
So who was the player, and where were they trying to get?
Yep. Good question.
I wonder if the Rams, I know it's not their pick right now, but I wonder if the Rams just take Johnny Newton and they're like, all right, let's try to get the next AD.
I would love that.
Mhm.
Personally, I would really like that.
That's true. So we're at what, 31 points now?
I'm at 31 points, yeah. I like the pick, but my heart wants Bowers. Brandon, I understand. I understand that you wanted Bowers. I get it.
A lot of people did.
But I am not going to be, I'm not going to sit up here and do this show and be a Jets podcast and be mad at the New York Jets investing capital into the offensive line. I'm just not. I just can't do it. After what we went through the last couple of years, the fact that this team has invested the second most draft capital since Joe Douglas has gotten here amongst any team in the offensive line, and it is still a disaster, you keep swinging. You keep swinging until you get it right. You do not panic now that you haven't gotten it right. You don't look at the fact that you have Tyron Smith and Morgan Moses and say, we're good. You see a generational player, and they clearly think Olumuyiwa Fashanu is a generational player for them, and he is their left tackle for years to come. You do not pass up on those opportunities.
No, absolutely not. And I feel like they had the opportunity to do like a repeat of the Mekhi Becton, Tristan Wirfs thing. If they were to take Fuanga, even though we like Fuanga, I feel like he wasn't quite the player that Fashanu is. So as far as like, you know, my board and my personal rankings and what I saw on film, they went with the right pick in terms of the position as well.
So I'm going to say Fontenot here for the Bengals.
So, all right, I guess we can kind of put a bow on it. What would you give it as like a letter grade, the Fashanu pick?
I would give it an A-. F. Say F.
Knowing that they traded back, I think A- is a good, fair grade because they got capital and still got a guy that was, I mean, coming into the process, a top 5 lock, and then all of a sudden just started falling. I guess
I think it's a B for the approach. I think it should have been a starter, but whatever. They got a good player.
Yeah.
I would have drafted a starter.
Glenn, if he's starting by week 4, does that change your mind? And I'm not arguing with you. This is a legitimate question.
No, I had this conversation with somebody the other day. Like, if he beats somebody out by week 4, then that changes it. I just don't. I mean, listen, I hope he's good enough to beat out one of the two, Moses and Smith, the two of the best in the NFL at their position. If this guy only needs a couple months to become a top 5 tackle in the NFL, then I'll eat, I'll eat my hat.
Can I tell you what really intrigues me?
What's that?
Tyron Smith doesn't practice.
I know.
So Olumuyiwa Fashanu is going to get every single rep all week long and then not have to play. That's useful.
Yep.
Like that's valuable when you're trying to bring a player along.
Yeah, I mean, I know they always talk about mental reps, but now like
He's
you're getting
li-
physical
he's-
reps without like the risk of
right.
putting something bad on tape. If you put
Right.
something bad out there, it's practice. You can just come back and fix it. So yeah. And that also saves him from going out there having to play from week 1 or even like week 2 or whatever and not looking like a polished player. And
Mhm.
Jets fans being like, what the hell, man? Like, why the heck do we get this guy? He doesn't look he's a rookie. I mean, they don't all come in and play at all pro level from week 1. So
I feel
Joe
like we're
Burrow another weapon. I'm giving him Brian Thomas.
I feel like we're moving.
hmm.
I feel like the draft is moving along better than it normally does.
I think the last couple of years it has. They have cleaned it up a little bit. Their first round used to be a 8.5-hour marathon. Everyone gets 45 minutes between picks. Everyone takes every second of their pick. It was ridiculous back in the day. It's one of those things you look back at and you're like, did they really do that? And I used to watch that. Jesus Christ.
Pittsburgh's an interesting team too. I'm just looking at the teams that are coming up for us to talk about. Like, they have a bunch of different needs. They probably need more secondary help. They could always use offensive linemen. You want to protect Russ and Justin Fields.
Yeah, I think it's Brian Thomas Jr. or Font now.
For Cincinnati?
No, for Pittsburgh. Obviously, it's a couple picks away, but those would be the guys that I'm targeting.
Yeah, the Rams do feel like a Johnny Newton spot. They feel like they could take any of the other edges as well.
Yeah.
And do we know from, even if he does practice, it won't be much. The Jets were asked about that. Would Smith practice? And they were like, we'll come up with a plan. We'll get
Yeah,
creative.
it seemed like they were communicating.
I mean, if he's new to the offense, I find it hard to believe he won't practice at all. Like,
yeah.
New teammates, new offense. It's not like he has chemistry with the guys on the line, and it's not like he's run the offense before.
No,
it was nice to see them all at.
But I know what you mean. Though. I know what you mean.
Yeah. At some point,
even if he practices once a week, that's still going to mean Fashanu gets a lot more reps.
A lot of reps, yeah. Which also helps if Tyron gets hurt and Olu's getting those reps in practice and then is slipping right in. It's not like he's getting reps with the second team and then going all the way up to the first team. He's getting first team reps.
Right.
So he's working with AVT. He's working with Tippmann. He's working with all of those guys on a regular basis.
Going up against
the defense.
JJ, JFM.
Right. Hassan Reddick. Hassan Reddick staring him down, right? Like,
yeah. That'll be the fun test.
So, hey, Glenn, I don't disagree with your thoughts on the approach. I get it. I just the specific position they targeted makes me okay with that approach.
Yeah, if they went with like a non-premium position, I would.
I would have probably been a little bit more harsh. I will tell you, it's a lot better than taking Will McDonald.
Yeah.
So if we're comparing it to what we've done in the past, I think that's a win. All right, Raj.
But to be fair, I think if Rodgers didn't get hurt last year, I think Mims would have been a lot more valuable. He would have been a guy they used to, help hold leads and have fresh legs late in the game. You're down all the time. It kind of defeats the purpose of drafting the guy.
Mm-hmm. Right. All right, so Bengals selection. He's walking up to the podium.
I know this. I know the pick. The pick.
Oh, you know the pick?
I do know the pick. Yes.
Somebody's gonna get a steal with Troy Fashanu. That's how I feel, man. Like,
that's the thing, though. There's so much depth in this class. There's going to be a lot of steals late in the round.
Yeah.
Johnny Newton, who we mentioned, right? Like, he's a guy that's going to go way later than he was projected earlier in the year. For the longest time, everyone was saying he was a top 10 pick, and now someone's going to get him probably in the 20s, even if you get him now at 19. Which you might, because it's the Rams on the board.
Their offensive line, Alaric Jackson, Jonah Jackson, Steve Avila, Kevin Dotson, Rob Havenstein. That's their offensive line. He just signed Jonah Jackson, so we like that. I think Steve Avila is a decent center. Probably could use some help on the right side.
Mims, he's one of those guys that is such high risk. High reward, obviously, but God, the thought of taking a guy who's only played a few games is scary to me. I'm going to say Johnny Newton.
Yeah, that's my prediction.
I would love that, guys. I would absolutely love it. It would be very nice. Because predictably, I had Kansas City and the Rams trading, and I had Kansas City taking Mims, and I had the Rams getting Newton with the last pick in the first round. Mm-hmm. So, to steal.
What's the magic number? 7? 7 points to tie.
No, I'm at 33 right now. So 6 to tie, 7 to put me in front, and 7 would be 40, which is also a big number. So,
hell yeah!
Right now, there are some people that are just absolutely killing it right now with 10 matches and 18 players. Like they are just crushing it with 38.
Holy shit!
Yeah. I am beating. Let me just make sure before I talk some smack against my friends. I am beating friends of the show, Joe Marino and Kyle Krabs, I believe. Which will be 2 years in a row for me beating them.
How are they doing?
There's Kyle, not doing very well. There's Joe. Is Joe made a run here on me? No, Joe's at 23. Joe's not doing very well. They're taking all the time in the world with this pick. They're like, you know what? We're back on the clock in the first round. We're going to use every second of it.
Let's soak it up. Let's enjoy this.
Let's do it.
Might not have a first round pick for a few more years.
Yeah, it's funny. First round pick since 2019. None.
Yeah, they just F them picks, right? That's been the mantra.
Sure.
That's been the mantra. The pick is in. Okay.
Yeah, did you guys see they put a football field on the beach?
Where?
In Los Angeles.
That's crazy. They just said cool. Here, if they take a defensive player, the last defensive player they took in the first round was Aaron Donald. That's crazy.
There's only 3 first round picks ago for them, so
that's true. It's also
true. Have that long of a stretch.
Seriously. Yeah, I'm gonna guess it's Johnny Newton. And then I do think I am going to hop out for the night. I cannot stop yawning.
Guy needs an energy drink.
I have to be up at 6:30 for work.
Yeah, if you got to run, man, go.
Yeah, I'm going to stay for this pick because
this is where Glenn thrives. Glenn thrives in these hours. This is.
I'm waking up now. It's time to get up.
These Rams fans don't know what to do with themselves because they're like, we've never picked here before. We don't know what this is like. I don't know. Mm-hmm. Do we celebrate? What do we do here? Normally, we're just not participating.
Yeah.
Eisen said a minute ago, did McVay know that he has to come into the facility for this?
Yeah.
That didn't look when they showed
first round pick he's ever made.
They showed a video of the Rams war room. That didn't look like they were in the facility.
No, they have a house.
Yeah.
Yeah, the draft house.
A draft house out like on the beach, I assume.
Which is funny because they never make any picks. So
yeah,
they just go to hang out.
Right. They just use it as an excuse.
Yeah.
It's like me having a treadmill.
Glenn is coming alive in the back third of this first round.
That's right. Listen, the beginning was great. We lost him there in the middle, and he's making a comeback late.
Here we go.
Making a comeback late. Yeah, pick is in. I don't have it yet. I still think I'm in front of you, Dylan, or did you refresh again?
Pick is in. They're showing the dude with a goat mask. I guess it's a ram mask, but it's a goat mask.
Glenn reacting to the pick.
I'm refreshing.
I just said it's a steal. You don't know what I think of the player.
I hope it's Newton then if it's a steal. I really do.
It is a steal.
Oh, it is a steal. It is a very good steal. Oh, man, that's a problem. That's a problem.
That's a problem.
That's a problem.
They had the rookie
that's how you
leading
bounce back
sack
from
guy
losing Aaron
last year,
Donald. I'm not
Yeah,
saying he's
that's a
Aaron
problem.
Donald, but
scary.
yeah.
Yeah, that's a problem.
The descriptors for him on the NFL broadcast: bully, explosive hands and feet, Will Anderson Jr. Yeah, if you get this guy at 19, come on.
That's great. That's one of the best value picks so far.
Yeah, so far. And then whoever gets Johnny Newton, I feel like that'll be
Yeah.
the next big value pick for me.
Pittsburgh's on the clock.
Yep. And with that, I'm gonna hop out.
All right, Dylan.
All right, take care, Dylan.
Guys. Yep. Have a good one. Appreciate
See you
everybody
later.
tuning in. We're up to 561 viewers. You guys are absolutely amazing. And I'll be back with you guys whenever the Jets pick in day 2 and 3.
Sounds good.
All right. Have a good night, guys.
See ya.
Yeah, I think I misunderstood. I thought not that it matters. I thought we were doing every pick for the whole draft. I didn't know we were just doing every pick for the first round.
Oh, you thought it was all 3 days?
Yeah, which is fine. That means I'm, I can have my feet up on the sofa and, lay back and watch the rest of it tomorrow, starting tomorrow.
Yeah. Well, that's fair.
And a little because the kids can't stay up for this one because it's 1 a.m. and they got school in the morning. But they'll watch the draft. They'll watch day 2 and 3 with me because those are, sort of 6 p.m. kickoff here, 5 p.m. kickoff.
There it is. There is the football field on the beach. Holy Toledo.
Yeah, I don't know if that's where they are. They just showed that a minute ago. I don't know if that's something the Rams put out there as like a promo thing.
I don't know, but it's awesome.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Steelers
Glenn,
on the clock. I'm gonna say Graham Barton
for Pittsburgh.
Could be Frazier, but I'm gonna go Barton. Frazier feels like more of a Steeler, but I think Barton's the better player.
So here's what's interesting. Do I go with what I predicted because the player is still available, or do I change my mind?
What was that? What did you predict?
I predicted Arnold. I did. I predicted Arnold. But Mitchell is still on the board. Graham Barton is on the board. Southern Jet says move up for Pearsall or stay at 72 for Tez Walker. Southern Jet. I like the first part.
I'm in the private. I'm not looking in the chat. Let's see.
I'm in the. I love your suggestion there, Southern Jet. Let's move up for Ricky Pearsall.
Move up, yeah. Southern Jet is a huge UNC fan.
So that's why he wants Tez Walker.
Rich? Yeah, Rich loves his UNC guys, and we've talked about Tez during the year. Me and Rich, good player. The drops at the Senior Bowl were a little bit surprising, but I would take him. I would take Pearsall or Tez Walker. They got to add a say. Listen, you got Garrett Wilson and an injury-prone Mike Williams. That's it. Those are your pass catchers. Listen, Brownlee. If you think back to One Jets Drive or whatever they were calling it, Flight 23, they played the clips where they felt like he was a 3rd, 4th round player who could develop into a starter. They clearly like him. He was one of my favorites pre-draft. I liked him a lot. So, maybe they've got him. Maybe they still feel strongly about him, which kind of alleviates that need. That's not to say they won't take another one, but maybe they feel like he's a guy who's got a year under his belt now, can get some reps if Williams does miss time, and then take another receiver. And if they don't take another receiver, or at least not with the next couple picks, I think that'll tell us they really like Brownlee because there's some talent to be had, and I would love Pearsall or Tez Walker.
And Glenn, correct me if I'm wrong, but we talked about this last night, where if they, with what they did with these picks, specifically in the first round, it was going to tell us a lot about how they feel the current state of their roster is heading into 2024.
They feel like they're Super Bowl ready.
And I don't think so, personally.
I don't.
But I'm here to tell you, I don't know, Glenn, if they take Brock Bowers or if they trade up for Roma Dunze or if they trade up for Malik Neighbors, that I feel any differently.
If they'd added Bowers or Odunze or Neighbors and then added a solid veteran in free agency at tackle, I think really they're I think sometimes, I know I'm guilty of it too. We look at the holes on the roster and we treat any hole on the roster like it's the end of the world when every team has holes on their roster.
Mhm.
Nobody's got Pro Bowlers at every position. I think, as I said earlier, I think look at the critical positions, the tackles, the corners, the quarterback. Like if we went through, and this is something we should do, like if we went through the division and said, all right, we're going to reward, 3 points for all Pro Bowl type, 2 points for an average player, 1 point for a below average player. And we're going to go through all the criticals, really it's both tackle spots nowadays. Tackles, corners, quarterback, receivers. No one's coming out on top over the Jets in those categories.
Right.
And so by adding a Bowers and elevating, to me, that the fact that he's such a good move piece and mismatch guy, because today's game is so much about mismatches and yak and all that. Bowers would have been that guy who I think would have brought the offense to another level. And then with the addition of a free agent tackle, that's where I look at it and go, okay, yes, you still need a safety, you still need some depth at DT, but you're as good as anybody if you're healthy. That you're not going to find a team top to bottom, again, especially at the critical spots, that you can say, oh, that team's better than the Jets. And even, I didn't even mention Quinnen Williams, right? I mean, he's not an edge guy, or I didn't mention any of the D-line guys. Again, you added Hassan Reddick. You're expecting JJ to take another step. Quinnen Williams is a beast. If McDonald pans out and he's half the player they're expecting with all these other guys, it's a Super Bowl contender. It is. But again, with Bowers, that sort of, to me, next level offensive player would have been even that much better. But again, I'm not mad that they drafted an elite tackle or a potentially elite tackle. I'm mad that they didn't take a guy who's going to start right away and bring that offense to another level. So we'll see how it works out in the end, of course.
Yeah, I mean, I still have my concerns on what Aaron Rodgers is going to be. The best version of himself is, back to when he won back-to-back MVPs, and that's 3 seasons away from now. I have concerns about that. Even though they took Olumuyiwa Fashanu, they completely reworked this offensive line, and it's not like their track record on having a cohesive unit for the entirety of a season is good. I have the coaching concerns that I still have, and I'm here to tell you those coaching concerns wouldn't have been alleviated no matter who the player was that they took with the number 10, number 11 I think if you, overall pick.
That's part of it too for me, is that you almost have to Hackett-proof the offense. And I know Rodgers will call the plays, but Hackett is still going to do the installs, and it's his offense. And yes, he works it with Rodgers, but whether we like it or not, he is going to influence the development of these young players.
Yeah.
So it's like bringing enough talent. Even though it's different, even though you're talking OC versus head coach, that's kind of how I felt about Barry Switzer when he won with the Cowboys. They had so much talent that even he could win with them. And I'm not saying the Jets would be on that level.
You'd hope that's the idea. Yeah.
Even if you drew up bad plays, that talent is so good that you could overcome it. So that, like I said, there's a lot of reasons I would have liked it, but and it's like I said, to me, it's sort of a mixed signals. It's because up to this point, every single move was about winning right now. And then here's a guy, and again, he'll play. And I think we started talking about this earlier. I don't know at what point the pick feels worth it to me. If he wins a starting job by week 4 and he starts the rest of the year, it's worth it.
Mm-hmm.
But if he's a backup and doesn't steal a starting job and ends up, starting 5 or 6 games, I feel like you've got to get, and this is just to me, if you're starting fewer than sort of 9-10 games as the 11th overall pick, that's a miss for this year. If the guy ends up starting 12, 13, 14 games and he plays well, absolutely, good job. But that's where I say it could have been, and as we've said a million times, part of the allure of bringing in Aaron Rodgers is he's this legendary quarterback who's such a quick decision maker and gets the ball out. Part of it was, hey, you don't have to build the greatest line in the NFL to win with this guy because he's that good. And then it became, we need an all-pro line or else Aaron Rodgers can't function. So I thought you traded for him because he was so good and you didn't need a perfect situation with the line. But now you do. Now everybody wants 5 All Pros or Aaron can't play. And like I said, like you guys used to always say, right? Draft good players. They drafted a good player.
Yeah.
Speaking
of drafting good players, Pittsburgh drafted a good player.
Yeah, just saw that. So I missed that because I had center, and that was heavily influenced by the as I mentioned earlier, with the first pick pod for weeks now they've been saying like the Steelers are always at their best when they have a dominant center. If there's a great center on the board, they're taking a center.
So now
I was like, you know what? They're right. They have a long history of good centers there, but they go Fashanu.
Yeah, Fashanu is a good pick for them. Might be a guard on the inside for them, so help with that interior. Yep. You gotta love that. Now Miami's on the clock here, so we're watching a rival of the Jets here. So this is a pick to keep an eye on. This is only the second one we've had tonight. We had Drake May at number 3. The Jets picked, and now we're watching another rival pick for the Dolphins. Offensive line. I mean, JPJ's on the board. Graham Barton's on the board. Where else do they need help along the offensive line? They're pretty set at tackle, right? They may want to get a long-term answer for Teron Armstead. So maybe, they're looking at a Jordan Morgan or a Tyler Guyton to get into the fold.
Yeah. That's the thing, right? There's still some tackles out there. Let's see.
Looking defensively here. I mean,
3,
they could
4.
They take a corner. Let's look. Kendall Fuller, who they got in free agency. Jalen Ramsey. Cam Smith, who they drafted last year. Gator Kohu, who was just awesome for them last year. I don't know.
Yeah, I think we're gonna see we'll see tomorrow. Sorry, it's Jet stuff, but I'm looking at the list of picks they have. I can't see them not trading up to the second round tomorrow.
Yeah, I would agree.
They have a 3 and 3/4.
A 3 and 3/4. Yeah, they're going to package some of that to move up into the.
Hopefully, not all of it.
Well, right now they currently pick 72nd, right, which is early in the third, so they could move up into the back part of the second if they wanted to.
Like I would think 72 and 110 could get you to the back of the second.
Yeah, that could probably get it done. And if you do that,
we'll see how that goes.
And then what you can do is you take 134 and your other how many 4s do they have? 3?
Let me check. Yeah.
So you can take two of those 4s and then try to move into the back part of the third and have a pick in a second in the third. And then you're not picking in the fourth, but you're at least getting players on day 2.
6 and a 7.
Yeah. So that's probably the plan.
What's that?
I said that could be their plan, that that they're going to try to trade back up into the second, middle part of the second.
You got to get
Where's
back.
let me get a trade NFL draft trade value chart. So we can just look on strictly value. We don't have to look at this from a what teams are interested in doing.
I think who are the Dolphins corners? Didn't they let what's his name go, right?
They have Jalen Ramsey. They have Kendall Fuller, who they signed in free agency. They have Gator Kohu in the nickel. They're pretty set there in that regard. The Cam Smith, who they took in the second round last year, is just as a backup.
McCarthy's such a speed freak. I'm looking at offensive guys. He might steal another speedster, but I don't see that happen. I think Johnny Newton here for them.
So 72 and 111, based on this chart that I'm looking at, is a 302 value. That could get you to 60 where the Bills pick.
That's 12 spots. That's not really.
Yeah, you're moving up 12 spots.
Yeah. They might.
And then if you took,
second.
Yeah.
Rich says take Zinter. I would love Zinter if he was there. And then, if at any point between now and then being on the board again, I'd love that.
That would be a really nice move for them. Got to put in my dinner order here, Glenn.
Good move. Yeah, I think not that they don't pick for a while, obviously, the Chiefs, but I'm just scrolling through best available and 2 back-to-back names. Lad McConkey and Xavier Worthy. Either one of those two.
Yep.
Like, Miami would not take another receiver. I know they would love to have Xavier Worthy in his 4.2 140. But they wouldn't take a receiver here, right?
I don't think so.
But can you rule it out with this head coach?
No, I don't think you can.
Arnold, Kenyon Mitchell, Brian Thomas, Chop, Barton, DeJean. I think Johnny Newton makes the most sense.
I'm just trying to accumulate points right now, Glenn. Just trying to accumulate points.
Down here.
All right, pick is in. Goodell's walking to the podium here.
I think you're ahead of me now.
That's impossible.
When my internet went down. That's right.
Oh, then I won't say the pick then.
No, that's fine. I'm refreshing. We'll see where it lands me. I saw the pick. Okay.
Oh.
So they went front seven.
Okay, that's a good pick by them. Good pick.
Good player. A little bit undersized, but explosive as hell. Good motor. There you go. Explosive, raw, limited production. I don't worry about limited production with Penn State edge rushers.
No.
I think they have a guy who's pretty good right now in the NFL who had about 5 sacks in 2 years.
He's okay.
Playing in Dallas.
He's okay.
What about Tua's brother as a developmental QB out of Maryland?
Didn't he try to go back to school?
Yeah, they denied him. So
he's in the class.
Yep.
That shows you how much in-depth scouting I've done on Tua's brother. That I wondered if he still went back to school. Everybody keeps talking, Glenn, about Jordan Travis and Michael Pratt being the two guys that the Jets apparently love in the middle rounds. So like you and I are both going to be happy because those are the guys we've been campaigning for.
Me and Dylan were talking about it earlier. Daniel, it was funny because the day after or 2 days after when I posed the question to you guys about Devin Leary, and then Daniel Jeremiah did the Jets podcast and they asked him about day 3 quarterbacks and he mentioned Devin Leary. He said
we talked about him the other night.
Leary and somebody else.
We talked about him the other night. I'm not super, or the other day. Maybe it wasn't yesterday's show. Maybe it was the week before.
Yeah, a lot of shows recently.
Philly's on the clock.
What's that?
Philly's on the clock. What are they going to do?
Man, they do such a good job. I got a buddy who's a big Eagles fan, and I feel like the last couple of years there's at least one player where I message him. I'm like, dude, I really like that guy. I love Kenneth Gainwell. I love Jurgensen. Cam Jurgens.
Is there a Georgia defensive player they can take?
Oh yeah.
An Alabama offensive player they can take?
Bulldog.
Yeah. Now there's an Alabama there are two Alabama defensive players they could take.
Yep.
But that's not what they do. They take Georgia defense, Alabama offense. So
let's see, I'm just gonna see if I can find Georgia on the page.
Is it probably Tyke Smith?
Yeah, too early for him.
I'm just saying, like, that's probably the top Georgia defensive player.
Yeah. I'm gonna say Terrion's still out there, right?
Yes. Both all the corners are still out there. Mitchell, Arnold, DeJean,
Arnold.
Kool-Aid McKinstry, Nate Wiggins, they're all still on the board.
Could also see Robinson from Missouri.
Darius Robinson, yeah.
His versatility. He was, of course, when you're in the room with those guys in Mobile, some of them are just so jacked. But he was like the one dude that you're like, that guy is like sculpted. He was so ripped that it's like I said to people, like, if you stood me next to him and explained to people from another planet that we are the same species, they wouldn't believe you. They'd be like, no, that thing isn't the same as that thing. Look at them. Look at what that one looks like. That's like putting an elephant next to a giraffe and being like, they're the same. Look.
Yeah, they're.
What the hell are you talking about? They're the same. Look, they're nothing like each other. All right.
This is a great tweet that I just saw. Chop Robinson ran a faster 40 than the following players: Trayvon Walker, Hassan Reddick, Jadeveon Clowney, Daniil Hunter, Rashawn Gary, Kayvon Thibodeau, Brian Arakpo, Myles Garrett, Trey Hendrickson, Bradley Chubb, Jason Taylor, Carlos Dunlap, Vernon Golston, Sean Merriman, Jason Pierre-Paul. Now, 40 times not everything, but you want to talk about a guy who is you want to talk about a guy who is explosive.
Yep.
I know the pick.
Okay, I do not.
It is not because Goodell announced it. I looked on Twitter accidentally and got it spoiled.
Yep. So they got you once and they got me once.
Yep. So I'm just making some notes here for myself.
Did I?
No, Southern Jet. Barton is not gone yet. Barton is still on the board.
Let's go. Okay, so 14 offensive players in a row was double the previous record.
Jeez.
I thought the previous was 9. The previous was 7.
That's insane.
No, Rich. Barton is still out there.
Yeah, Barton's still on the board. We could package picks for Pearsall and take Zinter in the 4th. I'm in.
Absolutely.
That would be a fantastic haul for this team.
Do you have Goodell walking up? What do you have?
For the Eagles pick, Goodell's still hanging out there.
I got him
I don't see him yet.
Oh, God.
There's Goodell.
Yeah, he's going to ramble on about global expansion.
Good night, Southern Jet. Michael, other than YouTube, where do you guys stream? We stream on Twitter, I believe, and Facebook.
Yep. Twitter. Yeah, Twitter as well. I can't figure out the I gotta ask Phil about that. The WhatsApp? No, not WhatsApp. What's the Instagram?
Instagram.
It requires like some special code from Instagram that I don't think I have.
You don't get the code, yeah.
Yeah, I didn't. All right. Thanks, Rich. Appreciate it, man. Thanks for stopping in and engaging.
All right, Goodell's announcing the pick. I know the pick, so whenever you get it, we can talk about it.
Yep. Damn it. Right position, wrong player.
First corner off the board. So there's your CB1 in this year's class. A lot of people thought that was the case.
Yeah. Those small school guys, man, it's so tough to get highlights on them.
Yeah, he was good, though.
Yeah. That's crazy. 46 pass breakups.
Say that again.
46 career pass breakups. That's nuts.
That's pretty good. What do we think Jacksonville does here? They traded down.
They did.
They could take Arnold. They're definitely a corner needy team.
Yeah. Who are they? Because they lost a receiver in free agency. They lost what's his name that went to Tennessee.
Jacksonville, Calvin Ridley, yeah.
So who do they have? Who are their top receivers?
They have Philly or Jacksonville.
Jacksonville.
Let me look. Let me pull up their depth chart. Gabe Davis, Christian Kirk, Zay Jones, and Devin Duvernay are their top receivers.
I could see a receiver here. Those guys aren't putting the fear of God into anyone. Maybe is this where Brian Thomas goes? Maybe
Could be.
It's too early for Pearsall, right? Sometimes they think,
I would be
Florida kid,
I would be very
Florida
upset if it was
school,
Pearsall.
Florida team.
I mean, they traded down, right? So they clearly felt some level of comfort in the way the board was going to fall, but to move down, what was it, 6 spots with Minnesota?
Yeah.
They were 17.
Yeah. And, I would look to the spots that were deep where they could say, well, we know there's going to be a receiver there.
And there were going to be multiple corners there, right? So
Yep. Let's see here. Yeah, this is he did look good at the Senior Bowl. And that's one of the things that's my favorite thing about the Senior Bowl, is seeing the small school guys go up and compete against the big timers and see how they do.
you got Dallas on deck, Green Bay as well. Trying to think of the way the board might fall after this, right? So what's your final prediction here?
I'm going to go with Brian Thomas again. I don't love that receiving core. I think he's a really good player.
Is he do you think he's the best receiver available right now?
I might be a little biased. He's probably my favorite receiver that's left right now.
Whoa, Ricky Pearsall, obviously.
well, yeah, clearly. Well, I did mention him. I did say Pearsall. Maybe they do. Maybe they say, let's take the Florida kid. And you could. I think the earliest I've seen Pearsall mocked is like 33, but this stranger things have happened. I think I've predicted Johnny Newton so many times I keep forgetting he's still there.
Still on the board, yeah, still available.
Here we go.
Pick is in. Pick is in. You're ahead of me, right?
Yeah, because I got the pick.
Oh, okay. Okay, so yes, you are. That is correct. You are ahead of me. Oh, okay. They did do it. They said, you know what? That's Brian Thomas. Now that's bad. That's bad news for me because I didn't have him in going in the first round. So that's bad news for me.
Oh, really?
Yeah, just couldn't get him in there. Couldn't find a spot that made sense. Couldn't find a spot that made sense. But you got to give them credit, right? They clearly loved Brian Thomas, and they were able to trade down from 17, get some additional capital, and still get the guy they wanted. Yeah. When teams are able to do that, you just give them credit.
Which is what
listen,
coaches did. So, credit where it's due.
Right. And again, it might not work out, but the process I like.
Yeah. Yeah, the first time I ever saw that with the Jets was a running back named Ronald Moore, and the Jets were like one spot ahead of the Cardinals, and they told the Cardinals that somebody else wanted to jump them. They said, but we're willing to swap picks. Whatever the Cardinals were right behind the Jets,
right?
And the Jets needed a running back, and they said, give us your starting running back and your pick. And they flipped picks, and the Jets got a starting running back, and he was an all right player. He actually has, I think he still holds the record, the Jets team record. I think it was an NFL record at the time, but it's been broken because these are the types of these are the types of records the Jets set. Like, oh, we did something really good, but there's got to be a negative spin on it. Longest run in team history without scoring. He had like a 93-yard run and got knocked out at the 1. I still remember listening to that game at work on my my earbuds. And but I think he only played a couple years with the Jets. But yeah, that was the first time I saw a team do that. Flip one spot, get a player, get a pick. Well, flip picks and get a player, and they really. I think I read about it years later. There was no offer. The Jets were bluffing.
Dallas, Tyler Guyton.
Yeah.
The entire time you were telling that story, I found myself going, "What are the Cowboys going to do?"
They've had a rough offseason. They haven't done anything. I
know it's been brutal.
Snapper. Guyton, I didn't realize till maybe a month or so ago. I didn't realize Guyton's got a pretty healthy injury history. Well, that's an oxymoron, but he's got a pretty significant injury history.
Who's available right now? Graham Barton, Arnold, Guyton, Cooper DeJean. They don't really need edge, so Darius Robinson doesn't make sense. JPJ, most of the corners other than Mitchell. I'm just trying to think of who's available for them.
And Guyton's an Oklahoma guy, and Jura's an Oklahoma guy.
That's kind of that was honestly what I did when I mocked him. I was like, this kind of is an interesting fit.
Yeah. I think Guyton might be the guy. But
I would like that. That would be nice.
I could see any JPJ Barton. I could see one of those two. But I'm going with the Oklahoma tie, and that's what's putting it over the hump for me. Let me see.
They're still taking their time. They're still thinking.
Let's see real quick.
The Cowboys war room looks like it's a scene from a Star Wars movie.
It does. It does. He had the best setup during COVID, remember? Wasn't he on like a yacht?
Probably.
Something like that? Looked like it was. I think they have like portholes behind him.
Isn't Jerry an Arkansas guy? Yeah, he went to Arkansas, right?
Oh, I thought you're right. I thought it was Oklahoma.
Yeah, well, I don't know why we both got there. We both were like, yeah, Oklahoma. I don't know. It's been a long evening. We've been going for 3+ hours now.
Yeah.
We're prone to some mistakes.
Let's see. I'm gonna I'm gonna bring Scott Mason on with us for a few minutes.
Cool.
We did this last year too. We did his show. I think we did each other's shows right before the draft.
Nice.
But we said this year let's try to hop on during.
This is the longest we've had. The Dallas has decided that they want to take the entire time.
Maybe they're trying to trade.
With who? Who's trying to make a trade right now?
All right. There's that. What is... Oh, that's my mic. No one wants to help Jerry. Jerry's calling around begging.
He's like, please, somebody help me.
I read an article recently, and it may be a couple of years old, but even still, like draft-wise, just in terms of like drafting players who get second contracts and start X amount of games, he's been the best GM in the NFL for like a 10-year stretch. I mean, they don't win Super Bowls, but you think about it, they are always very competitive. They always have really good players.
We have a trade.
Uh-oh.
The Lions are moving up.
The Lions. Now, this is going to be Barton or somebody like that.
They need a corner.
Yeah.
Are they trying to get in front of some teams for Arnold or McKinstry?
They could be.
Guyton, Barton, offensive line, all those positions I think make sense. Let me look at their depth chart real quick. Detroit Lions, depth chart, offensive lineman, Taylor Decker, maybe want a replacement there. Long-term, Graham Glasnow, left guard, Frank Ragnow, our center, Kevin Zeitler, who we just paid, Penei Sewell, who we just paid.
Oh, they added Zeitler. I forgot about that.
So,
yeah, they're not going to
interior is not awesome. Corner really feels like it's where they're going.
Yeah, and I have Daniel Jeremiah in the other ear. He just said they've done a ton of work on.
So your other ear experience is Daniel Jeremiah. My other ear experience is Kyle and Joe.
Okay. Oh, what are they live on?
They're on YouTube. They're on their YouTube channel.
Okay.
I went in there and trolled Joe because I don't know if you remember this. This is a deep cut, but we had a take come in one time when we were doing the show about Jordan Mailata, the offensive lineman for the Eagles, and somebody said fellow, Ozzy Mailata, and Joe thought that was his name instead of like Ozzy because he's from that part of the world, and so Mailata made the pick for the Eagles. Like he announced it, he was on there. So I jumped into their chat and I said, "So glad we could have Jordan or Ozzy Mailata make the pick." So I had to go over there and troll. So I was going over there to troll for a little.
Let's see. Let's bring Scott on.
All right,
like he's ready. Let's see. Joining us for a little bit here.
We should make Scott immediately tell us who he thinks the Lions are going to pick if he doesn't know.
Yeah, let's see if we can get him on here. All right, Scott. Right off the bat, who are the Lions taking here?
That's a great question. I'm going to go with Terrion Arnold.
All right.
That's just the first name that popped in my head, so let's see if I'm right.
They need a corner.
I'm cheating a little bit because I was thinking interior because I forgot they got Zeitler. And as I was going to say O-line, Daniel Jeremiah said they've worked a ton on corners. So that's who I'm going with.
I mean, all of them are still available, right? Other than Mitchell, you have Arnold, DeJean, McKinstry, Wiggins. They're all still on the board.
Yeah, all of them. I love McKinstry just because his name is awesome, but I think Terrion Arnold's probably the best of the bunch left.
Imagine if you had Kool-Aid and Sauce.
Oh, man.
Oh, it would have been great.
Would have been awesome.
I kind of wish they'd have drafted him just for that. Same reason I want Ruka.
Oh, yeah. That's another great name.
Trade DJ Reed, pick up a second-round pick, draft Kool-Aid McKinstry if he falls. There you go. There's the solution.
Oh, dude, if they could actually get a second-round pick for him. By the way, Jeremiah's got Terrion Arnold as his 9th overall player, so this would be pretty good value according to him if they did it.
Yeah. He's his best.
Not that I live and die by his rankings. I'm just making a point.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, he's the best available right now on his it's Terrion, Graham Barton, Cooper DeJean, Johnny Newton, Tyler Guyton, A.D. Mitchell, Kool-Aid, Edgerrin Cooper, Ladd McConkey, Xavier Worthy.
It's kind of a shame that they're not going to be picking somebody from the state of Michigan because this crowd would have been ready to erupt.
Oh, God, yeah.
It's Let's see who they pick here. Who is this? Oh, a bunch of high school kids, I guess.
Looks like it.
All right, so you guys are ahead of me still.
We got to figure out who's ahead of who. Because we're not saying the picks until we've all heard it live. What are you getting right now,
then I won't
Scott?
say anything. I'll see it on the screen momentarily.
Yeah, you're way ahead of me. Way ahead.
Okay, so you and I are both ahead of Chris, so we won't say anything until he's got the pick.
Okay. And Dell's taking his sweet time here. I'll say that.
Do you have the audio on?
I don't.
Through the history. This is Michigan's first ever girls flag football team, so he's giving us their history.
All right, that's cool.
All right, yeah. All right. One of the girls is coming up to make the pick.
Oh, that's who she is. Okay, that makes sense. What? They picked Devin Leary? No, I'm just kidding.
See, that's good. That was good. That was very good.
Another quarterback? No, you cannot be serious.
Did they take a defensive back? Can you at least tell me that?
I won't say anything, Chris. I will say there are a lot of attractive women in his entourage. That's all I'm going to say.
Okay, this person has a lot of attractive women. I have an idea of who it is. Let's see.
I don't know if it's cousins, someone's his mom, a girlfriend. I don't know, but quite a few.
Terrion Arnold, good pick.
And he's wearing a nice pink jacket.
Yeah.
Not Caleb Williams, by the way.
No.
You're still behind, Chris?
No. Terrion Arnold. I'm good. We're fine.
Okay.
We're fine.
All right, you got it.
Say, wow.
I said
it.
I must have not said it loud enough. We're good. I got it. Yeah, we're fine.
Gotcha.
Okay, got it.
All right, so there's Terrion.
It's funny because I just immediately threw that name out because it's the first name that came into my head, and I turned out to be right. How about that?
Not bad. So, go ahead, Scott. Share your thoughts on the Jets. Pick at 11.
Yeah, you and I will talk more about this too. I'm sure you've talked plenty on the live stream, but we'll talk about this on Play Like a Jet as well. Look, you and I have talked about this a lot. I thought they should have gone with a weapon that could help them right away. I just think when you have a 41-year-old quarterback and you have a very short window to try to win, drafting a guy to be an insurance policy that high doesn't strike me as the optimal move. I would have gone with Bowers. It sounds like Bowers may have been a smokescreen, but I would have had way more trouble with this, I suppose, if Odunze had been on the board and they passed on him. I still would have taken Bowers, but look, this is sort of how I look at it. By trading back a pick and doing what Daniel Jeremiah said, which was bluffing the Vikings into giving them picks to move back a spot, they set themselves up to at least move into the second round tomorrow, which I fully expect that they'll do. And if they can do that and get themselves a real top flight weapon, whoever winds up being on the board, there's a couple of names we'll see. I saw somebody mention Roman Wilson, and respectfully to Roman Wilson, I like him, but that's not what I had in mind. If that's what they're going to do, then I'm not going to be happy about it. But if they can go and do that tomorrow, I'll be okay with it. It's sort of like, it's funny. In 2022, I was a little disappointed because I wanted Jermaine Johnson at 10. Now, obviously, the Garrett Wilson thing worked out, but they ended up going and trading up for him anyway, so I was really happy that they were able to get him, just got him later. If the Jets can get a receiver that we all like on day 2, if they can package some picks and go up and get one of those guys, then I'll be less – I guess part of it, too, for me is just, man – Olumuyiwa Fashanu can't play guard. Like, there's no way he's going to play guard. So he's essentially a guy who's only going to play if someone gets hurt. If they had gotten somebody who had guard capabilities, then you could have at least said, okay, maybe he beats out Simpson and plays guard. But this, I don't know. Look, I think Fashanu has a chance to be good. I thought after the first, I thought that Alt and Latham were the top two guys. I actually had Latham ahead of Alt. But if Fashanu can be a good tackle for a long time, obviously, cool. But I think they really now have to leverage the extra pick they got and the other 2 fourth-rounders and find a way into the second round and get a meaningful playmaker, because that'll take some of the sting out of not being able to get a guy at number 11 who should step in right away, because like we said, he's not going to play unless someone gets hurt.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, I mean, I think 72 will be a pass catcher, but if it's not, if they use that pick on something else, but like you said, they may trade back up into round 2. Who knows? You know, they've got what, 3 4s now. They've got a 3 and 3 4s, so they've got the ammo to move back in round 2. And I would imagine that'll be the goal. And maybe, you know, we've talked quite a bit. You know, Chris is a big Ricky Pearsall guy. I mean, we're both big Pearsall guys, but he's sort of he's Pearsall is to Chris what Bowers was to me, right? And he'd really love that. What are your thoughts on Corley, Chris? We haven't talked about him a lot because I think he could be a target.
Yeah, I think I am not going to be the person that comes up here and says it's Ricky Pearsall no matter what. Like I'm in draft day and I'm Kevin Costner, right? I mean, that's not what I'm going to do here. There are a bunch of receivers that I think make sense, and Malachi Corley is absolutely one of those guys. I just don't think he's going to be there in the back part of the second round. Right. And I don't think they have the ammunition to get to the range in the second round where he's going to be.
He goes to San Fran, actually.
So then there you go. I will say I do know the next pick ahead of time.
Okay.
So you don't have to wait for me. All I'm going to say, you know, I'm not going to say anything. I'm not going to say anything.
All right. Well,
I'll wait for the pick. I will wait for the pick to be in, and then Glenn will give me my time.
I'll say this, Chris. I think you're probably right that Corley will probably go before the spot where they be able to get to. But if they really want somebody like that bad enough, and again, let's remember they're in a very short window. Sure. They could package some stuff this year and maybe like a third or fourth next year on top of it if they really want to do it. We'll see what happens. I mean, look, I don't think anybody thought that Quinion Mitchell would be there at 22. Everybody thought the Eagles were going to have to jump up quite a bit. But that's, to me, and again, only time will tell, but to me, the steal of day one so far is Quinion Mitchell. I think he's the best defensive player in the draft.
Michael Penix.
Yes, absolutely. The funny thing about that is obviously, like, we can all say what we're going to say, but if Penix ends up being good, no one's going to care. I will say it's kind of amazing to me that Kirk Cousins didn't find out about this until the Falcons were about to pick Penix. They called him. They're like, hey, we're about to pick Penix. Like, hey, welcome to Atlanta, Kirk.
Scott, here's the thing.
It's not whether or not he'll be good. It's the fact he's not going to play till he's like 28.
Yeah, well, obviously, sure.
Well, Scott, the thing for me about it is I don't think Michael Penix was a first-round quarterback personally. He just didn't evaluate that way for me.
I agree with you on that too.
But I don't have a problem with a team taking him. I have a problem with this team taking him, because by doing that, when you have a top 10 selection, you are telling the world and you're telling us you think your roster as it currently stands is good enough in the NFC power structure to compete at a high level. And I just don't know if we feel that way. Like, I don't think the Falcons are a top 3 team in the NFC right now.
No, but I think they should win that division.
Okay,
with a healthy Kirk Cousins.
I don't know. I just think waiting until a guy's going to be 27, 28 years old for him to be your starter and then have to make a decision on his 5th-year option if everything goes well when you haven't seen him play is just ridiculous.
Oh, listen, I totally agree with you on that. And my thing with him is when I watched him, and you know how it is, Chris, people are prisoners of the moment. When he had that game against Texas, everybody was like, oh, why is he not better than Caleb Williams? And you watch him all year, and those receivers bailed him out a lot. And he had 3 NFL caliber receivers.
As much as we talk about Odunze, man, Jalen Polk was the same thing. Jump ball after jump ball after jump ball.
And even Jalen McMillan was a good receiver for him. And then, of course, you had 2 guys that, neither one of them is gone yet, but they both were thought of as possible first-round picks, Troy Fautanu and Roger Rosengarten on the offensive line. But to me, you watch Penix, and it's sort of, he reminds me a lot of Geno Smith at West Virginia. And I think he's a similar situation where, he does have athleticism and he can use his legs, but he doesn't really do it much. He's more or less a pocket quarterback.
Yeah.
And when he's coming up firing and he gets in a rhythm, he can be really, really good. But then there are times where he looks kind of shaky. And like I said, those receivers bail him out a lot. So I'm with you. I think he has a chance to be a starter in the NFL, but I think his ceiling is probably around a middle of the pack starter. And like you said, with 2 ACL tears and being the age that he already is, it just seems like a strange pick to me. I agree. But look, you know, I've seen crazier picks, I suppose.
Yeah, that one's up there though. That one's way up there.
May I talk about Jordan Morgan being a first-round selection to the Green Bay Packers?
Right, one of your guys.
Man, we talked about this. One of my guys, I thought there was a decent opportunity for him to slip into the first round, and I'm really not surprised that it's the Green Bay Packers, that the team that feels like they can get the most out of him. They love these types of players along their offensive line, so I'm not surprised that this is where he ultimately slotted in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I had heard
some people had in round 1, some had him in round 2.
Yeah. I had heard a couple of teams in the 20s liked him, so I'm not surprised someone went ahead and pulled the trigger. It's sort of interesting, though, right? Because all this buzz about Troy Fashanu, and he's still on the board. I still think that a big part of the reason that he's still on the board is because
he went to the Steelers.
He went to the Steelers.
Oh, did he? Oh, I'm sorry, not Fashanu.
Yes.
Who was I thinking of? What's his name? Guyton is still on the board.
Tyler Guyton's still on the board.
Guyton
Yes.
is still on the board.
Yeah. I'm sorry. That's what I meant to say. All this talk about Tyler Guyton, and I think a big part of the reason why he's still on the board is what you and I have talked about, Glenn. The fact that he's a guy that it's very tough to project.
Yep.
As far as having played against pro style and real true pro pass sets, because Oklahoma, that ball gets out so quick.
Yep.
He's such an athlete, but
I've said all
you
along,
pick him and he really is a project.
Evaluate.
Yeah, I think he's a project, and teams were nervous about that. I think with Amarius Mims, he was a project and a question mark for a different reason, mostly because he didn't play a ton, but obviously played in the SEC, played at Georgia, all that, and you know what his measurables are. But Guyton's the interesting one to me because, like you said, all the other guys that we expected to go in round 1 that have the ability to play tackle, or that people project to possibly play tackle, have come off the board now. Graham Barton is still on the board, but I think most people seem to believe he's going to be an interior lineman in the NFL.
Be center guard.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's kind of interesting. I wonder what happens with day number 2. We had said Patrick Paul was a guy to keep your eye on there. I don't think he's a target for the Jets now, but does he come off the board in the second round? And I'm trying to think of some of the other offensive linemen. I mean, we haven't seen any of the pure interior offensive linemen go off the board yet. JPJ is still there.
The Steelers were going to take a
Zach Frazier still on the board.
Yep.
Zach Frazier still there. Yeah.
JPJ. I thought one of those would go to the Steelers.
Yeah, it's interesting to see how this is played out. It's kind of crazy too with all the quarterbacks. It's weird. I never bought, and I was right in the end. Yeah, and I was right in the end about J.J. McCarthy too. I wasn't buying all that BS. I said he was going to go in the 10 to 15 range, kind of like what happened with Mac Jones. If you remember, there was all that Mac Jones. Oh, he might go third to the 49ers. Blah 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 blah. So that was kind of what I expected. And then I sort of felt like with Penix gone, with McCarthy gone, that Sean Payton was going to pull the trigger on Bo Nix because the buzz was that he liked him. And I feel like he was probably sitting there going, there's no way that I can trade out of this pick and bank on getting him.
Yeah. I think I brought this up earlier, Chris, if you remember a couple of months ago, and I brought it up on our show with Dylan and Chris, that it was either Sporting News or Sports Illustrated. Somebody did it was 3 or 7 round mock or whatever, and they had Bo Nix going to the Jets at 72. And I was just like, how in the world would Bo Nix fall to 72? And then remember on your show, I came on, I said, I thought he might, I said, with a strong Senior Bowl, he might sneak into the top 10. Now, he didn't really have a very good Senior Bowl, so he didn't get into the top 10. but he went 12. While a lot of people were saying he was like a second, third round pick. I think he did enough at Oregon. I think you look at the number of reps, the experience he gained there between Auburn and Oregon, multiple systems, and he's an older guy too. But not quite as old as Penix, and he's going to play right away. So different story there.
The top 3 Heisman finishers went in the top 12 tonight. How about that?
Yeah.
And does anyone have this pick yet?
Yep, I got it.
I don't yet, but they can go. This team can go so many different directions.
Well, I won't tell you who it is, but I will say
I got it now. I just it just came across mine.
Yeah, I won't tell you who it is, but I will say that I am shocked that the Buccaneers drafted Devin Leary. I just can't believe another quarterback went in the first round. Sorry, I'm just going to keep doing that, Chris. It's going to be a recurring bit I'm going to do.
It's shocking that he was able to go twice, that he went in the last 2 picks. It's unbelievable.
True story, okay? I was at the NFL draft in, what year was it? When
I've
Tony
seen the pick, by the way.
went.
So we can talk about Graham Barton.
Yeah, he had to go.
Okay.
That's a great pick for them.
Yeah, I like that a lot. They're showing lacrosse highlights now on NFL Network, which is always fun. Graham Barton, apparently a really good lacrosse player. I was unaware of this.
Had no idea. Belichick, he would have been a Patriot. Belichick would have taken him.
He loves, but
lacrosse,
real quick, off
lacrosse guy.
Yeah, off topic though, real quick, Chris. True story. What year was it that Tony Baselli was the number 2 overall pick? Was that 95, 96? I can't remember.
I would have been 1 or 2 when that occurred, so not going to be much help here.
No, well, I was more asking Glenn because I thought he might remember. But either way, whichever year it was that Baselli was the number 2 overall pick, they announced it to those of us that were in attendance,
95.
and then they re-announced it when the TV cameras joined. So then it became a recurring gag with all the people in my section. Anytime the commissioner, at the time it was Tagliabue, went up there, everybody would yell out, "It's Tony Baselli again!"
And he actually, that guy, I mean, what a player he was in that injury-shortened career.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. If Olumuyiwa Fashanu could be half as good as Baselli was before his injuries piled up, you'd be a very happy person.
So this will be interesting for the Cardinals. It's a team that I know pretty well. I don't know the pick yet.
Yeah, but not saying it, but good one.
Edge, corner, those are the 2 positions that I think make the most sense for them based on what their needs are going into the evening. Let's see who they got. Darius Robinson. That's a home run. Run.
Yeah.
They needed help on the edge.
I was saying earlier to Chris Scott that in Mobile, when you get the chance to meet with all the players in the conference room, that he was the most jacked dude there. Like he looked like, central casting for a defensive lineman, for a football player. Absolutely ripped.
Looked like a guy that could have been a pro wrestler.
Yeah, exactly. So good for him though. He, I had one of my dumbest moments actually with him. Told a couple stories about how stupid I am tonight, so we'll do another one. He came up to the podium and I asked him a couple questions, and I'd said to him, I watched a lot of Mizzou because I liked a lot of their players, and he was one of them. And I mentioned, the fact that he's a guy who probably had first round talent, but really people weren't talking about him that way till that week, and blah blah blah. And he commented on that, and then as I was walking away, I thought I'd watched enough of him that I remembered he had a post-sack celebration that he used to do. And he did it every single time, and he had a lot of sacks. So I saw him do it a million times, but I couldn't remember what it was. I'm like, damn it, what was that celebration? He used to do something with his hands right after he would get a sack. So I said
they're about to show it on TV.
Yeah, well, I don't know if they'll show the post-sack. Yeah, there's the sacks and the hits, but I said to him, I said, is there any meaning? Is there any meaning to that celebration you do after you get a sack? And he's kind of looked at me. He's like, yeah, thanking God. Like he just did like a prayer.
Yeah.
I completely forgot what it was. I'm like, I'm a moron. Like here I am, a guy that doesn't know what it is when someone puts 2 of their hands together and bows their head down.
Glenn, when he
I was like,
crosses
that's my
himself,
last
what does he
question. I'm
mean
gonna
by
go
that?
back to my room now.
Glenn, when he crosses himself, what does that mean by? What does he mean by that?
what is that gesture? When you touch yourself on the forehead, and then both shoulders. I don't. What is that?
I don't. Can you
Is there any
explain that
meaning
one to
to that
me? I'm
gesture?
not sure I get your.
Yeah, I felt like a moron. I was like, what a dope.
So here's a question for you guys as we get kind of wind down this round. I'm curious to see which other wide receivers may go. The last receiver who came off the board, it's been a while, right? Since a receiver came off the board.
Jacksonville took Brian
Doomsday? Was he
Thomas
the
at
last
23.
one?
Brian
Oh
Thomas
yeah,
Jr.
Brian
at 23.
Thomas. That's right. Yeah, that's right.
Well, I
So
was saying
right
earlier, I
now,
think
though,
McConkey or Worthy land with Kansas City.
you got McConkey, you got Worthy, you got Adonai Mitchell, who's apparently sliding because of concerns about his health and his character. The buzz. Bob McGinn reported this, and I know Charlie Campbell had it at Walter Football as well. That apparently Adonai Mitchell has had a lot of trouble managing his type 1 diabetes. Like he doesn't manage it properly, and a lot of times his blood sugar gets out of whack, and it causes him to be a pain. So that may have driven him down boards. In fact, didn't he make a comment? I could have sworn there was a report where he even said that he felt like half the time he didn't run his routes at full blast, which is not a good thing to be admitting.
No.
So that might have dropped him down. So
you
figured
Kansas City and Buffalo making a trade.
Really?
That's interesting. Who are the Chiefs
if Kansas
coming
City's
up for?
jumping, if Kansas City's jumping Buffalo for a receiver, that's going to be really funny.
Why? But here's the thing.
That's interesting because
why would Buffalo?
You would think they're both thinking receiver,
right? So Buffalo
that's
wouldn't
play
what
I'm
that game.
Getting at.
So this feels like a tackle.
What
then
I'm getting at.
This feels like a tackle. Tyler Guyton.
What to replace the immortal Donovan Smith?
The immortal Donovan Smith.
Yeah, would make.
By the way, Donovan Smith grew up a Jets fan. Just throwing that out there.
Yeah.
I will tell you, the Chiefs trading up with the Bills and taking like Xavier Worthy and Xavier Worthy being a Pro Bowler, Bills fans would not be happy with that based on no more stuff.
Which is why I kind of want it to happen right now. So let's go, KC, Xavier Worthy.
That would be very good.
We don't need the Bills fans to be happy.
Let's see. Yeah, Rob says here, this was a little while ago, but Rob says if they can get Pearsall in the mid-late second, people would be ecstatic, which I agree. I don't see him in the third. Who was it the other day? Leger Douzable.
I don't love Pearsall as much as you guys do, but I I don't love Pearsall as much as you guys do, but I'd be all right with it.
Yeah, Leger Douzable had him, the Jets getting him with their 72nd pick, and I was like, he's not going to be there at 72. That's not happening.
I would love him if I would love it if it was.
Oh God, that'd be fantastic. But I think that 72 I think we all agree that 72 is getting traded. So we'll see what happens there.
It'll be interesting. I mean, what if they trade? What if they package all those picks in a deal for Brandon Ayuk? No, I'm just kidding.
Oh God.
Once I saw that rumor, man, come on down.
Once I saw that rumor, I thought, are the Jets gonna
listen? If the Jets could have in any way afforded Ayuk, I'd have made that deal in a second. But obviously, I don't think that's in the cards financially.
Yeah, that was we talked earlier about and actually, yeah, that's what we were saying earlier. Financially, I don't see how they would make it work. They're sitting on about $3.5 million in cap space.
And they can free up some more, but they need to sign the rookies, right?
That's what I was going to say. Yeah, they got to sign the rookies, so they got to clear up space just for the rooks. So I don't see them. We'd hope they would go get a tackle. I mean, there's no need to now, having drafted Fashanu, but
right.
I
would have considered an interior O lineman too in the second round if they hadn't done this. They could have gotten like Cooper Beebe. I would have figured Cooper Beebe could have probably beaten out John Simpson too, theoretically.
Yeah, I think there's a couple guys. I think all the JPJs, the Fraziers, I think they could have beaten Simpson. I think Cooper Beebe could. We'll see what happens. I wonder. Well, no, it wouldn't really matter. Because I listened to the show you did, Scott, where you had the Ravens writer on who talked about Simpson and didn't exactly have glowing reviews. And kind of a lot of what he said, I thought it was some of the stuff I saw when I watched him after the signing. But the thing that intrigued me, but I guess it's sort of not going to happen now. I wondered. He talked about how he does have, prototypical size to be a tackle as well. And I wondered, to myself, like, did the Jets envision him as a guy who can be a backup tackle? But now I would guess not because they've just drafted one.
Yeah, I mean, R.I.P. Carter Warren too. I guess. I mean, you know.
Well, he can play both sides, so maybe they work him and maybe he becomes the backup right tackle and Fashanu becomes the backup left tackle.
I suppose the idea would be like,
and both are 33, so maybe they're your starters next year.
yeah, I guess the idea is see what you can do with Carter Warren. I mean, I'm not banking on it, but I do find it funny that the same people that were like, what about Carter Warren? Like 10 minutes later are like, what? You can't count on Carter Warren. It's like, wait a minute, which one is it? You can't count on him or don't forget about him.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I've said all along, I think he should be part of the plan. I think he should be given a shot to, this is before the free agent moves, of course. I said give him a shot to at least compete for a starting job, but obviously he won't now because they've brought in 3 guys who will be ahead of him. But I still like him as a developmental guy. I don't think that
what have you guys seen the pick yet?
I get rid of him already.
I can't believe it, Chris. You're never going to believe this. The Chiefs just picked Devin Leary too. I don't know how this happened.
I thought you were going to tell me they picked Tony Baselli, which would have been something.
Oh, dude, if they picked it'll be funny if like the Jaguars have Baselli come out on the because the old players come out.
They've done that.
Is that Patrick Mahomes Sr.?
What's that?
No, I don't know who that. I don't know. He's walking out of Mahomes jersey, so I saw from the back.
Senior.
I doubt it's Senior based on his.
No, I don't think it's him. I just saw him turn around, so now I see his face, and it's definitely not him. I just saw back of his head in a Mahomes jersey, so I was wondering if that's who was up there to make.
He's facing a lot of time now, isn't he?
Yeah, I think so. I still remember watching him pitch for the Mets and the Twins. How crazy is that?
Twins. I remember more with the Twins. I remembered he was a Met, but I think he was with the Twins longer.
Yeah, he's part of my theory that when a guy's like an okay player in a sport and he has a son, that there's a much better chance that son's going to be like really, really good. And if the guy's really, really good and he has a son, it's much greater chance that the son's only going to be okay. Marvin Harrison Jr. looks like he's going to be an exception to that.
And Joe Alt.
Yeah, you get Vladimir Guerrero, obviously.
Yeah.
And Prince Fielder, too. Yeah. Although Fernando Tatis's dad wasn't that good. He was okay. Oh, wait, here we go.
You hit 2 grand slams in 1 inning. You're pretty good in my book.
Yeah, 2 grand slams in 1 inning.
Oh, dude. Chris, I'm not going to say anything, but you're going to laugh so hard when you see what would happen here.
If the Chiefs moved up and just took Xavier Worthy, I'm just going to be very confused at what Brandon Beane is doing.
I'm going to let you see this one for yourself.
All right.
Glenn, have you seen it yet?
Yep.
Okay. So you know what's going on.
Yep.
The Chiefs the Bills just allowed okay, alrighty then. All right.
The only thing I can think here is that the Bills just don't really like these receivers that much.
They just think Xavier Worthy stinks.
That's the only possible answer.
Well, listen, the other thing is, like, I've seen people suggest the Bills could try for T. Higgins or Ayuk, but I would love somebody to explain to me how they make that work financially, considering that they have, like, no money, and Josh Allen carries, like, a $1.5 million base salary this year.
So, are you guys, real quick, I'm going to sidebar. Are you guys familiar with the huddle report and how it works?
I've heard, I know of them. I don't know.
So, we are witnessing, potentially, history being made. Because there is somebody who is going to break a record that I thought was never going to be broken for the best huddle report score.
Really?
Jason Boris, right now of the Times News, I don't know where this is, has a 58. He has 15 matches and 28 of 29 players so far.
Wow.
59 is the number. So with the remaining picks, so 29, 30, 31, 32, he's got 4 picks. If he gets 2 players, they don't even need to match. 2 players, he'll get to 60, and I don't think that's ever been done. I think 59 is the highest number. So 2. If he gets 2 of the final 4 are players that he just has in his mock, then he's in. He's got 60.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's a good job.
That is a fantastic effort.
Man, if Xavier Worthy goes on to be a really good receiver, the Bills are going to – they just let the – I mean, I don't know. I mean, look, maybe like I said, the only thing I can figure is – what?
What's that?
What'd you say, Glenn? I'm sorry.
Maybe the Bills take Leggett.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I can only assume that the Bills must just not love these receivers because how could they know who the Chiefs wanted?
Right. Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know. Very strange.
I
Look,
wonder if teams ever do that. I mean, there's no rule for or against, but I wonder if you're working a deal. If you go, look, we're considering this, but if you're taking our guy, we're not. So tell us who you're taking. They could say, no, we're not telling you. But you can say, okay, well, then we're not making a deal. If they could say, like, all right, man, we're moving up to get Worthy. You say, all right, we're okay with that because we don't want that guy.
I'll be honest though. Even if you weren't going to take Worthy, if you're Brandon Beane, if you think Worthy's going to be good, why make this move and hand him to the Chiefs?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I mean, it's not like Andy Reid doesn't have some idea what he's doing.
No, he's pretty good at this. He's pretty good.
Yeah, he's got a decent track record.
Yeah, he's all right.
Okay,
listen, Tyler Guyton's still on the board for the Cowboys. I'm not going to change my mind. That should be the pick.
It's got to be Guyton, yeah.
As the replacement for the recently departed Tyron Smith.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they could take Devin Leary. He's also available with this pick.
That's true. 3 teams have taken him, but there's a max of 32.
Right, so still available.
He's still there. All right, I'm not going to say anything, but I see the pick. And
Roger Goodell dropped the pick. He dropped the pick on the way. He dropped the cue card.
I think that's. I think they have to forfeit the pick now. I think that's the rule.
That's it because they dropped the cue card.
Yep.
Do you guys remember, Glenn? You would remember this. Do you remember that year that it was? I believe it was Ryan Sims, and Bryant McKinney, and the one team let the time expire by accident, so the team right behind them ran up to the podium and got the pick. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes, the Vikings.
That actually happened once.
Yep.
Yeah, Chris, you better get your pick in on time because as soon as your time runs out, the next team can run that card up and beat you to it.
And you had 8 months to get it together. So
yeah.
Oh,
you had one job
in 4 minutes. What do you think?
Look at Jerry Jones.
Got that one.
I'm very happy. That is my 9th match, my 27th player overall. So that's a big one for me. I'm very happy with that.
Oh, nice job. I didn't do one of these this year.
I got Terry on Arnold right, and then I stopped guessing.
I didn't submit it officially, but I put it on Twitter so people know what my mock looked like, so I can tweet about it later. So based on scoring, I have 45 points right now, which is very far off of the 58 that is leading the way. But I'm not.
That's pretty good.
I'm not disappointed. I'm doing better than Joe and Kyle. So.
I think I would have had 4 of the first 5, and then I would have had the first 5 of the first 6, and then I probably wouldn't have hit another one for quite a while.
So I was 6 for 6 to start, and then
you and I were 6 for 6, and Dylan I think was 5 for 6.
Yeah, because he put Latham. So I was
Latham overall.
I was 6 for 6.
Yeah, I would have had Latham too.
And then the other 3 I snagged were JJ McCarthy to the Vikings, Bo Nix to the Broncos, and then just Tyler Guyton just now.
Oh, okay, but you didn't have Minnesota trading up to 10 for him, right?
I had them trading with Tennessee up to 7, but when you're doing this, it doesn't matter where they pick. It's just does the team select the player. So I don't get punished for the fact that I had them trading up to 7. As long as they still take the player, I get the 2 points.
Got it.
But yeah, last year I did really well. I got 39 points. I didn't submit it this year because I wasn't with a publication that I felt like I could get the link from. So I'm just keeping track. But I'm at 45 right now. So I've increased from last year. So I'm doing better than I did last year.
I got
Dunze, I got JJ McCarthy, I got Nix, I got Fuaga, I got Dallas Turner, I got Terry and Arnold, and I got Brian Thomas. That's it for me. And then I stopped after Terry on because we started talking and I forgot about it.
This is crazy, man. None of those interior offensive linemen except for Barton are off the board. And Barton was a tackle in college.
Yeah, and I think I really thought JPJ. Oh, I can see JPJ going. I think this will be JPJ or Frazier right here.
I don't know. There are 3 corners on the board. Feels like Baltimore's just going to steal one of the good corners.
Yeah, they do that a lot. I was saying Brock Bowers is this year's Kyle Hamilton. He's a guy that everybody talked about for like 3 years. People thought he could be like a top 5 guy. Then you started hearing about, oh, he's not that good. He's undersized. He's not as this. He's not that. Oh, he's, blah, blah, blah. And he wound up sliding further than he probably should have. I think he's going to wind up being a beast with the Raiders, honestly.
Who's that?
Bowers.
Brock Bowers.
Yeah.
Glenn
By the way,
how
how could he not be with that mustache?
What's that?
No, dude, they got the mustache.
Oh, O'Connell?
No, Minshew.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that.
Yeah, Minshew will get him.
Earlier, and they were talking about how the Raiders, because they have O'Connell too, right?
Yeah, he's going to be the backup.
Yeah, I heard someone talking earlier, and they were talking about him as a starter. I completely forgot about Minshew. Did you see the You see the T-shirt thing with Minshew or the hoodie he wore the other day?
No. What did he do?
He's fantastic. I love that.
Oh, Chris Schubert, you were on a roll, brother. That's all I'm going to say.
I'm on a roll. So they took a corner. Did they take the corner that I mocked them in the predictive mock? Because that would be a big win for me if they did. But
I don't know. Who did you mock them?
I don't want to tell you because I don't want a reaction. So I'll just react.
Well, I'm not going to say anything. All right. Okay. I wasn't going to say anything. I was just curious.
I mocked Nate Wiggins to them, just for the record.
All right. Well, you will find out momentarily if you were correct.
Okay. Love that for me. Nate Wiggins, baby.
But
Let's
I will
go.
say,
nice
I
job.
am shocked it wasn't Devin Leary.
Me too.
Yeah, dude, that was a good call by you right there.
That's nice. That is
my
10th match.
Wow.
Yeah, this is nice. We got San Francisco and now Buffalo, and we'll see. Does any team try to trade back up?
What did Buffalo get in that trade, by the way?
I think they added a third.
Wow.
I hope Buffalo drives Bills fans crazy and picks a defensive player.
You see that tweet I shared earlier about Bills fans reacting to the Josh Allen pick?
Oh, God.
No. I have the Bills card if you want it.
Even before the pick, they're like, it better not be Josh Allen.
I mean, listen, in fairness, we all didn't want Josh Allen either, and we all got egg on our faces, right? So,
well, I was sort of down the middle with Allen because I remember that was that was right before Joe and I stopped doing JetNation when Joe went to work with Joe C. Because I remember, yes, there were flaws in Allen's game, but some of the things he did were incredible. And I don't know if he was being hyperbolic. I just remember being really taken aback. Like Joe's exact words were something like, "This guy has zero traits that you look for in an NFL quarterback." And I'm like, he can.
Whoa, he said zero traits?
Yards.
Twice. That's twice.
Yeah. Oh, damn.
Two. That's two.
He said, he said, and again, I think a lot of people felt like he had some stuff to work on. And like I said, I don't know if Joe was being, hyperbolic and just not a fan of the prospect. And I was sort of undecided. I remember talking about him at Jets camp with some of the Jets staffers. We were just walking onto the field at camp and talking about the draft. And somebody was like, Josh Allen. I said, that I get it. I get why you would gamble because it might not work out, but if it does, his traits are off the charts.
You know that if he'd been a Jet, somehow it would have gone wrong.
Yes, they would have screwed it up. They'd have made him a fullback or something. Yeah.
Yeah, they'd have turned him into Tim Tebow or Cordell Stewart or something.
Right.
So we got two picks left here in the first round.
Yep.
Do we think that Devin Leary gets picked again?
I think so. Twice, actually. I think he gets picked back to back here.
And then I think the Jets take him on day 3.
Hey, listen, he's a popular guy.
If you saw that Daniel Jeremiah mentioned Leary as a possibility to the Jets.
Yeah, I mean, I know they met with him. Didn't they meet with him at the Shrine game or something?
I forget.
I don't remember.
Yeah, I
could have sworn they met with him. By the way, I could live 1,000 lifetimes and never be able to grow a beard like George Kittle. I'm just throwing that out there.
Yeah, that's pretty ridiculous. He looks like Rasputin.
Yeah, it's insane. The only reason I said it is because they had a commercial on TV.
Yeah, I'm looking at it now.
Yeah. It was Kittle and like Tony Gonzalez, and I couldn't possibly grow that beard if you gave me 1,000 lifetimes.
Nope, Rasputin Kittle.
So now, gentlemen, I'm chasing the magical number of 50. So I need these next 2 picks to be players that I put in my mock. These are the 4 players that I have left available to me. Cooper DeJean,
Okay.
Jackson Powers Johnson, Kool-Aid McKinstry, Johnny Newton. Those are the 4 players I have.
All right. So I'm going to say somebody picks DeJean or Kool-Aid.
That might I am a little worried with the 2 teams that are left, San Francisco and Buffalo. They don't really match with the 4 players I have left. That is a concern.
Yeah, I know, but I feel like Cooper DeJean, somebody should pick him just because the fact that a defensive back from Iowa would go in the first round is insane. So it just needs to happen. And Kool-Aid has an awesome name.
Moss went the
what?
first round last year, right?
Riley Moss.
He was a first round guy, right?
Was he?
I forget.
Was he?
Riley Moss.
Maybe not. I remember him getting a lot of first round hype.
He was a 3rd round selection. Glenn, do you want to apologize now or later?
I apologize.
By the way, Ian Rappaport was saying a lot of stuff. I don't know what it was he was saying, but he was apparently saying a lot of stuff.
So there are two Iowa players went in the first round last year. It was Jack Campbell and Lucas Van Ness.
Yeah.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. A defensive back from Iowa, that never happens.
No,
Van Ness. Why did his name
Hercules Van Ness. I remember watching I was watching the tape of, was it Skronsky? And I remember like he just fucking Van Ness just destroyed him. And I was like, whoa, forget Skronsky. Who's the guy that just knocked Skronsky halfway in next week? And then you watch Van Ness and you're like, wow, this guy's really raw, but if he can learn how to do some things, he could be unstoppable.
And we've got, let's see. Yeah, see, they still. I said earlier, I thought Malachi Corley, if a team was going to take him in the first round, it would be San Fran, but I don't think they go receiver here.
Glenn, if I may quote one of the great movies of our time, you shut your mouth when you're talking to me. I don't want him coming off the board here.
Yeah.
You ever see Wedding Crashers? That's one of my favorites. You shut your mouth when you're talking to me.
I've seen that a couple times, yeah.
I love that line. What a great line. Oh, is Roger Goodell, he's walking through the weird tunnel of lights again? Okay.
Here we go.
All right, sounds like you're about 10 seconds ahead of me, Scott.
One of my 4 players, please. One of my 4 players.
Who are your 4 again? JPJ, Moss? Not Moss.
JPJ, DeJean, McKinstry, and Newton.
All right. I could see it being a corner. Who are their corners? They need a corner, right?
Whoa. I can't believe it. Yo, you're never going to believe this. The Jets just traded up. Just traded up and took Devin Leary.
Wild.
Oh!
Actually, yep. Yeah, wait till Chris sees it. I
hate this for me. They're going to take Zach Frazier instead of JPJ, and it's going to make me lose my mind.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
No, not that.
Not that. What did they do?
Yo.
No, please don't tell me the 49ers did it. If the 49ers did it, this sucks. No, he's going to be so good for them. He's going to be so good for them. Oh, that's so good.
Yeah. So there's one pick left in this round. Let's hope it's not a wide receiver. Who do we like for tomorrow at wide receiver?
Now,
Who can the Jets theoretically get?
There were people mocking him in the 3rd round.
You know what I got to tell you? I don't care now. I don't care. It's not Ricky Pearsall. I don't care.
Yeah, but Chris, you just said before, I'm going to rewind the tape to 5 minutes ago, where you said, I'm not one of these Ricky Pearsall or bust.
Okay, so here's what I'll say. If we can talk about Ricky Pearsall for a second, my comp for him.
Oh, the Panthers just traded up.
They moved up 1 spot. Okay, that's interesting. To me,
it's
you know what
option,
this makes?
Not taking a quarterback.
I was just going to say that's got to be what it is. They want the 5th-year option. Could it be a running back?
Could be. With Pearsall,
be a receiver. They got to get their quarterback a receiver.
I thought Pearsall was a better version. I think both in the pro, but specifically coming out of college. I thought he was a better version of Alec Pierce out of Cincinnati.
Yeah.
And so to me, if you see, and again, I know this isn't exactly how it works.
The Panthers gave up nothing to move up. Anyway, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, that's okay. If I see Kyle Shanahan go out of his way to draft a guy in the first round at a wide receiver, if I'm the rest of the league, that should scare me a little bit.
Yeah. Xavier
Now,
Legette?
I'm here to tell you, Brandon Ayuk is going to be playing someplace else next season. That's what that pick tells me.
I'm thinking.
Yeah,
Legette
I mean, I think that's probably the case.
They got to get the quarterback a weapon. I'm thinking Legette.
By the way, all Carolina did was move back like 50 spots in the 7th round or something to move up here. So,
wow, that's wild.
That's kind of wild. The Bills just must not have loved anybody here. I don't. This is kind of weird, unless they have some.
They let
sort
Pierce
of deal
go. They let
Right. They let a team trade twice. They let teams trade 2 times. Oh no, potentially 2 times for wide receivers.
Oh, this makes sense. The Panthers trading up. Somebody must have thrown in a sex worker for Dave Canales.
Who?
The head coach of the Panthers. You don't know that story where he wrote a book about how he was like a sex addict or something?
No, I missed that.
Yeah. He's got an interesting past, that guy.
I know the pick, by the way. I know the pick.
They're talking interior lineman on NFL Network, but I'm still thinking receiver.
Would you like to know or no? You want to?
No, don't tell us yet.
I won't tell you. I mean, you can probably guess who it is.
You got it,
Chris.
You get it on Twitter.
If it's Devin Leary, you can tell us.
It's Devin Leary. So I figured you guys would want to know.
God damn! I was hoping the Jets could get him. Wow, there's actual Panthers fans at this thing? That's funny to me.
That's rough, man. When you're the Bills, you watch the damn thing all night. They trade back twice out of the first round. You stayed up late to not watch them pick anyone. I mean, you can still be happy with what they got. They added picks, which is always nice, but
I don't know, man. I mean, I thought the whole thing was that they're trying to I feel like by trading Diggs, unless they make some sort of move we're not expecting, I don't know. It's strange. I'm not sure what's happening there. Huh. This is interesting. All right. So we're still waiting to see. So let's hope this is not a wide receiver. If it's not, who are the top guys on the board for tomorrow at receiver?
Well, let's see. Let's look at DJ's best remaining players and see if there's any.
We got Ladd McConkey, right? If he doesn't go here. You would have.
I said I thought Ladd McConkey or Worthy would go to the Chiefs, but maybe McConkey goes here. I think Legette, but McConkey, I wouldn't rule him out.
You got Leggett, who's still there as of now. McConkey, Adonai Mitchell, Malachi Corley, Javon Baker. Who else?
Keon Coleman.
Keon Coleman. Keon Coleman. He was a guy I thought had a shot to go in the first round.
Yep. Let's see. Roman Wilson, Jalen Polk.
Yeah. I'm really hoping for
Daniel Jeremiah remaining.
All right, Goodell's at the podium on my screen. What you gonna say, Raj? What you got?
Man, trading out of the first round.
Ooh, good call, Glenn. The Bills are strange. I don't know what they're doing. I don't understand what they're doing, but I guess it doesn't matter. I'm not the general manager.
Nope.
So after all that, guys, that guy tied at 59. He didn't get to 60.
Oh,
Oh.
That's rough. Now, what's are you you've got them in your ear? What is Joe's reaction to what the Bills have done?
I will tell you, I actually muted them while we were talking, so I haven't heard in a little bit, so I don't know exactly how he feels.
Okay. Interesting. Very interesting. All right. That wraps it up for us then,
Yeah.
Jets fans.
4+ hours later.
Is it? What time is it?
Yeah, it's midnight on the East Coast.
God. I haven't looked at the time, and I thought it was like 3 o'clock.
No,
All
Glenn,
right,
it's like
5
Yeah,
a.m.
and now-
it is. I got to bring my kids to
And
school
now
in a
and
little
now
while.
you got an encore. You get to talk to me for a few minutes.
Yeah, and we can talk about the Jets' new backup tackle.
Yes.
All right. We
All
will
right,
be
guys.
we'll hop on live tomorrow, everybody, when the Jets are on the clock. I don't know, Chris, if you're available, hop on with us. I'll send you the link. Dylan's
Send me
gonna
the
try
link.
to
I'll
hop
see what
on
I can
from
do.
work. What's
See what I
that?
can do. I said you
Yeah.
you send me the link. I'll see what I can do.
All right, sounds good, man. Have a good one. Thanks for tuning in, Jets fans. Got a new tackle and more to come tomorrow. Have a good one.